Well, a very good morning to you all from Sebring International Raceway, the spiritual home of North American sports car and endurance racing. This is the World Racing League on DriversEye Live. This is the Fall Sportscar Classic, and this is the Eastern Region Championship finale weekend. My name is Brendan Kazmarek. I am joined this morning on the microphones by JT Tannick. Good morning, JT.
Good morning.
Ryan West, our friend Ryan West, is not with us this weekend. He's out on duty in Chuckwalla, which I've heard is the, allegedly, the Sebring of California, some have said. But it'll be JT and I guiding you through most of the day today. Dustin Ollis is on the buttons from far, far away from here, but will be with us showing you the sights and sounds from around this 3.7-mile layout. 15 hours of racing to come this weekend in abundant Florida sunshine, and for better or for worse, abundant Florida warmth and humidity as well. JT, you've spent some time around the Sebring International Raceway. It's a pretty special place.
It is a fantastic place. As Ryan would say quite often, these hallowed grounds. I love it. I love it. You can really feel the age, the concrete around there, all the bumps. It's such a unique track, and it's a driver's favorite, despite how cruel it can be to you and your car. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to today.
It's a place that never really makes you feel comfortable, whether it's the bumps on the way into this iconic turn 17. We've got eyes on here with the GTO and GTU field. The way the wall creeps up on you here on the exit, the giant bump at the exit of turn number 1, these aggressively serrated curbs. You never really feel like it's obvious the car is going to make it home without some kind of finish. Always kind of keeps you on your toes, both as a driver and as a team. With that in mind, the points being scored here this weekend are pretty crucial. We've got championship battles to follow. The GP2 battle in particular is shaping up to be pretty tremendous. We've got 3 cars within 4 points. Watch out for Lagunatic 779. Watch out for the Rebel Racing number 222. Watch out for Palomar number 83 in what is an expanded field this weekend in GP2, which also does afford that class a bonus point for having more than 7 cars. So there are plenty of permutations that are going to play out there. Battle for third in GTU is pretty tremendous as well. Point standings are available on racewrl.com. Navigate across the top banner there, and you'll be able to pick up all of what we're going to be watching this weekend. Hello to you if you're trackside as well. Hadn't mentioned that yet this morning. This is the last spectator event of the 2025 World Racing League season. Whether you're joining us remotely on the World Racing League YouTube channel or you're out trackside camping for the weekend, thank you for being with us. Thank you for your company with us here in the DriversEye Live booth as well. JT, if you like, do you have the starting grid pulled up in front of you?
I've got it written down somewhat.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what. Why don't I take us through the starting grid this morning? I've got it all set up here in front of us. We'll watch the GTU cars, GTO and GTU, work their way around behind the Mercedes safety car, such as it is this week. And it'll be GTU up first. It's the Stratus Trio, 58 from 60 on the front row, with the 59 inside of row number 2. The next team up will be the 908 from Automatic Racing. Very much in that points battle this weekend. Roberts Racing and the number 109 will line up inside of row number 3. That's the maroon Sebeco NP01 alongside the number 1 round 3 Racing. It's sort of like the Porsche Penske Motorsports livery, but in blue, of course. Row number 4 in GTU will be the number 10 of round 3 Racing. That's the red Porsche livery alongside the 909 from Automatic Racing. Heraflight Racing and the number 247. Late starters in qualifying yesterday. Wind up P9 on the grid alongside the debuting number 4048 competition and PO1. Next up is your GTO category, round 3 Racing in the number 70. That's the Porsche 911 991 Cup alongside the off-leash Motorsports number 40 Mercedes. ACP Tangerine Associates number 2, the only ACP car on the grid this morning, unfortunately, after a late incident yesterday for the number 52, will line up alongside the number 91 of FPRS Motorsports. The number 144 from Forza Motorsport, that's an M4 GT4, will line up inside row number 3 alongside the number 291, Moorhead Speedworks Jannetta G56. Big thundering V8 in front of that car. Row number 4 will be the number 87 Toyota Supra of Stoic Racing. Stanton Barrett Motorsports not on the grid this morning, so neither is the number 52, so it'll be the number 72 of PMW Motorsports, the older gen BMW on the outside of row number 4. Hamofa Motorsport with us this weekend, putting the world in World Racing League entrance from Belgium in the M4 GT4 alongside the Rapscallion number 669. We'll get through these production classes quickly. PC Racing and Fast Track Racing on the front row in GP1. Blaze Racing in the number 118. Rapscallion 644 on row 2. Row number 3 is Bruce Innovations in the 333 BMW alongside the 221 HK Motorsports car. GP2, as we mentioned earlier, Palomar 83, BRD Motorsports 164, row 1. Row 2 is Rebel Racing 222 and AOA Racing 851, the Mazda MX-5. Row 3, Rockwell Autosport Development back with us in the Boxster, BSI Racing in the 167 in the GR Cup. JT, GTU field heads on to the front straightaway. The green flag is in the air, 10 Sebeco NPO1s at the front, and a field full of GTO cars in the background head off of the final corner down the concrete towards turn number 1 with 8 hours in the clock. We are racing at the Fall Sportscar Classic here at Sebring International Raceway. The 70 Porsche has gotten the jump up the inside of turn number 1 from that off-leash Motorsports Mercedes. The road narrows tremendously as you come to the exit of turn number 1 and make your way into that tricky braking zone at turn number 3, all clean through 5 or 6 rows apiece in both of our top GT categories.
Yeah, it does look like the Mustang from FPRS Motorsports falling back just slightly as Forza Motorsports gets through. Moorhead Speedworks tailing just behind here. MP01's come to 7.
Back to the front straightaway as we get the general production classes across the start-finish line. The green flag waves here, and as they barrel down into turn number 1, if we can pick them up, Dustin, there we go. BC Motorsports to the right of shot. It's the Fast Track Motorsports who's now under some pressure from the Blaze Racing number 118, headed through the left-hander there at turn number 1. PC has made an escape, but it's a pretty snarling pack behind them on the brakes into turn number 3. Fast Track has cleared Blaze Racing. Rapscallion is going to drop in behind that black and neon yellow BMW E36 from Blaze, and then Bruce Innovations in that 333 is going to wind up there, rounding out the top 5. Good start from what looks like BRD Motorsports in the number 164. It's a BMW, an aero-less BMW, who has managed to jump a couple of GP1 cars from, I think, the second row of the GP2 grid. It's a really nice start. There it is, up the inside of the Palomar 83. Both Palomar cars, as a matter of fact. The 38 has dropped back to touch there as well. PC car is putting some distance between itself and the rest of the general production cars. It was a really quick car in qualifying and immediately quick in qualifying yesterday, putting some seconds between itself and the GP1 field. Works through the left-handers at the exit of turn 10. That'll be 11 and 12 is now the right-hander, and into tower turn at turn number 13, where they will make their way south towards the final sector of this 3.7-mile layout. Lap 1 complete in GTU and GTO at Stratus, 60 from 58 from 59. But the 908 and the 109 are right in tow as they work through the first sector. Round 3 racing 1 and 10 in P6 and P7 in GTU. We could pick them up headed down towards, should be down towards turn number 7 right about now. Let's call it 6 NPO1s right in a line as they work under the Corvette bridge. Keep wanting to call it the new bridge, JT. It is by no means new.
Not anymore.
Yeah, no. But for the years that we had to cross at track level or walk over the old sort of open grate bridge there, it still feels new. 70 from round 3 racing puts some cars, some distance between itself and the off-leash Motorsports Mercedes. Remember that off-leash car was pretty quick last time we saw it out at Burt Brothers Motor Park, formerly Utah Motorsports Campus. Hanging right with that round 3 Porsche, but more interestingly to me at least, JT, there is a green and black Porsche 991 GT3 Cup that we have not seen before in the World Racing League. That is the second off-leash car, and having started at the back of the GTO grid, now works past one of the automatic NPO1s, and sets after the ACP Tangerine Associates number 2 in a battle for third place in GTO. Really good start from that second Porsche.
Yeah, that's number 41 from Off Leash Motorsports. Just getting through Forza Motorsports, I think, on the exit of turn 10 there, as they had headed towards turn 13. You see him coming through shot here.
Yeah, remember these GT3 Cup cars don't have traction control. I think the 991s did get ABS across the board, whether that's a 991.1 or .2. I'm not entirely sure, but there are some key differences between the round 3 car at the front of the field and the off-leash car a little bit further back. That Trimtech sponsored car you see leading GTO has had a lot of development work put into it over the last 2 seasons and is very, very much a WRL GTO car. That number 41 coming through shot now is very much more a bare bones, if you can call it a GT3 Cup car, bare bones, I suppose. But it looks much more like your stock Porsche Carrera Cup type of car, just detuned to run at 9-to-1 power to weight.
Yeah, I gotta say, even the sister car in the Mercedes is looking very quick right now. It's able to clear the Heraflight MP01 that was sitting between it and the leading round 3 racing Porsche. After clearing that, just quickly catching up to the back of our GTO leader.
Reports of the number 164 smoking from out around the circuit. That's coming in from Mike Anderson. Mike is one of our insiders over at Palomar Racing. Yeah, that 164... there's no spoilers in the World Racing League, but if you were going to have a car that you could kind of define as playing spoiler in GP2 at the moment, it would be that 164, bearing in mind the... we got a slow... Is that the 24?
Innovations, yeah.
But bearing in mind the 3 cars we've got at the front of the championship fight in GP2, that 164 taking points away from any one of those 3 can impact or could impact the way that Eastern Region Championship plays out. So keep eyes on that 164 as well as the other championship protagonists. GP1 incidentally being led still by PC Racing. Blaze Racing has jumped up into second, having cleared the fast track number 927, as has the number 644 from Rapscallion. Open Throttle Racing in the number 64. Interesting story with them this weekend. They are pulling double duty with the HSR Classic 24 at Daytona taking place just about 3 hours north of here. So both of the classic Florida sports car venues in use this weekend, and Open Throttle Racing, Mike Gorman and the gang, a part of both of those. I'm told running a shuttle back and forth for drivers and crew that are a part of both of those events. Into the pits, not only is the number 164, but also the number 333 from Bruce Innovations. Didn't mention that car that car's end to the day yesterday, really. But despite starting 5th on the grid this morning, that car did come to a halt in the runoff over at turn 10. When was that? Right around 4 o'clock, 4:30. I think it was out pulling Cameron, so it didn't look like it hit anything, but did come to rest over in the paved escape road there. It looks like more trouble for that number 333, and it's a double whammy for Bruce Innovations with the 24 BMW 235 also slow out on circuit.
Yeah, 333 heading to the paddock now.
I'll get our timing link up here shortly. Intriguingly, it hasn't pulled in any of the car names. I think I know why that is. Anyway, get an alternate timing source put together here shortly.
As you can
24 has made it to the pits as well. Sorry, JT.
No worries. As you can see, heading towards turn 10 there, the 41 Off-Leash Motorsports has moved up into 3rd. Overtaking the number 2 from Tangerine Associates. Down the inside of the Heraflight at P01 into 15.
Sorry, did you mention that car was up into third, JT?
I did.
Yeah, thank you. Taking care of the other items as necessary here. If you happen to be with us this morning, maybe dual screen action with the World Endurance Championship in action out at Bahrain, maybe waiting for the HSR Classic 24 to start. I don't actually know that they have a produced stream this year. We've got a bunch of onboard, so we may be your option here in the World Racing League. Appreciate you being with us, spending your Saturday morning with us. I'll tell you what, that number 40 is hanging right with the Round 3 Racing Porsche at the front of the field, JT, or the front of the GTO field.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I as I said earlier, there was a little bit of MP01 traffic very briefly, but as soon as the Mercedes cleared it, it was right on the back bumper of that Porsche again.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see here as well with what I think is the Stratus number 58 backing up the GTU mid-pack a bit here as the GTO cars very gradually begin to work their way through that GTU traffic, just how much impact that has on this lead battle in GTO. Remember, these are battles for overall position only. Nobody's obligated to move out of the way, and with 4 NPO1s right in a row making their speed in a very different way from either the Porsche or the Mercedes at the front of GTO, it may just throw a little wrinkle into how the first stint plays out here at Sebring International Raceway. Other items to just make notes of this morning. Of course, we are using full course yellows here at Sebring. We were code 35 last time out at Watkins Glen, of course, which did turn into a handful of safety cars and red flags as well, with a much more chaotic than anticipated rain shower, I think is fair to say, JT. In the middle part of Saturday. Not expecting any rain here this weekend, but we don't quite have the same flexibility with hot poles here. So we do anticipate the potential, at least, for a couple of safety car interventions. Bearing in mind, not only is this a particularly and notoriously rough racetrack in terms of mechanics, but it's actually quite warm this weekend as well. We're here in November, and unfortunately a warm front came through with a little bit of rain on Thursday afternoon, kicked the temperatures and the humidity way up. Might as well be late spring, early summer here in Sebring. 88 degrees the high today. It says 75 there, but that humidity 77% and very little breeze. Definitely kicking up the real field temperature as we go a couple of cars wide there in GTU out of turn number 17 and down the front straightaway. See how that sorts itself out down into turn number 1. Looks like Roberts may stand to gain quite a bit here in that number 109. Yeah. They've jumped a lot of them.
Well done to them. Yeah, that's, I believe, up to third in class.
Yeah, it would be. It's the 2 Stratus cars out in front. The number, was it the number 58 was the one dropping off the back of the team cars and kind of bottling up things here. The 109 able to get that move done now is itself held up by a bit of GP2 traffic. I believe that's the BSI number 167. Thank you, JT. Not the BRZ from Laguna-Tic. That Laguna-Tic car, by the way, I did know. We did see it on camera earlier. There it is,
right
actually.
there.
Yep. That car was involved in an incident yesterday.
The Porsche of Route 3 Racing goes right up the inside there in the 7.
On the team car as well.
Yes, so that cleared the 10, which was fighting, I believe, the 908.
Oh, man, that number 1, not blocking by any stretch of imagination, but is putting itself in a kind of an awkward position there around the outside of turn number 9. It may have balked the number 40 Off-Leash Motorsports Mercedes just enough. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. So now there's a pair of NPO1s between the GTO class leaders. JT, I mentioned that just about 2 laps ago, that there was a chance that the GTU field mid-pack part of the field was going to impact things in GTO. That's exactly how it's shaken out.
Yeah, it looks like going through turn 11 to 12 there, a little bit of general production traffic blocking the 52, the number 2 from ACP, allowing Forza Motorsports to get through.
Pretty good stuff here early on in the running. Not quite 15 minutes gone. We've got plenty of runway out in front of us. Get it? this Saturday 8-hour enduro, 7 more hours to come tomorrow. It's not going to look like this all day. I can assure you of that, because if it did, I would be in a heap on the floor by about 1 o'clock this afternoon. Off Leash has cleared most of the NPO ones there in the mid-pack, only now needs to get to the Roberts Racing number 109, working their way through the GP2 leaders now, as well as we think about 3 wide on the way into turn number 1 in the GTU category. This is tremendous stuff from the field of Sebeco NPO1s. It looks very dramatic, JT, but I think all everybody's really looking for is just a little bit of clear road in some of these braking zones. Obviously, we've got 4 classes of competition. Those NPO1s in particular, very lightweight and not a lot of power, bearing in mind it's a power-to-weight formula. Something like 200 horsepower for those cars and 1,900 pounds or so. So they can run a lot deeper into the braking zone. So moving around in between corners is not uncommon in the hopes that they can find a little bit of clear road to maybe clear some of this production traffic.
Yeah, nothing too aggressive yet. It's mainly just placing yourself in a different spot, trying to read the traffic as cars in front of you move around, adjust different lines. As we see the 24 still going a bit slow around as they head into turn 13, Tower Corner. YouTube
this morning. Feel free to join us in the chat if you're trackside here as well. Plenty of us playing along. Burst H 119 not running this weekend. No, AE Victory Racing conspicuously absent this weekend, and that was all part of a plan. Let's bear in mind also that's risky stuff around the outside of turn 14. It can very easily end up in the marbles. Obviously, this morning that's less a factor than it'll be at, say, 1 or 2 o'clock, but that move is only going to be on for so long here. Anyway, that 119 picked up its first win of the season out at Burt Brothers Motor Park, was with us back at Watkins Glen, which was 3 weeks after Utah. This is the 3rd race in a 6 or 7 week window here in the World Racing League, and I do wonder if, bearing in mind just how difficult this track can be on race cars and components, if more than just the number 119 are absent this weekend planning for our season finale in about 4 weeks' time down at Circuit of the Americas. Kickflips, I got my racing license at Sebring in September, like this September. That's fantastic. Congratulations. This is an excellent place to learn how to do a lot of things, passing amongst them, especially here in the World Racing League. But even just driving this place on its own, it does present, even for being as flat as it is, it does present some pretty unique challenges. Incidentally, I am on team hashtag don't repave Sebring, or no repave, I suppose. Specifically because there are things that you get here in its current state that you would not get on a perfectly flat racetrack. It doesn't look phenomenally interesting on paper, but once you see this place in the flesh and you get your opportunity out around the circuit, it is a pretty unique place. So congratulations on picking up your racing license there. Jolly Lot, thanks for the stream. Thank you, Jolly Lot. Thanks for being here. Scotty Elkins in the chat. Sadakal is in the chat. Out at Chuckwalla, keeping Ryan West in check. Number 2 from ACP Tangerine Associates up in GTO, back to 5th this morning with Forza in the number 144 having jumped them. And I think I saw the Moorhead Janetta ahead of them as well. Just on this lap. Hasn't refreshed on timing, but I believe that that change has occurred. Wait for them to appear here in the braking zone at turn number 15. Hang on this shot for a moment. There's the Forza car.
Yep, there's Moorhead.
And there's the Janetta. Yep, so they have jumped that ACP Tangerine Associates. Remember, the only remaining ACP car this weekend. FPRS Motorsports hanging on there in P7 in class as well. 333 is back in the pit lane, so they've reemerged from a quick stay in the paddock. Not missing anything in GP1 at the moment. Ooh. No, I may have to take that back. Blaze Racing. Yeah, slipped from 2nd back to 6th. After a pretty slow lap there, 236. Now comes through and resets at 230.6, so that's better. But it has allowed A handful of cars to slip through ahead of them. Rapscallion in the number 644 with what I believe is a debuting BMW M240IR. Up into second. Fast Track Racing in an M240 as well. Up into P3. AOA Racing in the number 85 BMW M2 goes P4. And then Open Throttle in the 64 now up into the top 5. We mentioned that car's part of that car's story earlier. GP2, where I'll have my eyes through most of the weekend. Rebel Racing in the number 222 leads from AOA Racing. That's a Mazda MX-5 up into P2. From Palomar Racing now the number 83 in third. About 11, almost 12 seconds off of the class-leading BMW. Lagunatic in the 779, recovering from the incident it had over at turn 13 yesterday. Talked to a couple of folks after the day was done, and it was an odd one, JT. We saw the car during qualifying out in the runoff, but it didn't look like it had obviously hit anything. However, everything seemed to indicate that that car had an impact, both what was listed in the race control log and the state it was in when it got back to the paddock yesterday afternoon. Very, very odd one, but looks like they've got that car repaired.
And PC Racing continues to lap quickest in GP1. Lead there is currently at 20 seconds. And expanding last time through a 2:27.7.
Mike Anderson clarifies with the number 779 from Lagunatic, by the way. It had a big impact on the right front. The wheel had moved and was not turning. So how do you do in the right front at turn 13, JT? It feels a little bit more like it maybe would have happened over at 11 or 12. Unless it spun off the driver's left and impacted the car with the right-hand side. I don't know. It's an interesting one to kind of reconstruct in your head, because most of the incidents we see at turn 13 are cars just outbraking themselves and ending up out in the runoff or losing it around the rear on the brakes. But it's not a particularly quick approach in most of those GP2 cars. So the physics, that one a bit physics-defying, it would seem.
Report that the cockpit door on the Hare flight is open. Not seeing it.
No. It is reported in the race control log as of 9:15, so it's been a couple of laps already with the door open on that Hare flight car.
You know, that is not an uncommon sight around Sebring. Having been to the 12 hours almost annually, I can think of quite a few races where I've seen a prototype of some sort accidentally having one of the doors hanging open.
Yeah, wasn't that a thing in WEC? A particular
during the
WEC
WEC
race? Yeah.
At Sebring, yeah.
Was it a Toyota?
I believe so. I'd have to go back through my pictures.
Yeah.
Even last year in LMP2, it was, you know, you had one or two cars that were having an issue. I think also one of the Cadillacs.
That white with blue BMW headed into turn number 15. That is the Rapscallion number 644, by the way. New entry to us here. JT, I'm going to put this out there, and it might just be me being me, but it looks a lot like the old Mazda 6s that ran in Speed Touring Car in like 06, 07.
Yeah.
I saw it. It maybe not so much from trackside if you're actually standing trackside, but when you see it on camera, that white hood, the blue body, the yellow headlights, and the taller rear wing and just kind of general stance of that car really make it look quite a bit like those Mazda 6s. And for me, honestly, not a bad thing, man. I'm into it.
No, it's a good look. I do want to draw your attention to that car. I'm curious. Is it possible that's that was the 23 that we saw at Road Atlanta.
JT, do you have any idea how many races I've been a part of since July at Road Atlanta?
So Rapscallion did have a M2 CSR at Road Atlanta.
No,
it was orange.
this is a 240, I
with,
think, JT.
Okay.
Not the M2 CS. Doing a poor job of holding your line in a slower class car there, by the way, at the exit of turn number 5.
I believe the entry list has it listed as a M2 CSR as well, but a 2021, so I don't know.
It's possible it's an M2 CS. But it looks more like a 240, but I haven't taken a super close look at it. So it looks like a Mazda 6 anyway, so whatever. No, when it comes by here, I'll get a closer look at it, see if I can pick up some of the details on that car. The headlights do appear to be a bit M2-y.
Good shot going through there of the Hera flight with its, I guess, passenger door open?
You could just say right-hand side.
Yeah.
Alleviate any opportunity for confusion.
Maybe they're just really trying to get a head start on the AC in that car.
That might be true. I'm sure it does some pretty well. So do you remember back when the LMP cars that competed in, I guess at the time it would have been ILMC, were required to start running air conditioning? And one of the solutions to that, to helping keep the cabin cool, was that they were actually creating a small slot in the door handle sort of area around the top of the cockpit to create airflow into the cockpit. Right, so you didn't have to run AP or AC quite as high to keep the cockpit temperature at 97 Fahrenheit or whatever the number was. So you can get creative with cooling there. Unfortunately, a lot of that is just pressure and fluid dynamics, and I don't think having a door wide open or meaningfully open there is going to have quite the same effect as being creative with the way you design the door handles.
Yeah, but if I recall, one of the issues is also that the fact that the rules said you have to have AC. The rules did not say how well the AC had to be.
No, I think there was a minimum. There was a maximum temperature. I think it was like 34, 35 centigrade.
Yeah.
97 Fahrenheit is what I seem to recall. I missed the M2 when it came by. Oh well, get it next time. PC Racing in GP1 has eked out a cool 30 seconds in these first 30 minutes of racing, 27 minutes, I guess, up there in our top general production category. Rapscallion 644, just about 3 seconds clear of the Fast Track Racing number 927. Remember, it wasn't so very long ago, JT, that the Fast Track squad were doubling up on GTO entries with a pair of M4 GT4s. Step back a bit to run that 927 in GP1 this weekend, which is quite cool. Nice to have a little bit of extra production depth there. Is that a change for second in GTO?
That is.
Is it a Porsche 1-2?
It is.
Well, I guess that makes the 991 is now definitively the car to have, huh? It is.
That should definitely help somebody's sales ad.
Yeah, very true. It is quite cool to see how that much more standard 991 is keeping up with the number 70. Keeping up with, and in some cases, I think, JT, this morning, outrunning, bearing in mind, it started stone last in GTO this morning.
Yeah, no, it's had a very good charge up through the GTO field. I'm not sure the 70 is pushing at the moment.
Probably not.
If I recall correctly, definitely a smart plan to try to conserve tires a bit, especially as the track really starts to heat up here.
I mean, we do say that, JT, but it's also only about a second and a half, 2 seconds off of its qualifying time from yesterday. Oh, 291 is into the pit lane quite early this morning. That is the Ginetta G56 from Moorhead Speedworks. If I recall, one of the primary issues on that car over its development cycle over the last 2 years or so has been cooling. And I'm just wondering if maybe that is. Oh, is this a problem for the 41?
Yep.
It's under power. You could hear it as it went by our camera here at turn number 9, but very much off the pace and off to drivers right there as it made its way through the Fangio chicane. So just as it was setting out after the round 3 racing port, well, it's back up to speed here, JT.
Yeah.
Just fell in behind its teammate. We're just setting up for the photographer shots here is what we're doing, I think.
Yeah, it looks well back up to pace.
Yeah, if it were on corner exit over at turn 7, JT, you would have said, oh, maybe you just got it wrong on the throttle or something weird with a gear change there. But it was midway up the straight between 7 and 10. Yeah. Got the legs down the straightaway here again, and now all over the back of its team car, that Mercedes-AMG GT4. Minutes gone in the Fall Sportscar Classic. Race number 1 here, 8 hours on this fine Saturday morning from Sebring International Raceway. Thanks for being with us here on DriversEye Live. It's Brendan Kazmarek and JT Tammy. Dustin Ollis is with us on, I guess it's the ones and the twos. The ones and twos is what I hear the people say. It's never made a whole lot of sense to me. Like, you'd think anything, digitally mixed would all be zeros and ones, but 1 through 12, yeah. Well, but not 6 or 8. Yeah.
You hit
Dustin,
up all those F keys.
Dustin, do we have Telestrator set up this morning? I'm going to need to entertain myself at some point today. So we'll get after that at some point. This off-leash internecine battle here rages on for P2 as they come up behind the 40-48 competition NPO1. Beautiful livery on that car this weekend, seeing that for the first time. I want to see if we can pick up... Oh, awkward moment there. Is that the BSI number 167 there, out in the weeds at the exit of turn 10 and 11? Hopefully that car hasn't hit anything. There's quite a bit of dust over there, but it's a weird place to end up, so I suppose anything is possible. Palomar in the number 83, that's their GP2 entered BMW E36, up into second now, has displaced the AOA Racing number 851. So good points for Palomar, but still dropping points to the number 222 from Rebel Racing. Laguna Tech back there in fourth at the moment. We do anticipate that car, that 779 car from Laguna Tech Racing, being really competitive this weekend, as it is quite literally everywhere. At the moment, just kind of taking an easy start of things this morning, as we jump on board the number 669 Rapscallion Ligier JS2R.
Yeah, this is a fight for 5th in GP1, just ahead. That's the 64 on the inside, the 118 from Blaze Racing.
This is some of the best we've seen out of this Ligier, up in the top 5. Well, battling in the top 5 in GTO. Really good stuff from what is now the lone Ligier campaigner in the World Racing League. Had 2 cars last time out at Watkins Glen, down to just the one, number 669 for this weekend. But remember, Off-Leash Motorsports debuted that JS2R in GTO here at Sebring about 2 years ago, when they were just called Off the Leash.
Yeah, very quick, but unfortunately a bit fragile.
Yeah, and it had its flashes of real brilliance and consistency, but it was never both quick and consistent. It was just, it would go quickly and then not go at all. Rapscallion stuck with this, with the JS2R, which I appreciate. Sails it off into turn number 17, 133 miles an hour on the approach there. Coasts it, just about coasting, keeps a little bit of throttle input there through the mid-corner and then immediately back to full throttle as you clear the last bump. On the exit of 17, we'll duck up the inside of the triple three, I think. Yep. And down off into turn number 1. Can I vent a bit about turn number 1, JT? It's a fascinating corner in real life, right?
Yes.
Love it. Really like to watch cars through there. Requires a lot of commitment. It was made substantially less interesting a couple of years ago. It's not a couple of years ago. It was 2012, 13 years ago, when they extended the pit lane here at Sebring to accommodate a massive ILMC and WEC grid. I guess it would have been WEC that year. Anyway, it used to be that you could swing the car out really wide to driver's right as the pit lane ended. You'd keep it up tight to the bollards, open it up maybe a car width and a half, and then this big swinging arc back to the apex of turn number 1. The wall now continues straight down the front straightaway, which, again, made things less interesting. It took about a gear out of the apex speed of pretty much everything that ran here. Tracks change. It's all fine. All fine. My big problem is that, number 1, none of the track records changed. Right? We didn't reconfigure Sebring despite a really significant change to the way one of the highest speed corners on the track is driven. And number 2, iRacing never caught up. I do not understand how that's possible. Either of those things are possible.
I feel like it was only a really big swing for your high downforce cars. Like your GT cars usually didn't have as big of an impact because they generally don't swing around as much because of the weight.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose that's true, but if you set it up properly, right, even a half a car width is valuable to you. 2 car width, or a full car width, right? You don't have to swing the car around like crazy, but like these things do make a difference. And particularly, you know, like I said, where track records are concerned, I mean, it fundamentally changed the way the fastest cars that run here at Sebring drive. Right, from year to year, the change from 2011 to 2012, or 10 to 11, whatever the year actually was. I think it was 11 to 12. It really significantly changed the approach to turn number 1. And more than the track record thing, the fact that iRacing hasn't caught up, they just put a wall around the old layout. To me, I don't get it. Sodacol will love the iRacing slander, by the way. Don't know what Sodacol is doing up this early out at little Chuckwalla Valley Raceway.
Yes, I too must question that.
Oh, hey. Yeah, but he didn't have to be out. I suppose you didn't have to either. You chose to. But also, I chose to come to Sebring this weekend. Equally a decision.
It's good to see a couple cars in GP1, other than PC Racing, that is, have broken under 230. Both the Fast Track Lane 7, 85 from AOA, and the Triple 3 from Roost Innovations have both managed to dip a lap under that 230 boundary. PC Racing continues to consistently lap underneath that 230 line, currently sitting at about 38 seconds ahead of the 664 from Rapscallion.
Very nearly some contact observed between the Heraflight 247 there and the 669. This time, Heraflight will throw it up the inside in behind the fast track car, headed into turn number 16.
See, you were talking, Brendan, about slight modifications to the track. I would also argue turn 17 as well.
Yeah.
Mid-corner on driver's left.
Mid-corner.
Yeah.
I
Underneath the
thought you were
bridge.
going to reference
Remember
the apex there.
Well, yeah, you could also say the apex.
I'm sorry,
as well.
not the apex. The exit. The corner exit there. But go ahead. I'm interested to hear your thoughts here.
No longer going all the way to the original tire wall. They added another wall before that. So the amount of space you have going underneath the bridge is considerably less than what it used to be.
Yeah. If you're out there, you're in bigger trouble than just worrying about lap time, though.
True, but it's also it changes the corner a bit more just because you have to really make sure you're not going to understeer just slightly enough to catch the wall, which we've seen happen a couple times in the last few years. Those off-leash motorsports entries, nose to tail going into one. Up through the Palomar entry, through turn 3. Mercedes continues to lead in front of Porsche here for the fight for second. Around 37 seconds up the road, going through turn 7. Just behind coming through shot there. Battle for third in GTU between the 908 from Automatic Racing and the 109 from Roberts Motorsports. Both cars having a very good start to the race today. Currently be the fight for third in GTU. Stratus leads 60 over 59 with about a 2-second gap last time through. Looks like the 779 Lagunitix Racing Subaru BRZ has gotten around the 851 MX5 from AOA Racing for third in GP2.
All right, I think we've got some of our audio issues sorted here on my end. Apologies for that. Tell you what, this off-leash nose-to-tail running here is really quite interesting. That's 41 appears to be obviously quicker than the Mercedes. And you would think running behind the hot exhaust of your team car is maybe not the right way to go about this, but perhaps, oh man, lock of the rear brakes there for that Roberts Motorsports number 10, or Roberts Racing number 109. Holy cow.
Perhaps it's Cooper McNeil in the Mercedes.
I heard that, JT. I wasn't going to touch it.
I'm like, I guess the Ibsen joke was not well received. All right, a little bit of
kind
traffic here.
I got to be honest with you. I kind of forgot about Cooper McNeil. Not a bad thing. Didn't he like formally step away from racing?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought so. And he had enough of Cooper McNeil. No. Anyway. Yeah, anyway. It is it's just really interesting to see what that 40 and 41 situation has been most of the morning. Incidentally, they're really not letting that 70 get away either. So I do kind of wonder if it's maybe a bit of on-track coaching from the driver of the 41 up to the number 40, trying to get them up to pace a little bit, and they've done it reasonably well.
I mean, to be fair, both cars were more or less on pace with the 70. As we saw earlier, I think the Porsche is slightly quicker. Yeah, so not sure exactly what's going on there. Both cars sitting in between the 5th place fight in GP1. Vantage currently to the 64 from Open Throttle Racing. About a 2-second gap over Blaze Racing at the moment. Both cars are going to go the inside here into 13. Round 3 goes to the inside of the 333 Bruce Innovations in turn 15. I believe currently the only Bruce Innovations car on track right now. The 24 was slow early on.
Yeah,
currently on pit lane.
A lot of in and out for both of those cars, and not the good kind of in and out.
Yeah, and no 555 as of yet. I had also noticed about 5 minutes ago we had a slightly slow 72. Looked like in the turn 1. Car is still out on track.
Sorry, that was a 72 BMW car, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so that car was into and out of the pit lane about, call it 8 to 10 minutes ago.
And I think it's coming back on pit lane now.
Nope, that I should be able to see here. Ooh, maybe not. I wanted to give a shout out to you may know better than I, JT. Have we had Cajun Canuck racing in the World Racing League before? Triple nine?
I don't think so. It does sound familiar, but
we used to be able to get this information immediately from Race Hero. Go search the entrant, and it would appear. Has to be said, I'm not seeing it on a quick Google search. I think they're debutantes this weekend in the World Racing League. So welcome to Cajun Canuck Racing. I promised the world a fun fact related to Cajun Canuck yesterday. Would you like a fun fact, JT?
No.
All right. Well,
yes.
You know what the basis of the word Cajun is?
I do not.
So it's actually just a shortening or a modification of the word Acadian, which are essentially the French diaspora, right, from a couple of centuries ago. Ooh, that's an NPO1 out in the weeds. Well, the paved weeds, anyway.
Status one, yeah.
Yeah, it's at the 58. Yeah, the blue and black, off and on again. Looks like they've continued no harm, no foul. Anyway, essentially the French diaspora in North America referred to specifically in the Northeast as Acadians. Acadia National Park in Maine, of course, is one of those things. Acadie, the French word for what is now Quebec, back in the 1700s, as they were displaced by the British, incidentally. A handful of them moved to parts of the Caribbean and other French territories overseas, which at the time included Louisiana. And the word Acadians, which they all were, ethnically speaking, became Cajuns in Louisiana. So, Cajuns, French ex-Canadians, Canuck, also Canadians, they're literally just describing themselves as Canadians or Canadian diaspora in two different ways in the same team name. Which I presume is not initially how that was intended. It is more likely than not a combination of, Louisiana, Cajun French, Creole, some might even say, and properly Canadian. But anyway, those things are more related than you would think. Yeah. A little bit of geography and etymology and history, colonial history there for you, all in a nice little bubble that also happens to include a BMW E36. Cajun is Dave Gage's new team. He's raced with Palomar and others.
All right.
Mike Anderson says Dave and Sheldon both driving Palomar and the 999. So it's not a Palomar car, but it's also not a Palomar car, I guess. Not being run by Palomar anyway, but sharing some lineage there. Yes. Thought a call. Kalsa asks, oh.
Coming through turn 1 here, though, you can see Palomar and Lagunatics fighting for second in GP2.
Oh, 60 and 59 into the pit lane. So that's your GTU leaders in after just 52 minutes this morning.
Yeah, last lap those guys were within 1 second of each other, so believe whichever has the quicker pit stop will take advantage out on track to the GTU lead. '83 Palomar in front of the Subaru BRZ, running an LTW wing on the back this weekend. As the 44 from PC Racing comes up to put them a lap down. That's your GP1 leader at the moment.
PC has had a pretty awesome opening stint here, JT. Number 2 is into the pit lane, as is the 85. Now, the 2 being in is not so much of a surprise. It's a GTO car. The 85 being in from GP1 is a bit more of a surprise. That car was inside the top 5 and is stationary with the hood up on that BMW M2 Club Sport. Driver is out of the car, helmet is off, and crew member, a driver with the helmet on, not the driver. I suppose there's somebody still strapped in there. This is all happening just underneath my nose here. Right at start finish. GP2 battle here rages on in the fight for second. Palomar versus Lagunatic. So now we've got our championship protagonists here in GP2, 1, 2, and 3. Rebel, 6.6 seconds. I'm sorry, 21.1 seconds out in front of the Palomar number 83, and then Lagunatic settling into this first hour quite nicely after an overnight adjustment and or rebuild there. PC is in. This feels early.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, 55 minutes in a GP1 car is not common. Now, they have been going quickly this morning, so perhaps it's not that unusual. The off-leash Motorsports number 40 is in. That's the Mercedes AMG GT4. Very much beginning this first round of pit stops, but both the 85 in GP1 and the PC Racing number 44, not really anticipated to be a part of this cycle. And yes, quite see the PC pit stall from where I am. 58 is in. It's the third of the Stratus cars as well, going a lap longer than the team car. 70 for the first time there. Looks like it's all alone out in front.
Speaking of all alone, the 41 going through shot there.
Yep, with the team car into the pit lane here. It's very much out there, as you said, JT, out on its own. I wonder if that's the 41 just getting better mileage, maybe driving less hard, just being tucked in behind its teammate there, or if there is a real fuel mileage advantage in those Porsche 911s. I suppose it's got 2 fewer cylinders.
Yeah.
Than the V8 Mercedes.
We normally see the 70 go a bit long for a GTO car, don't we?
Yeah, I think it was 3 or 4 laps up at Watkins Glen.
Yeah, at least compared to your GT4s.
Yeah. You know,
weird.
Yeah. It is interesting to watch, JT, to me. We see that 70 car be very, very consistent, but we also, like, it visually looks like it's being driven in some anger, right? Every time we see it. It's not moving around a lot, but you know that the drivers are moving that car around a little bit. The 41 doesn't look like it's being driven very hard at all. It just kind of looks like it's out there cruising, and yet it really hasn't lost touch with the number 70 at all.
No, of course not. It runs quicker. It just did a 16.6.
Man. That's what that car is capable of when it's not tucked up behind the number 41. I'm sorry, behind the number 40. I got to be honest here, JT. This is not something I saw coming.
No, mainly because we haven't seen off-leash with a Porsche Cup car before.
It's more specifically, it's the fact that the number 70 has been developed over 2 seasons to not just be a 9-to-1 Cup car, right? It is designed to take advantage of as much of the WRL rulebook as possible, which is an extremely open rulebook, frankly. Mm-hmm. You can do a lot to that car to get it to do all the right things as a GTO car, and it may not have an obvious advantage in any one particular area, but if it does everything a little bit better than your bog standard 991 Cup, then I mean, yeah, you eventually you're going to add, or those let's try this again. Those advantages are going to be additive, and you're going to have a car that's a couple of tenths or maybe a second quicker per lap at most places. It doesn't look visually like the off-leash car has any of those advantages, and yet it's hanging right there with the number 70 on lap-for-lap pace. And as you said, last time around was actually 2 seconds, almost 2 seconds quicker than the Trimtech sponsored Porsche that leads the GTO class at the moment. I just didn't see a car that doesn't look obviously like a well-developed or a thoroughly developed, let's say, GTO version of the 991 Cup. I didn't expect it to have the same pace or be, right up there with what that round 3 car is capable of. One of the other interesting things we've seen over the course of the season, JT, is that while that round 3 number 70 is both fast and consistent, and does have some advantages over much of the GTO field, the one undoing of that car this season has been the unforced errors. Right? And from time to time, we do see it out of that squad, whether it was a spin under full course yellow back at Mid-Ohio that resulted in a penalty that took it out of contention, or it was a 2-lap penalty for passes under yellow back at Burt Brothers Motor Park that took it out of contention on the Sunday out in Utah. If that car is pushed, that team is pushed, they can't slip. And I do just wonder a little bit if maybe the 41 is likely to push them a little bit more today in a way that maybe we all hadn't anticipated. And keep an eye on the race control log there for anything that can shake this race up a little bit. We may not even need it, frankly. with the matching of pace between those two cars through this first hour of racing.
Yeah, hopefully not.
Another quick lap from the off-leash car, 2:17.1. The pit lane comes the Rapscallion GP1 entry. And a pit stop for neither of those GTO cars, by the way. This Porsche is still running around out in front, clear of the Forza Motorsport number 144, which is now into the lane. Or I think out of the lane now. M4 GT4. I want to give a shout to the car in 9th in GTO this morning, JT, before we turn our attention to some of the GP1 runners and the situation that's playing out there specifically at the moment. P9 in GTO is Hamofa Motorsport, number 419. As we said earlier this morning, putting the world in World Racing League, crewed, as far as I could tell, on Thursday afternoon entirely by Belgians. Both engineer and driving team here, sponsored by Hamofa Industrial Engines, with a team that competed back at the 24 Hours of Zolder, another particular interest of us here at DriversEye Live. Sort of the 24-hour European equivalent of what we do in the World Racing League here, although not quite as open a formula as we get across our four classes here. It is still a classic European endurance race. Without streaming video, it has to be said. But very, very cool to see the Hamofa squad come across and be with us here at Sebring. I know this track is a bucket list track for a lot of people. Very unlike anything else you'd get in Europe. So the opportunity to bring that car across and come run with us here in the World Racing League, great to have them do some endurance racing with us this weekend, and hopefully we get a chance to chat with some of the folks from Hamofa Motorsport this weekend. GP1, we did have that pit stop from PC Racing in the number 44. The outlap was a 4:11, so about a minute and 40 lost in the stop. Now, it is a long pit lane here at Sebring, but that's just, yeah, it was odd timing and what feels like quite a long stop for, what is that noise? A tremendous squealing noise down the pit lane from the number 851 NCMX5. I don't know if it squealing brake or what it was, but man, it was loud. Heraflight is sorting the door situation on the number 247 GTU car right in front of me. Stoic is in the number 87 as well. That's the Toyota Supra. The 70 was in, as was mentioned a little bit earlier on. The 644 from Rapscallion has been in and now out of the pit lane. And this GP2 fight continues to rage. So all kinds of things going on now that we've cleared the first hour of action here from Sebring International Raceway in the Fall Sportscar Classic. Thanks for being with us. Try and reset how this all pans out after we've gotten a full round of pit stops in. But I think the thing that's standing out at the moment is that PC Racing number 44 with the early pit stop in GP1 from a pretty dominant position in class. And now the second Porsche is in. That's the 41 from Off Leash Motorsports. Let's see what this pit stop is like relative to the number 70. They came in, or when the cycle started, the margin was about 5 to 5.5 seconds. Round 2 racing, of course, some of the best in the paddock when it comes to pit stops and strategy. Jim Wolf in the chat, thank you for live streaming. You're welcome, Jim Wolf. Thanks for being here. KCM 189, free. Thanks for live streaming and the commentary. It is, listen, it's a labor of love. We've as we've said, 3 race weekends since September 26th. It's not a cadence we normally get here in the World Racing League. Utah, Watkins Glen, Sebring, pretty tremendous venues. And we've seen some really quite awesome races over that span. We get a little break before we head down to Dakota. We're going to have double the field size, 45 cars this weekend, 90 cars down at Circuit of the Americas. Dustin, can we head to turn number 3, please? I'd like to pick up the round 3 racing number 70 and see where the 41 re-emerges relative to that car. I don't know that it's made it out of the pit lane yet. There goes round 3. Look in the background to see if we see a green and black 991 appear from stage right. That's not it. Longer stop from the 41, perhaps. I don't see it out on track either, working its way through turns 5 and 6. Mercedes is out. So there's the Mercedes. I'm going to stop here for that number 41. Unless it came and went quite quickly. Don't enter. Oh, there it is.
There it is.
There it is. Just under the Mobile 1 bridge now. Man, it's a long stop for that squad. It's through the left-hander at turn 1. And this margin's going to be upwards of, I think, 30 or 40 seconds here. It's a quick car, but you can't be doing that all day or you're going to find yourself in real trouble. We have a bonus on board here in a moment.
Ooh. PC Racing following the 38 of Palomar into turn 10. That is a fight for 3rd in GP1.
Well, yes, technically, but...
Yes, but PC has pit. I do not believe the 38 has.
Yeah, agreed.
Unfortunately, my timing is not showing laps anymore.
What are you using for timing at the moment, JT?
Red Mist out racing.
Try a reset there.
Yeah. Yep, there we go. We're back.
It's so over.
908 should be on pit lane now. They went pretty long in GTU. So you see the 2 Stratus cars coming through here into turn 13. 60 leading 59.
This is on board. Forza Motorsport, number 144. First thing I noticed there, JT, is we were on board the Rapscallion car not so very long ago. That was 133 miles an hour at the end of the back straightaway, tipping it into turn 17. The M4 here for Forza, considerably more sideways and considerably quicker, 143 jumping on the binders.
Then the Rapscallion, yeah.
Yeah, 10 miles an hour quicker in a straight line compared to the Rapscallion car.
Yeah, the car is heavier, but because of that, it will also have a bit more power.
Yeah. Also moving around quite a bit more on 200 treadwear tires. Some of that will be, as you mentioned, JT, the weight.
Mm-hmm.
Just being pushed maybe that little bit harder. Jump on the brakes immediately into the ABS on the way into turn number 7. Release the brakes. ABS comes off. A lot really interesting stuff here we don't normally get to see. With thanks to Forza Motorsport for exposing some of the telemetry here. Oh, protests there on the way into turn number 10. TC map 3, ABS on, but the blue bar I noticed under that says ped wet. And I wonder if they're running a pedal shape that is designed particularly for wet weather running, is what that's indicating. Pedal shape, that's the amount of throttle input you get relative to throttle travel. Of course, a pedal by wire system here in the M4 GT4. But I wonder if that relates particularly to these being DOT tires, which, based on the way this car is being driven, is not unlike you might see a wet weather sort of running here.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't be surprised, just because, these cars were designed to run on slicks and in dry conditions, but we don't get those here. So our 200 treadwear tires are going to be a bit more similar to the wet tires you would have on these cars. So yeah, throttle mapping might be a bit friendlier for the tires, as well as how the traction control settings deal with these tires as well.
Well, friendlier for the driver particularly, right?
Yeah.
The tires are actually, they can withstand quite a lot, bearing in mind they are road legal tires on a 30-something 100-pound race car that makes close to 400 horsepower. They'll get through 3 or 4 hours, 3 or 4 stints, which is quite good. But the driver, obviously, the more you hustle these cars and these tires, they do tend to move around quite a bit. And I do wonder if, as you say, JT, that pedal shaping is just a little bit friendlier to the way the driver is, or what is being asked of the driver over a 1 or a 2 hour stint, bearing in mind the relative lack of grip the car has. It does have a bit of an old school feel to it, JT. I got to be honest. Watching these cars from trackside, maybe you can see it on camera as well. Just, tire technology has come so far in the last, let's call it 2 decades or so. And running 200 treadwear tires does feel a little bit more like a throwback to the way you used to have to drive race cars. A little bit more point and shoot. Can't do too much in longitudinal and lateral directions at the same time, or the tires begin to give up. Call says the attire makes me think Pete Bank. He says the RVR on board. This is not RVR. This is Forza Motorsport, but I do see the green and white fire suit that's being referenced there. Oh, it does have a Random Vandals logo there in the top right. It's a good pickup, Dustin. Thank you for that. I would have missed that entirely. So that might explain why we don't have the 163 here this weekend. That was the Random Vandals M4 F82 that was on the entry list over on Motorsports Reg, but did not end up turning any laps this weekend. I do wonder if they've moved over to the Forza number 144 here. Kickflips in the chat says, is buying a stint in an endurance race worth it to get your foot in the door? I have a group I'm in that posts stints for sale, and I've been debating doing a couple. Kickflips, I cannot speak from experience here, as I do not have wheel-to-wheel experience. However, the general consensus is that endurance racing at any level, from, let's call it champ car on up, is tremendous value for money, number one. Number two, most of these organizations, I think all of these organizations actually, whether it's a regional endurance series, a national touring series like Champ Car, or obviously what we do here in the World Racing League, none of them require any external licensing, right? It's, okay, you've got to have some experience, wheel-to-wheel racing experience, but it's all, specific to each organization. But they will welcome you on limited motorsports and specifically multi-class experience, with the expectation that you don't overdrive beyond your capabilities or drive unsafely around other cars. And from that perspective, I mean, the barrier to entry is insanely low. The cost or value proposition for amateur endurance racing in this country is now insanely low. I don't think you can go wrong, right? Maybe go try a couple of stints or a long weekend with a Champ Car team and go get your foot in the door in something that, moves a little bit more slowly around you. Kind of get a feel for what endurance racing is all about and what it's like. And then, Yeah, absolutely. Come join us in the World Racing League. Production car stints, if that's something you're into, are race weekend rentals can be found for $3,000 to $4,000, depending on where you go looking. Whoa, big slide there at Jean de Bien Bend. We'd love to have you. I'm not going to single any teams out. Technically, no free advertising. But if you join the WRL Racers group on YouTube, or on Facebook, excuse me, WRL Racers group, open seats get posted there all the time. And as we head towards 2026, there are some really cool opportunities, no matter where you are in the country, give you the chance to get your foot in the door and try some really high-level endurance racing, whether it's here in the World Racing League or maybe in lower series, just to get your feet wet a little bit.
Fast Track Racing pits from GP1 lead.
Yeah, finally. Hour 15 minutes. We've kind of revisited GP1 pit stops. PC car was in all by its lonesome about 52 minutes into the race, and now we've got the rest of the leaders in GP1. Fast Track, Palomar, and Blaze all owing us pit stops in our top production class. Come up behind the HK Motorsports number 221. That car has not been lightning fast this morning. Had a couple of off-pace laps a little bit earlier on, was slow in the pit lane when I saw it a little earlier as well, and has dropped to P7 in that E46. I think we have an onboard for them as well. Jump over to that production car onboard. Another Sentinel camera. Head out of tower turn down towards turn number 14 with that straight 6 whine in the as a soundtrack down into Jean de Bien Bend at 15. This oddly no-named left-hander. And then turn 16, Le Mans. Sends you onto the Ullman Straight. Down towards Sunset Bend, turn number 17. So what's our GTO lead gap here? 47 seconds, and that's the differential between the round 3 Porsche and the 40 Mercedes. Mm-hmm. ECP Tangerine has jumped the number 41 with the number 2 car, and then the 41 from off-leash now 1 minute and 13 seconds behind the round 3 Porsche. So really, really good opening stint for the number 41, a longish stop, presumably with a driver change there as well, and now the off-leash car just consistently into the 219s, 220s. You do tend to get some variation here across drivers. It's no surprise, and especially with a brand new car.
Well, I mean, you can see that pit out lap time difference, 3:36.8 for round 3 racing, whereas the pit out lap for the 41 from off leash was at 4:43.
Yikes. I mean, look, there's a lot of, as would be the case if we were driving that car, I think or fielding that car, there'd be a lot of learning here, right? You don't know, until you get into race conditions, what the pace of that car is going to be like, number one. Number two, what kind of life you're taking out of the tires, driving it the way you're driving it. You can think you're kind of cruising around and, I'm taking it easy on the tires. But doing 216s can definitely take some life out of them if you don't have long race runs on them. Oh. This is a slow Laguna Tick number 779 at turn number 11. Just beginning to look like it was beginning to pick up pace as it left the camera shot, but pulls to drivers right here. Yeah, it looks like it gets up towards third gear and then just stops accelerating. HK has to breathe out of the throttle here. That's somebody going around the outside. No. Stoic kind of gets caught in behind them, letting the NPO1s from Stratus at the inside, 60 and 59. Stoic's just got to commit to this and get the move done up the inside. They do. There's the slow BRZ. Rockwell goes around the outside. That is actually the change for second in GP2 on the road. With the Palomar number 83 having lost a heap of time. Oh, they were in the pits. Palomar has already been in. I don't know that the 779 is going to make it home here.
I'm wondering, are they possibly low on fuel?
Ooh, good call, JT. Dustin Ollis on production said they were cycling the lights on that car. It looks like maybe trying to get it restarted, which sometimes can indicate electrical issues. But we are an hour and 20 minutes in, and it is possible that that car is low on or now out of fuel. Great shot with the skyline in the background.
Yeah, now just imagine a bridge going across.
You are so bummed about this bridge, man.
I mean, yes and no. Like, I love going to turn 16. It's a great place to take photos.
Yeah.
Even shooting through the fence. It's still a very great spot. But getting there is a pain in the butt. This will make getting there so much better, but it's also going to kind of kill this view here.
Well, yes and no. So let's consider the available options here, as the 779 does make it home and fortunately avoids the need to potentially go full course yellow to recover that car from a couple of different angles. Number one, Sebring, given the nature of the track and the landscape in this area of the state, it's tremendously flat, right? There are only so many things you can do to really enhance the viewing experience, right? We do have the advantage here of having spectator areas that are, relatively speaking, really actually quite close to the circuit. In most areas, especially on the north side of the track, up in Green Park area in particular. It's 333 heads for the pit lane as well. And so all those things are great. I would say that the team here at Sebring is actually investing quite a lot in trying to maximize whatever that experience looks like, right? So you had camping areas all adjacent to the Ullman Strait, set back from the track a little bit, sure, but in order to get anywhere, JT, you had to walk all the way down the length of the Ullman Strait up over to turn number 17. You can't cross the drive-over bridge, so you've got to walk basically to the exit of 17 and cross either I think it's the Michelin Bridge now at the exit of 17, or whatever the bridge. Oh, it's Mobile 1 on our side. I think it's Michelin on the other side, or the Turn 1 entry bridge to get into the infield proper, right? And it's a haul if you're camped out on the back straightaway there. So anything they can do to make that area of the track more accessible, in addition to the viewership mound that's been built directly behind this camera, it's only a couple of feet high, but a couple of feet will get you quite a bit.
I do want to point out, a third of the way down the back straight from where this cam is a tram stop.
I didn't know they ran trams.
They do
with you, for the 12-hour.
Yeah, they've been running them for at least 5-6 years.
Okay.
So it's not as bad as it used to be, because again, I do that walk every year.
Oh, sure. And I mean, look, in my marshalling days, I'd be here for the 12-hour every year, and you'd work maybe 2 hours on, 4 hours off, or 3 on, 3 off, something like that, in order to keep everybody fresh. So I'd spend those couple of hours meandering around, getting some pictures from the photo lanes, and yeah, I mean, if you're not able to be mobile with a vehicle, it's difficult to be when you've got 80,000 spectators, 80,000 spectators, whatever it happens to be here. It's tough. And anything that can be done to make that a little bit easier, I think is worth doing. And just little bit by little bit, Sebring gets better. in ways that, okay, we had all just kind of accepted that certain things were part of the experience, but they don't have to be. As the door opens again on the Hera flight number 247 over at turn 3. So it's cool to see the investment being made. As far as the angle goes, I mean, it's not going to change the shot for anybody that's just on the ground, right? The weird bit is that the camera over at turn number 17 is usually positioned very high up in a cherry picker.
Yeah.
And so you're going to either lose cars as they come across the line, or we're going to have to do something different with the camera positioning over at turn 17. Maybe we add a camera at the exit of 16. That changes things up a little bit. Oh, boy. I'm not prepared for this. Let me pull that up. So I don't mind some of those changes. Do you remember the year or I think it was maybe 2020, 2021 at Le Mans, they built a new crossover gantry just past, or right adjacent to pit out. And the high-up camera at turn 1 at Le Mans going into Dunlop, you would lose cars for a significant part of the front straightaway. So they they added another camera and dropped it down low, so you could see cars coming underneath the gantry. Okay, yes, it changed the sight line, and that happens. However, it also added a sense of speed to that lower camera that you didn't normally get for cars that were approaching turn 1 in 6th gear at, let's 165, 170 miles an hour. And that in its own right actually turned out to be kind of cool. Even though it changed the iconic sight of what you usually get, it's just something that, whoever designs the production for the 12 hours is going to have to work around or work with. And in some cases, it actually might not be the worst thing.
No, it'll be fine. They're also adding a viewer mount outside of 16 as well.
It's already there.
Oh, the mount is?
Yeah.
Ooh, you gotta take a picture for me later.
I can do that. They've also not paved. It's gravel, but really nicely rolled and smoothed out gravel along the length of the Ullman Straight, kind of down the middle of the campground.
Yeah.
Very, very smooth compared to when I was last here in January, I guess.
Okay. Because that is quite bumpy and dusty normally.
It is now neither of those things.
Dust.
Oh. Yeah, easy to do there.
I'm interested to see if they restore the viewing mount for turn 13 on the inside.
I did see a comment on Facebook when they announced some of these changes that somebody needs to go over there and fix the mount on the inside of turn 13.
Yeah, because last year they made it a camp spot.
Oh, interesting. Dustin, can we go back to the back straightaway shot? All right, so what we're going to see here, something like this. Probably not that big. The DriversEye Live walkover bridge. See, that wouldn't look so bad, right? Also
No.
mammoth. Anyway.
That works.
We did it, boys. Telestrator is back.
Send that to the president of Sebring International Raceway.
Hey, the new president and CEO of Sebring International Raceway, Matt Muha.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Matt. Matt has been
awesome promotion.
Yeah, has been a part of the team here at Sebring for a long time. Was a part of our efforts to broadcast the first ever 24 Hours of Sebring World Racing League held back in 2021. Super, super helpful that weekend. And previously the senior director of operations, now goes into an administrative role here at Sebring. And been a big part of some of those upgrades and the progress that's being made here at Sebring to take an already pretty iconic venue and modernize it a touch and give it a more special treatment here. Not unlike what's been done at Road Atlanta, frankly.
Yeah.
To kind of bump up the spectator value. GTU battle there is 109 and is it 60?
58.
58. Okay, thank you.
I believe 58 is the blue accents. So that is your fight for 5th in GTU there. Other notes: 38 pits in GP1.
Yes.
So they went just about an hour and a half.
I mean, that's very nearly twice as long as the PC number 44.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I mean, the PCR is going so quickly at the moment, it almost doesn't matter. However, how do we feel about this new 17 exit camera here, guys?
I like it. It works.
Better than the one under the bridge? What are we thinking?
I would say no. Only because the previous shot showed the cars moving under the bridge, which is what makes 17 so iconic.
Yeah, so the problem that we're having over there at turn 17 is that it's just a giant pad of concrete on top, and the camera is on top of a concrete barrier, and all that stuff does just reflects heat.
Yeah.
I mean, it just bounces all the energy and the heat back into the air, and these cameras just tend to bake anytime they're adjacent to that much pavement. So the thought by moving it to the exit of 17 was, well, maybe we get it up off the pavement and near some grass. It'll help cool things down a little bit over there, and the camera stays up for longer. So far, so good, it appears. Aeroflight is in again to deal with this right-hand side door issue. They've gone from the clear tape now to some proper speed tape, including bright orange. It's a nice touch.
Porsche Boxster of Rockwell Autosport Development sets their quickest lap of the day as they lead in GP2 at the moment. Still owes a pit stop.
I am really enjoying the variety we have in GP2 this weekend.
Yeah. Rebel
Sometimes
Racing is directly behind the 83 at Palomar.
Rockwell in the Porsche Boxster is the lone Porsche representative. We've got a GR86 Cup from BSI. We've got the Lunatic Subaru BRZ, 851 AOA Racing Mazda, a handful of BMWs. I mean, it's a really... haven't necessarily seen that much... well, we haven't seen a whole lot of depth in GP2 this year, but also the variety is something we haven't seen very much as well. And 9 cars this weekend, bonus points on offer, in addition to the bonus points that we get for it being the championship round and the Sun Championship, because we've got quite a bit to play for here. We look at, side by side, 58 up the inside of the number 109.
Job done there for 5th.
We should, actually, hang on 1 second here. Oh, man. I'm having a bad time here with my browser tabs. Oh, and it's getting worse. Oh, my gosh. Yeah. Okay. All right. So let's do this here. Hour and a half gone, just over an hour and a half gone in the Saturday 8-hour enduro from Sebring International Raceway, the Fall Sportscar Classic, Eastern Region Championship finale. We're doing a lot here in 15 hours of racing action from the home of North American sports car and endurance racing. We're going to step aside here on DriversEye Live, take a quick break, say hello to Continental Tires, the single tire supplier in our general production classes. Grab a swig of water and take a deep breath. Return on the other side of this commercial break with more action from the Fall Sportscar Classic here at Sebring International Raceway. Back in a moment.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Back at Sebring International Raceway, the Fall Sportscar Classic rolls on. We're about 95 minutes now into 15 hours of racing action here this weekend. Thanks for being with us, whether you're on the World Racing League YouTube channel or with us here at the track. If you happen to be in the this particular area of Florida, you're more than welcome to come on by, spend a day, or spend the weekend with us here in our final spectator event of 2025. If you are trackside, you are seeing a pretty decent little scrap here for second in GTO. On screen, it's the black and green Mercedes leading the blue and otherwise multicolored Team ACP Tangerine Associates BMW, headed down towards turn number 3. Wiggle from that number 2 on the brakes there as the 200 treadwear tires protest a little bit as it tries to do both lateral and longitudinal movement there. Has to park it in behind the number 44 of PC Racing in a gap that was less than a car length, is now out to probably a second and a half. Finally able to clear that GP1 leading BMW. Now that the general production pit stops have completed. And this battle can continue. Number 2 already beginning to reel that Mercedes back in. And as we said, if we get that move done here, it'll be a move for second in the GTO class. All happening about 1 minute and 2 seconds behind our race leading number 70 Porsche. Our way through the left-handers here at turn 14. Number 2 swings a little bit wide there, in the same location that the team car came to grief yesterday. Actually ended up driver's left. Out in the background there. We see the marks on the white portion of the tire barrier adjacent to where the off-leash motorsports Porsche comes through. Decent little recovery stint here from that Porsche as well. Beginning to close down on the number 2 BMW. Just about a half a mile between them here down the length of the Ullman Straight. Battle carries on here, and that'll come up behind the 999 Cajun Canuck BMW and the HK Motorsports number 221, excuse me, which is itself, I believe, a position battle in GP1. Yes, it is. Battle for 7th. And just hanging on to the GP1 lead lap, bearing in mind the PC number 44 is way out there in the distance. So they both get by the 221. The Mercedes is going to chuck it up the inside of the Cajun Canuck BMW, and that just gives it a little bit more breathing room from that number 2. And again, a margin that was closing goes out in traffic. HK clearing Cajun Canuck. Oh, interesting. Okay, so it's actually not a battle for position because they're separated by 2 laps, despite them being next to each other in the standings. So HK on 37 laps is clear of the 999 in the standings, but not on the road. So actually, this will be to put it 2 laps down from P7 to P8 there. Try and make sense of all that. Aeroflight's back in. The tape didn't hold. Shocker of shockers. Oh, man. Big slide out of the number 44 there at Jean de Bien Bend. Rockwell is in the number 715. Will have been from 3rd place in GP2. Dustin, let's see if we can pick up the battle for the GP2 lead. Less than a second to choose between the Palomar number 83 and the Rebel Racing number 222. And for the yellow-nosed Palomar E36. Oh, there they are. Out of turn number 17. Like a pro, man. Dustin Allis does it again. Sports Emmy. What I say. I don't care what JT says. I almost said RJ. I don't care what JT says about you. Head off down into turn number 1. 333 goes up the inside of the 2nd place car. They're all going to have to navigate, I believe, the Rockwell car here on corner exit. It's putting it a lap down. I know the Rockwell car has been in after an hour and 40 minutes on this opening stint. But he's kind of tiptoeing at the moment through the first sector. Oh! 83, are they going to keep it out of the wall? Nope. Bounces off the tire wall there to driver's right, just behind our timing pylon on the exit of turn number 5. JT, it looks and feels like that's just a classic case of a driver being distracted by the traffic around them. That car's been rock solid and steady through this opening stanza of our Saturday 8-hour enduro here. And in some awkward moments there in traffic, it looks like I just got the car a little bit sideways overcorrected, and once it was speared out towards the tire wall, there was nothing it could do to get it stopped.
I mean, yeah, I've looked back on it, and it gets loose on entry during the initial rotation, turning into 5. And, the driver's, just trying to hold on the best they can, but they have a good, 60, 70 foot slide that they're trying to save. And it just, unfortunately, wasn't something they were able to do.
Yeah, I mean, look, in endurance and multi-class racing in particular, you are working quite hard to project where the cars around you are going to be, right? Because you've still got to worry about the business of driving your car and not, keeping it between the white lines, let's say. The more energy you put into worrying about where somebody is in your mirrors, or maybe they go from your rear view mirror to the side view mirror and you're trying to pick out where they're going to be, in the middle of a complex like 3, 4, and 5, where the road is constantly moving from left to right to left, it doesn't take much of a hesitation or a lapse in concentration to the road ahead of you to end up with the car doing something you don't anticipate it doing. And with the 333 being there, the 70 was there as well, all while they were trying to defend from the Rebel Racing number 222. I just wonder if it was a momentary glimpse into a mirror mid-corner there to try and pick up the faster cars and give them some room. And it just, put that car in a position where it wasn't going to be kept out of the wall. The 909 is in. That's the all yellow NP01 from Automatic Racing, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yep, 909 is in. Incidentally, with the right-hand door open.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Iron Reaper Motorsports says, do you know who's currently driving the 41? We do not. Unfortunately, or I suppose fortunately, while we don't have driver ID available to us yet, it is a stated goal now of the series to get that incorporated into the broadcast. Driver ID information to this point has been more or less confidential with the Flagtronics driver ID pucks. They've been mandatory for a while. Hasn't been exposed beyond the local network here, the Flagtronics network here at the track. Do we anticipate that being available for Circuit of the Americas?
Ooh.
Which, yes. Joseph's going to have to get to. But more on that as we approach the first weekend in December. That's another element of discussion, talking points. And, I mean, JT, for an event that has featured NASCAR Cup Series drivers and champions, Australian Supercars drivers and champions. Oh, was Will Brown a champion? Maybe not. I don't remember. Anyway, it does tend to bring together multiple disciplines of professional drivers and to come and mix, what we're already doing on a race-by-race basis here in the World Racing League and give us another layer of information and something to talk about through what promises to be another pretty epic and hopefully significantly drier conclusion to the World Racing League schedule compared to what we had last year.
Yeah, it's something we've been looking forward to for a long time, couple years. So it'll be really, really good to have that.
I can't believe I'm about to say this out loud, but hour and 45 minutes in, all green.
All good things.
Closest we got was that number 779 blowing. It almost looked like to a halt down at turn number 16, but was able to carry on down the Ullman Straight and get back home.
Yeah, a couple slow cars, and then we just recently had the 83 give us a small scare in turn 5. But continued on, so doesn't look too worse for the wear, judging by the last lap time. 35.9. So I mean that's right there on the GP2 pace at the moment. All right, so Roberts Racing and the 58 from Stratus continue to fight back and forth. Currently fighting for 4th in G2 as the 59 had come in just a few laps ago for a pit stop. As the 60 hits pit lane now. You see going through the shot there, that maroon red NP01 Roberts Racing just behind the black and blue 58 Stratus Racing MP01. Those cars currently about 7 seconds behind the number 1 from round 3 Racing. The white and blue MP01 comes to shot now, followed by
the first one.
148. Yes.
Yeah, the first white and blue.
Yeah, the 4048 has it's hard to tell, but it's like splotches of color.
Yeah. Yeah, it's almost like if you were to just dip a like a brush into some paint and then just let it splatter, and do that with a couple of different colors. It kind of looks like that.
58 on the inside into turn 3 gets the move done. Those cars continue to swap that position back and forth.
I wish we had this Roberts car a little bit more consistently in WRL competition. The pace is right there consistently with the Stratus cars. And for as infrequently as we see them, usually just maybe 4 or 5 races a year, tend to take the fight. Have we seen the big news out of hypercar adjacent racing this morning?
I have not no.
Oh, we are about to live the dream, my friend. So it is now strongly rumored that in the Asian Le Mans Series, hypercars are coming to the Asian Le Mans Series, right? We know that. But the first entrant in hypercars in the Asian Le Mans Series is now likely to be Bob Barrage Motorsports with 2 privateer wingless Peugeot 9X8s, the original gen. Yes. Those cars finally into privateer hands is awesome. Might be desperately uncompetitive, but who cares?
Winning that gets an auto entry to Le Mans.
I think so.
There we go. Be worth it then.
Hype.
Ooh, looks like Robert's coming in the pit. Yep.
Yep, and with now an hour 52 gone, pretty much right on cue.
I believe we last saw them at Daytona this year.
I will take your word for it.
They got a second place at Road America.
That feels like so long ago.
Yeah, right? Ironically, behind the 58. Yeah, Daytona was, I think, also the last time we saw Polecat.
Yep.
They were very competitive at Mid-Ohio, if I recall correctly, but they did run into issues.
Be back at Road America, same time as 2025 for what'll be the fourth round, of the 2026 World Racing League season. But not going to be coming from Mid-Ohio anymore. 3 weeks prior, the way out west, Thunderhill Raceway Park makes its debut on the World Racing League Championship calendar. Round number 3 will be out there in Glenn County, just about an hour and a half north of Sacramento. I'm trying to remember what my old Thunderhill line was. I think it was something like an hour and a half north up the I-5 corridor or something like that. the Glenn County seat out there in Laurels. Home race for Ryan West, of course, as well. And hopefully a really cool opportunity to mix the teams that we get on kind of the national tour in the World Racing League with some first-timers, some local squads to California, Nevada, Utah, Oregon, Washington for that, to come out and play at a track that's a little bit closer to home for them. We did see at Utah, JT, our WRL debut out at Burt Brothers Motor Park this year really opened the door up for local teams to take the fight to the very best in all 4 of our classes, frankly. It was really, really cool stuff. Blaze Racing took 2 wins. Zalus came out and played and took a car that was by their own admission, pretty uncompetitive, to an excellent strat for the lead right through to the end of the race. You see that car's for sale, by the way?
Yes.
That will remain, I think, for a long time in my DriversEye Live career here as one of the funniest storylines.
Yes, definitely.
Having a team buy a new M2 Club Sport, taking all the aero off it, trash talking their car all weekend long, and then putting it up for sale.
Much trash talking.
5 weeks later. That's all they did. Both drivers came up to the booth. If you weren't with us at Utah, it was just one of the funniest things. Both drivers from Zalus came up in separate interviews and talked about, oh, well, we moved on from the E36. You know, we bought this M2 Club Sport. We're kind of feeling it out. It does nothing well, and we hate it. To the point that we're not going to do anything to it because we need an exit strategy for the car. We got to find a way out from this thing.
It doesn't do this. It doesn't do that. Meanwhile, they're running like first or second at the time.
I mean, they were coming to the white flag. They were side by side for the GP1 lead. Right? I mean, maybe you make a case that, well, they would have just romped the GP1 field if they had the E36.
I don't know.
I don't either. That's the thing, is I get it, did things fundamentally differently than the old car did, but man, I mean, to be that unhappy behind the wheel of any race car and to be fighting for a class lead as you do it is a little bit difficult for me to make sense of. But I suppose if you're not having fun, why are we bothering? Fair enough, as we jump on board the BMW Motorsport BMW M4, F82. If this steering wheel input is correct, and I haven't looked in the upper left-hand corner of the screen here to marry what I'm seeing on the telemetry with what's actually happening, this looks like a very unhappy race car. Duck in behind the number 2 here, onto the brakes pretty early. Watch that steering wheel input through turn 17 here. Maybe because it's a constant radius corner, you're not going to get a lot of the back and forth kind of hacksawing. I'll tell you what, between 15 and 16, it did not look like a race car I'd want really any parts of.
Yeah, 15 and 16 is hard because there's definitely a lot of lateral movement while you're going over significant bumps.
Sure.
Also keep in mind, most likely how they've, tuned these BMWs, they're probably a bit on the heavier side.
We're going to show the nose here? Maybe not intentionally.
By the way, cautiously, just in case.
Just real quick here, JT. We had a change for second in GTO with the off-leash motorsports number 41 jumping the number 40 out on track, and then immediately after that, the number 40 into the pit lane with that Mercedes AMG GT4. So they do give up the position on track from second to third, and then they'll probably drop a couple of more spots, or already have dropped a couple of more spots, as they make their second pit stop of the morning.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because the 2 had been in third, I believe. I can't recall if the 41 caught them before the pit stops started again. I know they were gaining on them. So that should be something to keep in mind in terms of where the 40 or the 41 will come out.
We just worked to clear hour number 2 of action here from the Fall Sportscar Classic. Reminder, you are watching the World Racing League and listening to DriversEye Live. Brendan Kazmarek and JT Tammy on the microphones. This will be all weekend. No sim racing for you this weekend, JT. This has kind of been your norm.
Yeah, it's nice.
Dustin Ollis is with us on production, although not physically with us. We're all in separate places anyway, so it doesn't matter. But from his home studio, guiding us through the track sides and the onboards here. 72 slides a bit wide on the way into 17. Appreciate all of your company. 244 of you with us on this fine Saturday morning. It'll become Saturday afternoon here in about an hour's time. And racing remarkably close to sunset here, it has to be said. Sunset officially is right around 5:40. Clocks haven't gone back. Checkered flags at 5, so I'm thinking of a golden hour. And I'm trying to remember, JT, obviously when we did the 24-hour and in the years that immediately followed, we were racing in October, right around Halloween. So the clocks hadn't gone back yet. I don't recall if the clocks had gone back when we did this race last year. I think it was a week earlier.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Or sorry, I think the clocks went back a week later because of where that date fell.
The WRL race was a week earlier.
Okay. Yeah, it's possible the clocks actually went back on the WRL weekend, to be honest with you. And we raced towards not quite a sunset on the Saturday, but we had similar lighting conditions on the Sunday. I just don't really remember us being kind of pushing this close to sunset. Non-zero chance I'm pulling cameras in the dark here. It's normally just reserved for Coda, I have to be honest.
Yeah, I must admit, my only experience of putting up and pulling cameras here was in the dark,
Yeah.
and in the rain, and in the wind.
Sorry, JT.
Yeah, I like that you put the guy with the issue with heights up on the scaffolding in turn 3.
That scaffolding's not there anymore.
No, it's not.
And to be fair, you didn't have to climb the scaffolding. It had steps, right? But like that does make, in my mind anyway, that made it a little bit better because I'm also not big on heights. But I get it.
There were steps, but there were also like bars and straps going across. So you kind of had to navigate around those.
Got it.
While the tower swayed.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Rapscallion into the pit lane with the 644.
Okay.
Pit stop for the number 1 as well.
That's out of 4th and GP1. They weren't too far behind Blaze at the time. It's going to be interesting to see where that 644 comes out in relation to the 64 from Open Throttle, which had been running up in 3rd, I believe, at the moment, slightly ahead of that car. See the 41 Porsche clearing the 72 PMW Motorsports BMW. So by the looks of it, the 2 from ACP Tangerine did clear the 41 here, I think. Or no, the 41 has yet to pit. The number 2 did clear the 40 after the pit stops. Yeah, pit and out lap for the number 40 Mercedes. 5 minutes, 11 seconds. So unfortunately, losing quite a bit of time there in the pit stops for Off-Leash Motorsports.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, JT. Having not seen any of those pit stops, I wouldn't be surprised if most of that is just coming on driver changes. You know, you don't think fuel capacity there would be substantially different, and even if it is, it would be difficult to see losing a minute 20, a minute 30 on just fuel.
Yeah.
It's also quite warm this morning, as we've already mentioned a couple of times, and quite possible that they are considering early tires or changing tires more frequently, bearing in mind, on the Porsche in particular, that it's that car's first race. Managing the life cycle of those things a little bit. Sport becomes a problem. Temperature up to a cool 82.2, 28 centigrade. 59% humidity in it. Increasing breeze, I'd say already more than we saw really at any point yesterday. So maybe just taking some of the sting out of that humidity.
I believe our GTO leader has pit.
That will be Round Theory Racing number 70, and I would concur with you, JT, as has the PC Racing number 44. This stint, hour and 7 minutes, so better than stint number 1, but still considerably shorter than we've seen out of most of the other GP1 runners. In particular, the Palomar number 38 plays number 118.
Yeah, it looks like they coming from the lead with a bit over a minute's gap back to the 927 Fast Track Racing. Here comes PC into shot. So relatively quick stop for them. Also coming into shot, Rebel Racing, GP2 leader. Currently 43 seconds in hand over the 83 from Palomar.
Did they already run the F1 sprint this morning?
Probably by now.
Yeesh. That is early. Honestly, I didn't even know what was happening. I knew the WEC race was going on, but
Yeah, no, there's Sao Paulo. That might also be because I believe they're having weather issues this weekend.
did see that. Yes.
Yeah, it sounded like they were in for quite a bit of rain and winds.
Listen, nothing we couldn't handle here in the World Racing League.
Looks like Heraflight continues to have issues with the right-hand side door.
It's closed now. I just
It
noticed
did
it as
it
came
didn't
by.
look like no, it's not fully closed.
Oh, it wasn't start finish.
I assume it's start finish. There's enough air moving over the car that it's kind of forcing the door closed. But when they turn, or
Oh yeah.
yeah, you can see it's
Oh, you know what? I bet it swings shut through 17, and then as it speeds, yeah. I wonder if it just unlatches
the
itself
air's
again.
keeping it down.
Yeah. Got to be tremendously distracting as a driver.
Oh, absolutely.
At a certain point, you try and tune it out, but like just constantly swinging around and knowing that, yeah, it's gonna swing open, slam shut on you at various points is want no parts of that.
I'm curious.
Mike Anderson does say tape is not effective, but it is now very orange, which is exactly my thought when it came by. I was like, wow, that is unique livery edition on that car.
At what point do they pull out the mallet and just start hammering on it?
I don't know what else. What else can you do? I mean, fix the latch, I guess. Yeah. It is interesting to have noted the life cycle of those Depaco NB01s. We saw JT when that car debuted in not really even endurance trim back at the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill 10 years ago. Probably in 2015, I think that car
something like that.
Initial start out there had a lot of mechanical issues. It was not easy to service. The 87 pulls out into the slow lane here, directly alongside the 41, who's into the pit lane from the lead in GTO. Makes things a little awkward for that 41 to get into its pit stall here down at the end of pit lane. Anyway. That car was not easy to service. It wasn't easy to make repairs on. And over the years, or as the races in the years went on, it became much more modular and easy to fix, easy to repair things. The pieces of bodywork that came off were smaller, and you had to take fewer of them off to get to whatever you needed to get to. This is maybe not one of those things that you would think is a common issue, right? I don't know how serviceable they've made replacing the door over the last 10 years, because I don't know how commonly it's become an issue.
Yeah, I can't recall, at least in terms of WRL, seeing this issue before.
Yeah, and oddly, it's happened on 2 cars, because it's obviously happened with the 908 this morning as well. This, by the way, the off-leash Mercedes and the 70 round 3 Porsche, I believe I'm right in saying, JT, is to put the off-leash Mercedes a lap down.
Correct. Yeah, so the Mercedes is seconds away from being put a lap down here.
Yeah, while running 5th in class, to be clear. Having given up spots to the 87 Stoic Racing Toyota Supra and the number 2 ACP Tangerine BMW. Notice they dropped the associates from that team name back at Watkins Glen. It really threw me for a loop.
Oh, did they?
It just says on Red Mist, it just says ACP Tangerine.
Looks like a bit of traffic here coming into 17. Believe that's the 60 Stratus coming through now, and the 908 Automatic Racing, I believe I saw ducking onto pit road there. They'll be pitting out a second in GTU. Keep in mind the 60 and the 59 had been nose to tail for the first hour and a half or so. Unfortunately, at that point, I believe some pit stops have separated them a bit more, so that gap between the 60 and the 59 currently at about 25 seconds. A little bit further behind, battle for 4th continues on with the number 1 round 3 racing MP01 being chased by the 58 from Stratus Racing. The number 1 round 3 entry is your blue and white livered round 3 MP01, the number 10 being the red and white one. The number 10, additional 44 seconds behind them at the moment. Seems like most cars in the class currently, competitive time being around a 2:19. The 59 doing a 2:19 flat last time by. 58, 2:19.5. Number 10, 2:19.9. Ooh, coming across the line, the 58, just 2/10 behind. Gonna look to the inside here going into turn 1, not gonna be enough. Number 1 holds on to that position. They're gonna have quite a bit of GTO traffic ahead though. Yep, still round 3 ahead of Stratus here, going through turn 7. The 908 just slightly ahead up the road. I believe they are still due at the moment.
And what battle are we watching here, JT?
We are watching the fight for 4th in GTU between the number 1 and the 58.
Got it.
As one gets a little bit of traffic here, clears Lagunatics inside of ACP, and looks like to the inside of Hamafa here, going through 16.
Hello to Erwin, who's joined us in the chat this morning. Ooh. Erwin, you've got a little bit of local interest here. That Hamafa car, red M4, headed just through the entry to turn 17 there. Not quite the Netherlands. Our Belgium.
Yeah, in this last lap, passing the Ford Mustang.
Yeah, quiet morning for that Ford Mustang. Really had the chance to talk about it much. The pit stop for the number 41, by the way, 4:56 out lap. So another long stop, but not quite as long as it was for the Mercedes. They've managed to, I was going to say they stuck it into 3rd, but now actually slipped back to 4th behind the Stoic Racing number 87 Supra.
Yeah, so unfortunately, longer stops for off leash.
Yeah. This sounds to me like room to improve, JT. Oh, the 40 has come through as well, so it's actually lost a spot to the Team Mercedes. Oh, stop drivers left at 17. Car 41. That's why it's dropping positions, because it hasn't come through. Dustin, can we pick up the exit camera, see if we can maybe pick it up underneath the bridge? Pull the pylon, maybe? No, so it's even earlier in the corner than that. It'll be way out in the paved pad there at the exit of 17, or the entry to 17, excuse me. I wonder if this is going to be our first full course yellow of the day. Starter does have a pair of yellow squares in hand. Interestingly, if you were going to make a case for an area where you could do a hot pull, depending on how far off track it is. Nope, there we go. Full course yellow. I'm going to say, depending on how far off track it is, you could pull the car out the back door, basically right in front of where this camera is.
Mm-hmm.
That is not the case. So, 2 hours and 18 minutes. Non-stop green flag racing comes to its conclusion here. It's temporarily. Not a bad opening stint here. And it has to be said, there were some questions coming into this weekend about where all the cars were. The last time we were here, I think we had 75 on the list at entry, or at registration. Ended up starting the race with right around 60 or 65 cars. Last week we had 49 on the entry list, and by the time we got here, it was about 44. I don't know actually how many did we have take the start this morning. Start by overall. 41
42.
Cars take the green.
Oh yeah, 41. There you go.
Yeah, 41, because we didn't have the 555 from Bruce Innovations. 41 cars take the green. It's not quite the size field we're used to here, particularly at Sebring, but that being said, it has given us a really nice opportunity to settle into some really good action this morning, and everywhere you look, you're able to find something to talk about, something to follow, and something kind of impactful, which has been a lot of fun, and something we unfortunately didn't really get up at Watkins Glen. Had so many interruptions early on, even with the Code 35s. So, we'll pause things here for the moment. Safety car will pick up the Heraflight 247, which will have been the next car in line behind the overall race leader, procedure here in the World Racing League. This is a bit of a bummer here, obviously. That number 41 off-leash Motorsports Porsche that's come to rest on the outside of turn number 17. I think it was becoming increasingly clear, JT, that it wasn't going to take the fight to the round 3 Porsche on overall execution, let's say, by virtue of its longer pit stops. But the pace was there, at the very least, to be really interesting throughout the rest of the 5.5 hours or so here. And there's nothing saying they won't get that car back out, but early on in the development for that car, it is a bummer to not have it, even if it's just temporary. Now, I'm going to step outside, just out back here real quick, JT, and see if I can figure out where exactly that car has come to a stop.
Yeah.
I should be able to see it from the balcony here. Just give me a minute on that.
All good. I'm going to draw attention to GP1 at the moment. This full course yellow comes at a good time for fast track racing, who was due a stop anyways. So I do believe this will once again hand the lead to PC Racing, who at the time only 8 seconds behind. However, this is going to put fast track not too far behind them once we go back to green. I believe 38 Palomar is also going to be taking advantage of the full course yellow. I believe most likely Blaze Racing will. Oh, yep, there we go. The Porsche taking the escape road for 17 on drivers right there by the flag stand. Under tow. Lights are still on the Mercedes safety car at the moment. We'll keep an eye on that.
Just a quick note, by the way. Timing should update here shortly. It's not behind, but the flag status hasn't updated because we are deploying an in-race update to our timing systems. Stand by for that. That's sorted here shortly.
All right, so this is also going to close the gap in GP2 as well, currently at about 50 seconds between our leading Rebel Racing BMW and the BMW from Palomar, the 83. ACP, the number 2 here, had been about 2 minutes behind Round 3 Racing Porsche, leading GTO. That gap's going to close. I believe Stoic Racing was also on the lead lap. So crucial for them. We'll see a couple pit takers here. Looks like PC Racing coming in the top off. Open Throttles coming in. Here should be coming Blaze Racing as well. As we see the 24 from Montgomery Motorsports back out there. Sorry, Bruce Innovations. And comes in number 2 as well. That's a good call. Might as well top off.
Sending more cars or more trucks. Beat the track? Is that what that's about? Huh. Interesting. This isn't not the 12-hour, man.
All right, so I believe now this is going to put the Mercedes back onto the lead lap. As the 70 had pit.
Yeah, well, only just. Remember, there's no wave around here. And the 70 wasn't the overall leader anyway. So if anything, this has, am I right in saying this has split GTO? Oh no, because the number 2 is still in there.
So the 2 came down pit road with the 70, I believe. So I believe here comes the 70 here. Need to see if the 87 came in again or not. The important thing is since the 40 stayed out.
87 is in now.
Okay, so that's your GTO top 3 won't really change. The 40 having stayed out behind the safety car is now back on the lead lap here.
Right. Yep. It's a good call. I like that. Dustin, can we update that timing link? Thanks.
This will also close up that GTU gap as well between the 16 to 59, which had been about 24 seconds when we went to yellow. It's actually going to bunch up most of the GTU field here. The 908 coming across the line here at not too much ahead of the number 1 from Round 3 Racing and the 58 of Stratus Racing. Yeah, coming through shot here. 1, 2, 3 there. So that will be your fight for third.
In GTU, correct?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm trying to reorganize all of both the mental and literal tabs I have open at the moment. Make some sense of what we're all seeing here.
Yeah, so basically 3rd, 4th, and 5th in GTU are nose to tail. 1st and 2nd, just a little bit up ahead of them in the queue. Fortunately, the safety car picked up the 10. So they unfortunately did not get a lap back. But they will.
Well, the safety car picked up the 247, who I think was in and around the 10. So when the 247 came in, it just happens that the 10 was the next car in line.
Yeah, unfortunate timing for them. So they will not get their lap back, but they will lead the field to green though. I think the lights are off.
Yeah, it looks like
Mercedes.
it. They've, I think they've sent the safety vehicles over to their at 13. Yeah, correct, Dustin. Thank you. So yeah, lights out on the safety car. We're gonna go back to green after just, I think, 2 laps under full course yellow. Green flag waves. The number 10 picks up the pace out of turn number 17. We go back to racing at the Fall Sportscar Classic. ETU fast and frantic there, out of the final corner and onto the front straightaway.
Both cars jumped the 908, both the 1 and the 58.
And that's in the battle for third, correct?
Third in GTU. Yep.
Okay.
1 defends on the inside going through turn 1.
I think the 60 jumped the 10 there as well. So that puts him a lap down. That's a slow AOA MX-5. Awkward on the way through Big Bend here. Got to mind their P's and Q's, stay to driver's right as much as they can. I don't know, this car might come to a stop. We may get another full course yellow, which is a really difficult outcome for that number 10. Would have only needed to hang on here for about a lap or 2 if indeed we were to go back to full course yellow. If that car isn't able to make it back around, and I think it's just come to a stop here, kind of behind, behind the breeze from where I sit, but you can just see it. Oh yeah, I gotta pull that teleprompter back up because it hung on me earlier.
So, if we do go full course yellow right here, who's the safety car pick up?
Could pick up the 60.
So that will let the 10 back on the lead lap, and that, well,
no, because the 10 it dropped the position.
Yeah.
See if I remember how to do this.
Woohoo!
There's your. Is that the 85 we ended up deciding? 851.
851 is their They're
MX-5.
MX-5.
Yeah. Clear that. Anyway,
Yeah.
we'll go pick up the rest of the field and see what they decide to do with this NC. The one in the Stratus sandwich there through turn number 16 and onto the back straightaway.
Yeah, that's
Good
the
stuff.
59, 1, and 58, and the 908 just behind them. Looks like, yeah, the one will lead into Sunset.
Yeah, was able to jump the 58 there.
No, the
Down the back
59.
straightaway.
Yep.
Wait, sorry, what?
The 59. 58 was behind them.
Oh, I see. Okay, sorry. Oh,
Yeah.
we're going to go try and do this with a hot pull. All right.
Cool.
Yeah. It is in an acceleration zone as opposed to on the outside of a proper corner, so that does help a little bit. Everybody, again, mind the white flags. Eventually, they're going to have to cross over to driver's left here. Excuse me. Bring all right in front of the 70 here, and much of the field, as Dustin just said in our ear, is going to have to navigate the Allen J safety team here on driver's right, and eventually they're going to have to get to the other side of the track. First truck has done it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars in a row, and they just keep coming. I think they're going to get a gap here in a moment. Jump between PC and open throttle here. That would be the time. Nope. Not able to get it done. I think there's a gap here behind the next open throttle car. There we go. Good work from everybody involved, including the corner marshals. And thank you to all of our corner marshals who are here this weekend. Of course, the team broadcast channel that WRL uses on the radio frequency will have alerted everybody to the fact that they were going to be dispatching vehicles to go pick up this AOA car. However, all pretty touch and go in real time. Lose another camera there, Dustin? Oh, okay.
Quick GTO update. The 87 Stoke Racing Toyota Supra did get past the number 2 ACP Tangerine BMW. Second in GTO. Currently about 11.5 seconds behind the Porsche Cup car from round 3 racing, the number 70.
We hadn't mentioned this, by the way. Finish up your thought, JT. Then I want to.
I was going to say the 669 Rapscallion, just about 2 seconds behind the 419 Hamofa Motorsport BMW in 4th. Forza Motorsports just about a second behind them as well.
We hadn't mentioned, by the way, but the off-leash Motorsports Mercedes has lost 2 laps now. For the round 3 racing number 70. Some of that will have been pit stops, but...
that would also be a penalty as well.
Oh, didn't know that. Okay. The penalty. 2 laps. Fuel jug's not in compliance. I do want to turn our attention to GP1, where we've got the 4 lead cars in the class within 16 seconds. He's just come across the line, and they'll have about half of that in hand over the 927 of Fast Track, who itself is going to be defending from the 118 of Blaze. Just 3.6 seconds to choose between them, and then about another 4 seconds, almost exactly, back to Palomar in the number 38. So there's the 44. Then free wide at the exit of turn number 1 will include, I think the Fast Track car was in that battle.
Yeah. There it is coming through shot just ahead of 64. Blaze Racing just a couple cars behind.
779 and 83 come through start-finish together. Incidentally, not a battle for position. 2 laps now between Palomar and Lagunatic Racing, which is pretty surprising, honestly. Not the way I anticipated this championship battle to shake out. Remember, it's Rebel Racing. Actually, let me pull that up here and so we're all correct.
Yeah, they lost quite a bit of time a while ago, around lap 30.
It's Rebel Racing leading on the road. However, Lagunatic came into the race weekend leading the points on 74. Rebel Racing 222 on 72. And then Palomar in the number 83 on 70 points. So not really taking into account the drop situation for their Eastern Region Championship. If this were to hold, would almost certainly put Rebel Racing up into the points lead with just tomorrow's 7-hour finale to come. He comes through, does a 2:33. That time, Blaze has jumped the 927. Change for second in GP1 as they come across the line and head towards turn number 1. Blaze now the quickest of the quickest of all the cars in GP1. AOA Racing notwithstanding, although I'm not sure that the 85 is circulating at the moment. It is. They're way down the order. That is the open throttle. I'm sorry, not the open throttle car. That is the fast track car you saw just coming through your shot a minute ago. There goes Blaze, leaving the shot, and then that all-black BMW M2 is the fast track number 927. So Blaze Racing in the 118 E36 sets their sights after the E46 of PC Racing, just about 12 seconds up the road now. Viewership continues to climb this morning. Thanks for being with us, everybody. Part of the Fall Sportscar Classic Eastern Region Championship Finale weekend here at Sebring International Raceway. JT, you were about to say.
Yeah, I was going to say keep an eye on the 38 Palomar. Last time through, they were about 3 seconds quicker than that fast track BMW. Coming through a shot there.
Yeah, at the moment, that appears to be just the fast track car not having the pace rather than anybody else increasing their pace. As such.
Yeah, most cars seem to be around the 32, 33 second mark after 2 minutes. Fast track last lap a 2:37.5.
Hamofa and Stoic together down the front straightaway. Was that a battle for position? No, because of course Stoic is up into P2.
But that is important because
Forza and Hamofa
is right there. Yeah, Forza retaking fourth.
Headed into turn 3. There is Forza in the mostly white BMW, and Hamofa directly behind them in the black and red M4. Similar cars there.
Yeah, Stoic behind in the red Supra, and then just a couple seconds behind that, you have the number 2 AC Tangerine BMW coming through shot here.
Good stuff so far. Let's stick with this battle for a while. And we have the onboard from the number 144 as well. Though I'm not. Do they have a rear-facing camera as part of that onboard? A lot of times, teams will opt for a driver camera setup instead of a rear-facing camera setup. Live stream. We'll follow this one from trackside then here for a little while longer. They work their way towards the north end of this 3.7-mile layout, down towards Cunningham Corner, turn 10. Back to the left and approach Tower Turn. Hamofa has let the 87 through. That's a second-place car in GTO. Kind of cedes that position as they work into that right-hander there at turn number 13. Forza looks like maybe just having to breathe out of the throttle there on the approach to Jean de Bien Bend. And wow, Mofus dropped a lot of time here just in the last half lap or so. And indeed, ACP is going to, well, I thought they were going to scoot up the inside there. Remember, that is not a battle for position. That's actually for ACP to put a lap on the Hamofa car in fifth.
Yeah. Do keep in mind, though, not too far behind those guys is the 669 Rapscallion Ligier, which will be for position with Hamofa.
That's a good point. Yeah, and with Hamofa having dropped time on this lap, the number 2 clears them.
Yeah, about 2-second gap now.
Well, conveniently, we do have an onboard for the 669 as well. So let's see how this chase goes as Hamofa scoots up the inside of the AOA number 85, 55, 85.
That would have been the 55 AOA.
Yeah, 55. Thank you. Yep, there we go. So the small task of that AOA BMW to deal with here on the run into turn number 7. Jump on the brakes. Next car ahead is that Mofa M4. Great sound from this Ligier JS2R. Awkward picking out your braking zone there, or your braking point there for turn number 10. It's roughly around the 350 marker, but there's no marker there, so you're kind of judging your distance between 400 and 300, maybe using a trackside object to firm up your braking point there. To be too conservative than too aggressive there. Especially because you're dealing with pavement changes all the way into and through the apex of turn number 10. Just where the grass starts on driver's left as you work into 15. Back on the throttle at the apex. Accelerating here. Could use a little bit more road to the left, but it's off camber in that transition back to the right.
This is where the BMW is going to gain some ground.
Yeah, good point. 10 miles an hour was the straight line speed differential we saw earlier on this morning. Low 130s for the Ligier down the back straight, low 140s for most of the M4s. Approaching 130 miles an hour again here on the way into turn number 1. See how much Ligier closes on the way into 1, although it's a bit shallow there. So has to wait to pick up the throttle at the apex there before drifting out to the apex curb. Very different line compared to that Hamofa M4. 3, 4, and 5. Hamofa here not quite being held up, but only a car length or two to choose between them and the number 91 FPRS Motorsports Ford Mustang that sits ahead of it. And again, that M4 just draws away ever so slightly. And some of these longer straights, Ligier closes in on the brakes, and we do it all again. On the whole, they seem to be pretty evenly matched, other than that Hamofa BMW just giving up chunks of time in kind of periodic intervals. Yeah, he dabs the brakes there through 11. A wiggle of the car there. Really underdrive this Ligier to stay in behind that BMW, working their way into 13. I've just been joined by a guest here who has admitted they need a minute, having just gotten out of their respective race cars. So we'll let that happen.
Enjoy the AC.
What's that?
Enjoy the AC.
Oh, you like those ones in particular?
Are they the pink earmuffs?
Sorry, what's that? What'd you say? No, I misheard him. He's reminding me he's deaf. I told him, just have at it, man. Whatever you got to do on the monitor here is all you. You ready to go?
Yes.
All right. Scott, man.
I don't know.
Out of, not just out of the 118 camp, but literally out of the 118.
Yes.
Welcome.
Yes, well, thank you very much. I just needed an excuse to come up and absorb your air conditioning. It's awesome up here. Compared to some of the places that I've actually sat side by side with you, this is awesome. The view is amazing. The humidity is nice and low, and it's super chilly on the inside. The electronics are happy, and thank you very much for the opportunity to be able to say hello.
Yeah, adding a little insult to injury with our cameras out there baking in the Florida sunshine and humidity at the moment.
Yep.
As the Homotha BMW goes a little bit wide down there at turn number 10. I said to you when you came in, Scott, normally we see you up here in the booth, you're looking very clean and refreshed and not sweaty. And it's like, oh, Scott's just been calling strategy. But you took the green flag this morning and a nice, cool 2.5 hour stint behind the E36.
Well, it's Florida, so you can't be clean and refreshed. You're always sweaty, unless, of course, you're up here in this booth. Yes, I did the first two, basically the first stint, the first under 3 hours, one fuel stop in between, so we'll call it 2 stints if you want to look at it by fuel stops, and I had a blast. So I generally do often drive. But being the team principal, most of the time the team principal's, benefits being on the other side of the wall and calling strategy and things like that.
Sorry to interrupt, guys, but we have a car exit of turn 16, driver's right, I believe into the wall. That might have been Forza?
Do we have that Forza on board still? Yes, we do. That's a good call, JT. And it looks like that car's looped it on the throttle. You can see the telltale tire marks leading up to the point of impact there. I'm actually not sure that car has made it all the way to the tire wall. It looks like it's caught the concrete there to driver's right. And the windshield wipers on as well. But that car, I suspect, is likely not to go any further. And almost certainly this will give us another full course yellow here as we jump on board the HK car coming up to the scene of the crime. Scott, you were.
No, it's okay. The most important thing is it looks like the driver is moving.
Okay, yeah.
It looks like he's okay. Yes, you can see where it's looped around. That was great camera work there to the production staff. I mean, this is a hallway of walls in a lot of areas. Sebring is by no means a forgiving track if you decide that the paved surface is not where you belong. Yeah.
So let's turn we're going to go full course yellow here. And no surprise there. That is in obviously in an impact zone. We literally just had an impact there. So that will be another quick reset here. Anyway, Scott, your opening stint here.
Yes.
I mean, PC kind of got after it right at the front of GP1, and we saw them scoot away out to something like a minute lead. Yeah. You guys seem pretty content.
They have the magic button.
Oh, sure.
They just did, yeah. It's not push to pass; it's push to win.
Is it right?
They just took off. They ran away. They hid.
Yeah, but you guys seem content to just kind of let that happen. You say, okay, we're just gonna run our pace, run our race, and eventually this will probably come back to us at some point. Let's go do your thing.
Your production booth just said something.
I don't pay attention to him. It's okay.
Oh, got it. Okay. Okay. We did, and the diciness that we had for the first couple of laps between second and third place, that was just a heck of a lot of fun. I don't actually know what that team was. I don't remember. They were just the team in front of me, but it was at the very beginning. But we had a good time. Here's one of the biggest compliments I got to give this group in comparison to up at the Glen weeks ago. the Glen, when you were rolling through the paddock, it looked like a salvage yard. It was just horrid. Whereas the level of consistency, patience, professionalism, racecraft has all been quite extraordinary here. In contrast, it still is a crossover amateur professional series where there is going to be a little bit of interesting, little itchiness and problems and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But for the most part, no, I was really, really happy because I'm tired of repairing cars.
Well, you guys did not have the easiest Saturday in particular from memory
Glen.
at the Glen, in that you barely had a Saturday at the Glen.
Yeah, we didn't even get to turn one without being the meat and the sandwich.
Yeah. You and about 5 other cars, unfortunately.
That's correct. And it took 14 hours to put the car back together again and limp to third place on Sunday. But that is limp to third place. That's pretty good.
It's limping to third place points.
That's
which
correct.
I have on good authority is something you guys are concerned about at the moment.
Yeah, that's the other thing is we're trying to stay out of harm's way. I mean, if we were looking to try to get victories and stuff, I would have pushed a lot harder in my stint. Matt is consistently also an excellent driver. He's who's in right now, and but all three of us, Zach being the last driver, all three of us kind of did one of those. Okay, Sebring will break things. It's not if, it's when it breaks stuff. We did very well last year, even though we were one of the teams that did have a break. This was our first podium in WRL here last year.
Wow.
That's the infancy of our team.
Sure, yeah.
That's the Cinderella story, and here we are leading the national championship with a bunch of trophies that say that we've won some races, and the Midwest Conference as well as the long form conference in GP1. So we have come a long way. Our little teeny weeny tiny 24-foot trailer, our E36 M3, and a whole lot of good wishes from people like you guys.
Yeah, well, it's been fun to follow the team's development over the last couple of seasons. Like you said, it wasn't immediate success for the 118 out of the gate at the beginning of 2024, but you made it through to the end of the season here, picked up your first podium, and obviously the big breakthrough back at Utah. And I think what you said to me back at Utah is, well, we're finishing races now because we found everything that could break, and we've replaced it with things that won't break.
Yes.
But Sebring's kind of an outlier when it comes to reliability, when it comes to breaking things. And I said earlier this morning, it's a place that you never just really feel comfortable that you're going to make it to the end. You just really never know for certain.
True.
With 100%, like, yes, this car is going to make it. Do you feel that down there in the paddock? Do you kind of approach these weekends going, you know what? Oh, we're going to go red flag.
No shoot. Oh, I almost said,
yeah. Interesting. I wonder what the thought is here. This is to do with that incident. It's possible we've got to, and this is something that has happened here before from memory. If there's no tire wall to be rearranged, it's because a car's hit concrete. And if a car's hit concrete, sometimes it can create leading edges in the wall, which necessitates a forklift. And if we're going to be sending forklifts out to move concrete barriers, I wonder if they needed to get the car stopped so they could position the equipment where it needs to go. We actually saw that back at Watkins Glen as well, where they had to rearrange some tire bundles.
Well, and out of abundance of caution, if by chance the impact was such that there was potentially any musculoskeletal isolation that needs to occur, not injury. I'm not saying there's injury. There's no speculation there. But if there needs to be isolation and extracting the driver out of there, just as a caution, going red flag and allowing everything just to kind of chill is a smart thing. That's unfortunate because if you recall back at Road America last year when we were forced off early on by a green car in our class with damage, and then we ended up going off at the carousel and we burst into flames where we got our name Ablaze Racing instead of Blaze Racing.
I do remember that.
Yeah, exactly. That there was no yellow, then there was no once they finally got a yellow, then there was no full course yellow for several laps. Then they never went red flag. I was out of the car at a corner worker station, grabbed a 10-pound fire bottle, went back and put my own fire out. And there was still no red. So in my opinion, this is an excellent safety crew because obviously there is something that is creating a full stop situation. Better be safe than sorry.
Yeah, it's a very quick red. We're already back to full course yellow, and from what I saw, just monitoring the cameras on my own here, I think we've picked up exactly where I was going to go with that, Dustin. I think they've had to go pick up. I wonder if they had to reposition the safety car because somebody took a wave by they weren't meant to. So they've got the AOA Racing M2 Club Sport. I wonder if that's kind of part of this, as well as obviously dealing with the cleanup and recovery down there at the exit of turn number 16. Wouldn't be the first time, and certainly wouldn't be the last. Sporting integrity is one of the most important things we do here, along with, of course, driver, team, and worker safety.
Yeah.
But you want to make sure that if you have the opportunity to get it right, you get it right. And I think that's what we've done here. But we'll wait for the official word on that. Anyway, Scott, how are you guys kind of approaching this weekend? Bearing in mind, you've already wrapped up one championship. You're fighting for another with the GP1 National Championship as well.
Yep.
Car is light. Less fragile than it used to be, but it's still Sebring.
Yep.
And having done 3 races now in 7 weeks, and another big one coming up at COTA in 4 weeks' time.
Yep.
What does Sebring look like for you guys as a team?
The setup was so different than the Glen. Obviously, the Glen is very, very technical. Here, you need a Sherman tank and a whole lot of suspension. At the Glen, ride height was lower, spring rates were stiffer. Here, softer spring rates, changed to the valving on the shocks, raised the ride height, brought the air dam straight down on the ground where it's practically dragging here because there's so much high speed corners here. It just the setup is completely different. Obviously, we nut and bolted everything 10 times.
Of course.
But I think it's driver mentality is one of the biggest things. We since Utah, as you know, we are more of a fuel economy, fuel strategy. Let's do the math and try to get to the end with the greatest amount of efficiency. We went from that to, this is our home track. We're going to kick some tushy, and we're going to go out and beat everybody because Utah, we were fast. And I mean, it's our home track, you know what I mean? And so we knew that if we're going to beat anybody, we're going to beat them on performance. And we did. We took 2 first place. And so that's what catapulted us all the way up to the pointy end of the stick for national and won us the Midwest Conference for WRL. And so that was pretty awesome. So look at the contrast of tracks. You're going from Utah, which is very similar in the complexity as here in Sebring, but considerably smoother. But it does have a lot of curbs and very little elevation and all that sort of stuff. It's also at, it's basically a mile-high track versus a right down on at sea level. And so the tune, a little bit of a compensation for the altitude. And then you look at the setup. The setup has changed 3 times, and every single time we've done really well by the setup. And so performance all of a sudden has become our friend, and we still have the economy. And so we're just figuring it out. Someone said we can do this.
So are you kind of just having those discussions in theory ahead of these race weekends? And okay, how are we going to attack these?
No, I just do
these
it.
15 hours, or do you? Do you actually plan out? Okay, here's what our lap times are like.
I'm the boss. I just say we're going to do
say
it.
This is how we're doing it. I got it. All right. Hey, I mean, look, it's gotten you this far, and this far in air quotes includes a couple of race wins, a couple of podiums, and 2 championships fighting for a third. Right. So difficult to argue with that approach.
Although I will say, 200% credit to our team owner. Jason said a while back, he basically said, Scott, quit taking everybody else's advice and, quit studying every other team and stuff like that. You just do you. Mm-hmm. And he literally he was mad at me. He said, you do you. You've been doing this for such a long period of time. You know how to do this. And I said, but everything that I've tried has just not worked. And they said, was it everybody else's suggestions? And I said, yeah. He said, now start doing what you think you need to do. And ever since then, it's just really turned around for us. And so the car is set up so bizarre. I mean, it's just so weird. It's crazy.
I think I remember back to the first time we talked was back at Eagles Canyon in 2024. And I remember you coming up to the booth on the Saturday there towards the end of the race and basically saying, like, hey, this is a project. This is a program. We're not expecting to be fast right out of the gate.
Yep.
But we're trying to bring drivers up to speed, get a new car up to speed in a really competitive class, which GP1 is.
Yep.
And that you were the person, you weren't the team owner, but you were the person basically tasked with making that happen.
Yes.
I'm not trying to inflate your ego here or anything.
There's,
but
are you kidding me? Back then, you could have said you sucked, and I would have agreed.
but as you go through the process and you take all of your available knowledge and you get a sense of what is surrounding you, right? Who can you trust? Who maybe needs some guidance? Who has a lot to learn?
What vendors to fire?
Sure. Who's got a lot to learn and who is actively learning? Who's not learning? How do you encourage them to learn? How do you make the team better as an entire team rather than just its constituent components? It seems like that has kind of become one of your calling cards. You guys have been able to gel around an identity, around consistent performance, and approaches that are flexible. You don't have to go out there and be lights out all day or all weekend in order to hope to salvage a podium, right? You guys are winning races and scoring points from multiple different angles. And I think watching that progression for Blaze Racing in the number 118, up into the class lead now, by the way.
Hey, that's good.
GP1. Just watching that progression over the last couple of years has been really cool, and seeing it all to come together at your home track at Utah was really, really special. And I'm sure, jumping back behind the wheel this weekend, along with your teammates and the other drivers on board that number 118, as you guys fight for a national championship, it's got to feel good looking back on what the last year and a half has been for you guys.
I appreciate all of that. I really do. There's two things that I got to say. First being, very few team principals actually drive.
Sure. Yeah.
And I think that's one of the things that kind of keeps me in touch. Actually, three things. Number two, I have the greatest team you could ever possibly imagine. These folks, including a lot of the ancillary support teams, some of the adults in the room that don't come to the track, my wife, who's absolutely amazing, Trista, the family that supports and surrounds Jason and Zach, with Jason the owner, Zach being the son of the owner and one of the best drivers I've ever met, and just the enthusiasm that we continue to have as we fight tooth and nail to get to where we are. That right there are two reasons. And here's the third reason, and this is going to be unusual. I have to say that the people in WRL, especially in particular, believe it or not, a huge shout out for Palomar and Andy and the folks over there. They have pushed us like you wouldn't believe, helped us when they knew that we needed help, praised us when they knew that we were coming up and that we're actually a contender. I'll never forget the day that Andy rode up on his little Honda bike and said, no one would have actually thought that you guys would have been, one of X amount of teams here at this particular race. It was actually Sebring last year when he did it, that you guys would have been a contender, and for you guys to actually podium this weekend has blown us all away. And he said, all of the drivers said your driving is exceptional, and and that we get out of the way when we need to get out of the way, and we're competitive and good and side by side and fair and all that sort of stuff. And it was great compliments. And so Andy and the entire team Palomar, we have done everything that we possibly could to help them. They've done the same thing. We continue to be friends. Andy is also talking about a guy that if I ever sat down in a poker room with Andy, or if I saw him in the poker room, I'd say, you win, and walk away. Just hand him all my money. He's got the greatest poker face you could ever possibly imagine. But it is because of him and because of his team and the other teams that have helped us out tremendously that we feel empowered to just fight tooth and nail and get to where we are now. I love this feeling. I just love it.
I mean, it's a lot of what racing is all about, right? It's not about, okay, this is as good as I can be, and I'm just going to do that, and whatever our results are, they are what they are, right? Racing and your growth as a racing driver and as a team are about making yourself better. It's about pushing yourself in competition, competitive settings.
Yes.
To be better as a person, as a driver, as a leader, and watching that progression for you guys And frankly, in the GP1 field around you, I mean, there was a time where it was just Moorhead and PC would escape off into the distance and they would battle it out for first and everybody would fight for the scraps. Obviously, Moorhead has jumped up to GTO, but everybody else has kind of stepped up to fill that void and take the fight to whatever the established power structure was at the top of GP1 to now you're getting some real variation in the way these races pan out, the way they finish, and consistency goes a long way towards that as well. And it's just been, it's been cool to watch you as a team kind of come together to fill that void, to make yourselves better, and as we said earlier, to go fight for this GP1 National Championship.
Well, it's a hell of a good time to come up to the broadcast booth and see where you hang all your meat because it's so cold in here.
That's right. Kielbasi hanging over there in the corner. Do the Polish sausages here. We are getting ready to go back to green.
Yeah, I kind of figured as much. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go get some civvies back on again because my fire suit is now starting to offend me.
Done for the day, driving-wise?
Yes, I'm done for the day. Yeah. Providing we don't have any issues with any of our drivers or anything like that. But I will likely be in the car tomorrow.
Very good.
And so looking forward to it.
We'll go down, be a part of this pretty solid scrap for first we're about to have between yourselves and the Palomar number 38.
Yep.
Headed through turn number 1. Scott Mann, thank you for joining us out of the Blaze Racing number 118 BMW. And best of luck the rest of the way.
Big shout out to Jason's folks. Big shout out to Jason's folks up in the upper East Coast area, mom and dad, grandma and grandpa, whichever you want to say. We know they're listening every single time. Also to my wife Trista, thanks for listening, and to everybody else, we appreciate all the support. Facebook, Blaze Racing, please look us up. I know we're still Facebooking. We also do have an Instagram, but I don't do that. But we do the Facebook. Follow our story. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you, Scott. Appreciate it.
Man, tons of traffic coming in the 7 here. A lot of cars checking up. We have fights up and down the field. GTU, you still have that fight for third in class at the moment. The 58 Stratus, 908 Automatic. A little bit further behind the number 1 Round 3 Racing. GTO currently being led by the 87 Stoic Racing Toyota Supra. 7.5 seconds back, Round 3 Racing. Porsche Cup car, the number 70. As we get the slow 85, I believe.
Yeah, that was the car that led us back to green, I think.
Yeah. ACP, the number 2, just behind them a bit. Quite a quagmire of cars coming through here. GP1 Blaze Racing, as we talked about, coming back to the green. About a second and a half over the 38 from Palomar. 927 Fast Track Racing, an additional 2 seconds behind them. PC Racing, a further 11 seconds back. GP2, 83 Palomar leads. They've got a 7.5 second gap over the 222 from Rebel Racing. BSI a couple laps behind, sitting third. So much traffic to navigate here. Just look at that.
I mean, this feels like we've still got all 41 cars on track. I know that's not true, but it really feels like we've just started the race and thrown them all in a pile and said, go figure it out. The Porsche is back, number 41.
Yep, it's been back for a bit.
Okay. Sorry, didn't notice.
All good.
They'll kind of get themselves back into single file here, headed through 17. Open it up again on the exit. A little head-to-head between the 41 and the 70 here on the front straightaway. Just a couple of cars between the two 991 Cups. Now, I'm forming an opinion and have been forming an opinion through the course of this weekend. You know, I saw a post this morning from a corner worker up at the HSR Classic 24 at Daytona, and they were lamenting just how few properly historic cars there are, and that more and more of those fields are becoming just resting places for, you know,
last gen.
Yeah, whether they're single make cup or trophy type entries, GT3 cars, GT4 cars, whatever. I get that sprint racing and endurance racing are very different propositions, but man, I mean, take even a third or a half of those cars that are just running around in historics races around the country, put some 200 treadwear tires on them and just get them down to 9-1 and invite them to come do something like this. Whether they're Porsche Cup cars, or whatever might be out there. We'd love to have them come do endurance racing. The level of competition here is insanely high, right? Pit stops matter, team gelling and team progress matter, like we just talked about with Scott Mann. Even if we could just get a handful of those here in the WRL, I think we'd see something pretty special at the front of GTO. Not that we haven't already, but adding that depth, really, really special. Just as we've seen this off-leash Motorsports 41 kind of right into the mix as well. DRS Motorsports Ford Mustang splitting those two cars. Number 91 there.
So the 70 got by the 87 pretty easily, pulled a large gap in GTO. The number 2 is now getting quite close to that Supra. So that's going to be a very close fight here shortly. Curious what other more of our modern / historic entries would find a good fit here in WRL. Maybe some of the... We've had a lot of the TCRs come in before.
Yeah, it's an interesting question. The Porsche Cup cars are very obviously well suited, and the further up that list you get, the better those cars get. The 997, ooh, that was tight on the way into 7.
That was
Roberts
something.
up the inside of, was that 4048?
It was, and it wasn't so much up the inside. It was a very defensive move that almost got ugly. Yeah, if I'm Roberts, I would be flashing the lights too. I would not be happy with that.
Yeah, these first couple of laps back to green can often be a little challenging, especially if you've just done a driver change. Throwing yourself into the mix of, a field that doesn't sort like IMSA does. It's just, track position is track position. You can set yourself up for some tense moments as everybody starts to find a little bit of space. Even at a slightly reduced entry number of 41 cars this weekend, it does tend to fill in on those restarts. Oh,
So
40-48
goes wide.
Yeah, it does let that 109 through. Lane to Jean de Bien. Are any of these battles for position here in GTO being working through the screen? You have lost timing page.
So we got to take off. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on the Supra and the BMW fighting for second in GTO.
41 back in.
Hamafa's about 7.5 seconds behind Rapscallion going through shot here. Here's the Supra, here's the BMW, there's Hamafa. So that's actually, that gap is closing now, down to 4 seconds there.
Between Rapscallion and Hamafa.
Yes.
Yeah, so we're seeing two separate battles here. Yep. Rapscallion and Hamafa at the front and back of that GTO gaggle, and the battle for second, Stoic and ACP smack in the middle of them. ACP closing gradually. ACP closing gradually. Hamafa closing quickly based on the last couple of laps. ACP goes around the outside of Hamafa. That was awkward.
That's actually the other way around.
I think that was Hamafa on the inside.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting place to make a move. Not a curb that is often used either. Not there at the apex turn number 5. It usually causes more problems than it solves.
Yeah, it's the exit one you want to use. All right, GTU still the 60 leads from Stratus. 58 ahead of the 59 now. 908 just about 3 seconds behind them. PC Racing getting by the 927 of Fast Track Racing up into third. GP1. Palomar over Rebel Racing, that's about a second and a half. A little bit further behind Lagunatix, a second behind BSI Racing. So a lot of very close battles up and down the field here. Now, unfortunately, Mofa getting a little bit checked up here with the 4048 MP01. Unfortunately, just a little slow in some of these areas.
Yeah, I've been impressed with the way Hamofa's kind of attacked this. The first couple of stints were not, weren't setting the world on fire or anything, but they were generally just kind of staying out of the way, taking it easy. No contact, right? I mean, that's goal number one. Don't commit any unforced errors that are going to give you a penalty. And as their pace has picked up, they've invested in these battles a little bit, right? They haven't shied away from it and said, well, we just want to finish the day clean, as they come up to the back of the Stoic 87, who itself is balked by that Rapscallion Ligier, which is who Hamofa is really chasing there in the BMW. But now that they're investing, you know what? They're making the moves where they're available to them. They're going to get 2 for 1 here up the inside of Stoic and then up the inside of the Ligier into turn number 7. So job done. Hamofa Motorsport, the number 419, up into the top 5 in GTO.
Yeah, something did not look right with the Rapscallion exiting turn 5. It X really slow on the racing line that caused that Super to really have to check up. So hopefully that was more loss of grip temporarily versus a problem starting to really occur here. Ooh, fast track wide with the GP2 Palomar entry. Trying to go around the inside there on exit. Keep in mind that that 83 is just a second ahead of the Rebel Racing, the turquoise BMW going through shot there. Also in this mix, I believe there's Lagunatix getting around BSI just at the tail end of this. So that's a change for third in GP2.
Important, given Lagunatix championship standing there in GP2. Claw back some of those points. Also, that is the Subaru BRZ getting past the GR Cup, which is its own little layer of interesting there as well. I mean, to be fair to that end, I mean, BSI is obviously a professional motor racing organization. It's not like, they're not going to run a car to the absolute maximum that it can be run. But there was a belief early on that GR Cup was going to slot vaguely into GP2, but not be immediately or obviously competitive in GP2. That the modifiers it was going to have to take weren't really in line with what the general consensus approach is in the second production category, and without really a pathway to getting it to, the low number, power to weight number there in GP2. So to some degree, it's actually maybe that BSI team punching above that car's weight, just to be up in that fight for the podium as it is. Have you driven the GR Cup in iRacing, JC?
Briefly. It moves.
I was just going to say, I haven't driven it, but it looks like a car you've really got to chuck around to get some speed out of.
Yeah.
Like, really got to throw it around. And that is so not in line with most endurance racing platforms and rule sets. That introducing some risk into the system in terms of driving style is just not going to get you home in the way you want to get home here. Rebel Racing just ahead of the Lugunatic car. They are second and third on in the standings, but 2 laps in between them. So it's not a battle for position, although Lugunatic does continue this recovery drive for the number 779. Maybe be able to pick up one of those laps here. ACP Tangerine continues to close on the Stoic Racing number 87 Toyota Supra in the battle for second in GTO. If you have eyes on that, Dustin, maybe good to pick that up. It's down to a second and a half. Front straightaway, actually. Yep, headed into turn number 1 as we speak. Picked it up the same time I did. Red Supra from blue BMW. The off-leash motorsports Mercedes lurking in the background. Good run for BMW Motorsports. Robert Ames listed as a driver on that car to go up into P4. We already mentioned Himofa into P5. And closing quite rapidly on that number 72 BMW as well. Ooh, Mercedes tucked right up under the rear wing of that BMW out of turn number 5. My race data in the chat. Are spectators allowed this weekend? Yes, absolutely. $10 a ticket for a day pass at the gate, I believe is what I read earlier. You can buy tickets here at gate number 1 at Sebring. Actually, quite a few cars parked in the midway here, as well as some campers dotted around the circuit. Green Park is open this weekend. And for what will probably be the last summer-like weekend in this part of Florida, changes made. With the number 2 having cleared the Stoic Racing Supra. And more than welcome to stop by and check it out for the day. Come hang out for the weekend. Do this all again tomorrow. A little bit earlier start, a little bit earlier finish. Everybody can get home on Sunday night, unless you have to fly home, in which case you've got to drive 2 hours to somewhere else on Sunday night, stay the night, and then get out of here on Monday morning. Off-leash goes up the inside of ACP. Is this going to allow Stoic to look back up the inside at turn number 16? The answer is yes, kind of, but I don't think it was a real attempt at a pass for the number 87. Waving yellow at turn number 16. Everybody careful down on the way into the corner here. I wonder if we've got a car parked up underneath the bridge. The car number 1. We pull that pylon on Dustin, see if we can...
Nope, it's not there.
Oh, no, he's continued. All right. Spinning continues. 17, car number 1.
Ooh.
There it is.
Yep.
Up ahead of that Himofa Motorsport number 419. We've rocketed through the first 3.5 hours here. Beginning to encroach on halfway from the Fall Sportscar Classic. Race number 1, Saturday 8-hour enduro that will set the stage for tomorrow's Eastern Region Championship finale. Forward to that immensely. It's been, I mean, JT, it's been kind of engaged. I mean, pretty engaging, like surprisingly engaging.
Yeah.
For a race that, didn't have the massive entry list numbers, but I think from my perspective anyway, it allowed the race to settle into a pretty interesting and engaging rhythm.
Yeah, no, Sebring could be difficult. It's like we've covered, it's pretty unforgiving. It is definitely a track that breaks cars. We haven't really been seeing much of that, which is fantastic. Instead, we've got to really focus on the battles in all 4 of our classes.
I think one of the kind of underappreciated notes coming into this weekend, we're used to seeing the depth in GTO. We're used to seeing tremendous depth in GP1. Those are kind of the classes that, we've coalesced around. The GTO being something of a buyer's class, GP1 being something of a builder's class. Although you can go get yourself an M235, M240, or M2 from BMW if you wanted to go that route instead. This weekend, though, that depth is pretty well spread across all 4 classes. 9 cars in GP2, 10 in GTU, and then 12 in GP1, and I think we had 12 or 14 on the entry list in GTO initially. So, I mean, there's really enough cars in every category to give us all something to talk about, and they've all, managed to generally find each other.
Little bit of breathing room now for the ACP Tangerine BMW. With a little help from Round 3 Racing.
Yeah, just enough there.
Yeah.
Because they were more or less nose to tail coming out of turn number 17 just a third of a lap ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, now a little bit of help from Open Throttle. Just slightly slows up the MP01 and subsequently the Supra. Allows the BMW even more breathing room here to really just concentrate on trying to get a good rhythm going to pull away from the Supra. It's going to be coming up on the Rockwell Auto Sport Development Porsche Boxster down in GP2, currently 5th in class. Still a continuing battle for 3rd there after Lagunitek's taking the position from BSI Racing. That gap is still within 1 second. Coming through shot, here's the BSI Toyota. Coming across the line. Unfortunately, 1.8 seconds lost there for BSI. Also going through shot there was the 83 at Palomar and the 222 Rebel Racing BMW. That's your fight for the GP2 lead. Currently about 7 seconds separating them. The brightly yellow nose BMW Palomar. Then the what I can assume might be Laguna Seca blue on the BMW for Rebel Racing. Turquoise in color. Tucked in just behind, I believe, that is BRD Motorsports. BMW going into turn 10. Quick GP1 update. Since we've gone back to green, things have stretched out a bit here. Blaze Racing currently a healthy margin of about 12 seconds over the 38 of Palomar. They themselves have been able to build a gap between themselves and PC Racing, who did overtake Fast Track Racing shortly after going back to green. That gap for 3rd now at about 36 seconds. Coming through the shot there was HK Motorsports. Currently 6th in GP1, a couple seconds up the road from the open throttle racing BMW, that bright green one we saw.
Eyes on the 58 and 59 here.
Yep,
For second in
turn
GTU.
7. 58 being the Stratus car with the blue accents. 59, the yellow and gold accents, just behind.
Yeah, not much else happening in GTU at the moment. Automatic number 908 is just flipping off the back of that Stratus trio up front, and them all being on the same lap, but is still pulling away from the round 3 racing number 1, which is of some significance here, given the battle for third in the GTU Eastern region points. 908 and 909 tied with each other, but also with that number 1. So points for either automatic car here, or a finish ahead of the round 3 number 1 for either of the automatic cars, will ultimately create a little bit of separation headed into tomorrow's finale between automatic and round 3 for that battle for third.
Yeah.
Obviously, the converse of that is if the round 3 is able to find a little bit of pace here, despite being 45 seconds off the back of the 908, they stand to gain a little bit headed towards tomorrow as well.
Yeah, keep in mind the one lost a bit of time here for that spin in turn 17.
Oh, of course. That's a good point, JT. Thank you.
Yeah, so it looks like they've been starting to get their lap times back down. Last time by 21.4, so just slightly slower by about a second than the 908.
Interesting move there to dispatch of the yellow 908 up the inside of turn 3. Oh, yeah, slow Porsche here. Thank you, Dustin. That's your off-leash motorsports number 41 again, headed into the runoff there at turn number 7. Now, if they're clever, if they don't think they can get this car home, you can park it up at the old hairpin there to driver's left out in the runoff, and EVs will come through the streets over behind the Sebring 7 Hotel and can actually tow you back to back through gate 1 and back into the paddock that way. Wouldn't be the first time.
Hopefully the driver has his wristband on.
Yeah, right. You will need your credential to get back in. Yeah. Well, it is kind of parked up there where you can make the left and go out the gate. They do keep that gate locked for obvious reasons, but just see it out the window here. I wonder if that's what they're telling him to do. Theoretically, it would allow us to stay green, which should be appreciated by all. Car in the pit lane is 291. And at a G56 from Moorhead Speedworks. Dominic Johnson in the chat. What happened with car 144? Why did they pit on the first lap? They didn't pit on the first lap. I think if you're watching on timing, Red Mist Racing, it shows them tripping the pit beam on the first lap only because they do that coming to grid. Kind of an odd quirk of the way it displays that once the race gets going. Unfortunately, however, more recently than that, they did cause our most recent full course yellow, having spun on the throttle over at turn 16, backed it into the concrete on driver's right. That car had to be picked up and brought back, not under its own motor power, unfortunately. Driver appeared okay down there, which is good. That car will have some damage to be repaired if it can indeed be repaired to go for tomorrow. The 72 decides to spin up the rear tires. They're working through turn 8.
Yeah, it was a little odd running wide on 8 and then tucking in a bit aggressively like that.
Well, based on the amount of fighting they were doing with the wheel there, I actually wonder if they're not able to put in the appropriate amount of lock working through the double right there. They had to let the car drift wide to not spin up the rears and have the car go around on them, which says to me they're probably just not running traction control or running enough slip in the TC system.
Yeah.
Because you wouldn't really think of 8 being much of a corner at all. But if the car is not settled as you work your way out of the hairpin at turn number 7, I suppose that could happen. RB211 TriStar in the chat says, still have a track glitch to nail down, but it's minor. If you don't know, RB211 TriStar is a man after my own heart. It's Mike Gorman. I'm not sure what track glitch means. I love an RB211. How do you feel about the RB211, JT?
I don't know what it is.
Oh, you do know what it is. You just don't know that you know what it is.
Yeah, that's probably fair.
It is the ideal engine option on the Boeing 757s.
Oh!
And was the engine option on the L1011 TriStar.
The TriStar.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
The whine / grunt / roar that I don't really even know how to describe the noise, but that spool up noise on the RB211 is just deadly. It's awesome.
There's still one of them flying, yeah?
TriStar?
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody maintains one as like a flying lab sort of thing, I think.
Northrop Grumman, I think?
Yeah, I think so.
Out of maybe Palmdale?
Might be right. I was in Palmdale recently. 41 waiting to be recovered there. The fact that we haven't gone full course yellow as yet to go get that number 41 suggests to me that they are going to do this from the public side.
The gate.
Over there, behind the 7 Sebring Hotel.
Yep, got to get it unlocked. It is kept locked to prevent any Teslas from wandering onto the track.
Right? Ooh, not skinny enough to be Gorman. I was certain that was Mike Gorman. Now I got to think about it. Because I know it's an open throttle guy. I'm fairly certain because we had an onboard that we were pulling in from that channel. I was certain that was Gorman. Who is it? Gotta know. This car looks so uncomfortable.
Yeah, it does.
And I know they weren't all like this when we had the F82s, because there's no way. Oh my god. There's no way JTR was winning titles with a car that drove like this.
They're having rear end issues here.
I wonder if they've torched the rears. Not running very much TC. It's hotter. It's sunnier. I mean, we've got virtually no cloud cover. I don't have the track temperature gun with me this weekend, but I'd suspect that number would be 110 plus at minimum. Yeah. I mean, this car's just got no rear grip. 10, 11 seconds off of its ultimate pace here. Gamer girl Kayla, would be nice to have links to the in-car cameras. They are mostly available on YouTube, and actually more than we are able to pull in here at DriversEye Live. We've got to have the direct link, but you're able to monitor probably a good 8 or 10 onboards. If you just search WRL Sebring Onboard 2025, I'm certain more than a handful. We've got Rapscallion PMW here with us. I know that I see that streaming onboard cameras this weekend. BMW gives another little wiggle there. Stratus onboards are going today as well.
Ooh, more head goes through. See, does a normal line through 8 here. No issue.
Yeah.
As lifts very early though. He's been doing quite a bit of lifting coasting into these braking zones. I noticed like 17 and 1 definitely. Yeah, already lifting quite early. Maybe just trying to dial back tire temps.
I mean, you've got to break the cycle somehow, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if
Ooh,
you will run
here?
away. No, we're not on throttle there.
Oh, helping traffic.
But the lap times are getting worse, right? We were at a 2:37 predictive last time, and we still haven't worked through 15, 16 here, or 17 for that matter. This is not sustainable. Yeah, you've got to break the cycle somehow here. The problem is if the damage is already done and you've blistered or torched or corded the rears, you're not going to get that grip back. And anyway, it only takes, a couple of laps doing 237s, 238s plus to where you were better off just coming in and changing the tires anyway. Even if you lose 90 seconds or 2 minutes changing tires under green, how many laps does it take to get there? 10, 11, 12?
Yeah.
And every corner becomes a risk. You're just banking on having the car control to be able to catch the rear when it suddenly steps out from underneath you. Palomar Racing streaming their onboards over on YouTube as well, says Mike Anderson. I think I might have an onboard link for Palomar. I just got to pull this up. Forget we gave them a forward link. However. I remember where to find it. No, I do not have it. Triple five. Also, so it looks like they've got the 41 cleared over at turn 7, but Race Control is also reporting that the triple five also went out the back door at turn number 7. So while they had the gate open, take advantage of that.
Yeah, that's the first laps for the triple five today.
Well,
I don't know what's going on there.
Did do 3 laps, yeah. Got your GP1 leader just working through 15 and 16 there. The Blaze Racing number 118. Lapping pretty consistently in the 231s and holding a really nice and steady margin right at about 12 seconds back to Palomar Racing in the number 38. PC Racing, since the full course yellow and driver change, back in the low 230s and 43 seconds off the back of the class leader. Fast Track Racing in the 927 also on the lead lap, although that's not likely to stay that way. That car is lapping at 240 at the moment. And sooner or later, Blaze will be back or up onto the back of that M2. And it'll just leave those podium positions on the GP1 lead lap. GP2 being led by Palomar Racing number 83 now by 18 seconds from the Rebel Racing 222. That's gone out a little bit. Palomar Racing lapping...
very consistent.
Yeah, rather more quickly. They took the lead back on lap 64. Have just gradually grown that lead out. Lagunatic, as we mentioned earlier, 2 laps off the back of that lead battle. But mired in a battle of its own with the BSI Racing number 167. That margin has gone out and come back just a little bit. Now stands at 6.5 seconds to fight for third in GP2. Fifth place in that class is still the Rockwell Autosport Development number 715. But for a 2-lap penalty, that car could be fighting for a podium here. That 2-lap penalty also due to fuel jugs not being in compliance, which is thing we're used to seeing here.
It's odd because both Rockwell and Off Leash have raced WRL before.
Yeah.
So it's unfortunate to see these issues cropping up.
Stoic is in from third place in GTO and done a nice job to hang on to the back of the number 2 ACP Tangerine BMW. They fuel that car. They're putting blue fluid into a reservoir in the rear of the car as well. I'm certain is not washer fluid. And close the deck lid on that car and go to work on the tires. Left sides first for that Stoic Racing Supra. It's all happening right in front of me here. To the right sides next. Dump on the jacks. Front is off and on. Rear is done. Oh, no, sorry. Rear is going on now. Could be. Final 4-tire stop here for the 87. Car's dropped and on its way. Good work. From everybody down there at Stoic Racing and TCB Racing. Helping to take care of Stoic Gang as well. Pit Marshall's helping to recover some of the lug nuts that gone flying with those high-powered air wrenches. Pull them out of the slow lane. You all now get recovered. And the 72 is just, even under braking, it's dodgy.
Did I see that correctly?
What's that?
There was a spun 909.
Yeah, oh yeah, turn 7.
Driver's right.
Yep. Nope, flag is still waving over there.
Interesting, because the 247 was also reported as spun earlier there as well.
Oh, at the same time. Oh, that was a delayed call.
Okay.
So first the 247 was reported as a delayed call, then the 909 had its spin. Now the flag is pulled in, based on what I can see, line of sight over to that quarter marshal station at turn number 7. So it has continued now as well. Five was reported as being back out on track and having stopped at 15 and now continued.
Yeah, it's at 4 laps now.
So it is proceeding. 247 is in and out, having had that quick spin over at turn 7. Came to the attention of the Heraflight Racing crew and carried on its way. Could be approaching pit stops, I think, here, JT. 11:54, we went back to green, local time. It's now 12:48, so coming up on an hour. Of course, had those few laps under the safety car as well. I think we've obviously had Stoic in. Airflight was in. I think we'd get some of our other GTO leaders in here shortly as well. Justin's back. We got a different camera. I am going to update our timing link again.
Oh boy.
Yeah, some weird stuff going on with actually, I'm not sure I can do that now. I have to just ride with this. No, we'll just... Well, so something odd is happening where it's showing cars off, but it's updating the margins. So it shows them as being off track, but they're obviously not. But the margins it shows are correct. So something with the way the cars are flagging across the line, just specifically over on Red Mist, is a little odd. What the heck? Oh, sure.
Huh. Here's slow 85 coming into 15. We're gonna make that a little difficult. Yeah, unfortunately for the 85, not the first issue they've had today. The important thing is it's still moving.
Wind's picking up over here at 17, huh?
That's a good thing.
Yeah.
We'll take it, because I'm sure it's otherwise pretty warm out there. Meanwhile, how cold is it in your room?
It's a cool 70 degrees. It's like it's been all day. They replaced the thermostat next door. About a year ago, I think it was. And yeah, ever since, it's really kept up very nicely.
Out comes the 83, GP2 leader from pit lane.
Good day for Palomar so far, huh?
Yeah.
Nice to see. I know both cars, but particularly the 38, had big issues back at Watkins Glen 3 weeks ago. Maybe just didn't like the cold. Diesel Supra. Mike, where did you hear Diesel Supra? I didn't. No, I definitely did not say that. Although now I'm all the way in on the idea of a Diesel Supra. It'd be tremendous. Heraflight is back in. Car had to be pushed to get it restarted, and it does now. Blaze is in and out in the number 118. That didn't go nearly as well as I'd hoped. That Blaze car was in the GP1 lead, now drops to 7th? Oh, no. Sorting by the wrong thing here. Drops to 3rd. Get a quick check of the weather here. Wind 3.2 miles an hour. I don't think I believe that. Flag on the front straightaway here is pretty much straight out as a tailwind from west to east, headed into turn number 1. Headwind headed into 17, and obviously, therefore, a crosswind in the middle of the corner down there at Sunset Bend. So, interestingly enough, there, Blaze racing the first to blink after the restart in GP1. After it being pretty consistently the PC racing number 44 across the first couple of stints, they've been able to reset after those full course yellows and get themselves back into back into a rhythm that aligns with the rest of the GP1 runners. See where this shakes out once we've had Palomar 38 and PC 44 into the pit lane.
Yeah, I mean, we are getting towards the halfway point, so this could be if you're running 4 drivers per car, this could be a point where you're going to want to be doing a driver change. Oh, that's Roberts gets forced wide.
Yeah, unfortunately, our camera is down that faces the exit of turn number 13, but that was the 109 taking out the Alan J braking markers there to driver's left. Do we have a 109 that emerges out the other side here? He's got...
Hell yeah.
collected his trophy and went on his way.
Unfortunately, once again, it was that 4048 MP01, for whatever reason, did not apex turn 12 there. And Roberts was on the outside and forced completely off track.
Yeah, going back and watching it there, I mean... It's a weird sequence anyway, right? And from memory, I think we actually saw an LMP2 based incident. Was it this year or last year at the 12 hour? It was last year, maybe. Right over in that very corner where a car ended up way out in the weeds, driver's left at turn 12, which is not a place you normally see those kinds of issues. You know, on one hand, okay, you can swing out wide to driver's right at 11 and let cars up the inside to driver's left, or do the reverse, where you stay far to the left and let other cars up the inside going into turn 13. Whatever you do, you've got to communicate that early and stick to it. And where we caught that car coming into shot, it sure looked like the 4048 car had pretty well committed to being on the left. Roberts was being squeezed, but I don't know that that's not where the 4048 car was going to be going anyway, or had communicated that's where it was going to be going. Whatever happened there, the end result was that it squeezed the 109 and it took out at least 2 safe shutdown markers there on the way into turn 13.
That's not the first communication issue I've seen from that car, unfortunately.
Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. I don't think they touched. Pull that back up. I mean, so we can go talk about kind of that communication issue if you want to cut it over here, right? So your options are you stay out way out here if you're right in
if you're going to be on the right, stay on the right.
Right, exactly, right? And then your faster cars just shoot through on track, obviously, but on driver's left, right? And then you're essentially just arcing your way into turn 13 around the outside. The other option is to do the opposite of that, where, okay, you come out of turn 11, you hug the left-hand side, right? And you're all the way out there. I got to be honest with you, when we caught the Roberts car into frame, it was already way out here, right? It looked like it was going to be staying. I'm sorry, the 4048 car was going to be staying left, but Roberts was, even further out that direction, where it was always going to be running out of road. It may be a case of no harm, no foul. It may be a case of, somebody was committing to staying to the left. Well, they both were committing to staying to the left, and nobody reacted to the other. It is the obligation of the faster car to make a clean and safe pass. It's also the obligation of the slower car to watch the mirrors.
And be predictable.
Right? Yeah.
My issue is completely opinionated here. Sure, but I had seen that, unfortunately, that 148 car drive very defensive, shall we say. Some very odd maneuvers today in terms of high risk, low reward for nothing. So that, unfortunately, was just another piece of the puzzle. But yeah, my preference, at least in sim racing, is if you have a faster car coming up, exit 10, stay left for 11, and keep staying left. Let the faster car go round you to have the inside for 12. They usually clear you by the time you get to the braking for 13, and then it's no issue tucking behind and go back to racing.
Yeah.
Yeah, as Mike Anderson points out, they're wondering where the brake markers are for 13. So if you would be so good, use your telestrator to go ahead and draw that in for
They'll pick
them.
it right up. Yeah, sure. Yeah. 300, 200, out somewhere over in here. I think the 200 was the one that the 109 brought back to home base here in the pit lane.
Without brake markers, I think there's a noticeable transition of concrete just before the car would be straightening up.
Yeah.
I think that's a good braking reference. In goes BRD Motorsports, as does BSI.
Big day for the bees. BRD is already gone. BSI, about 20 car lengths in trail. We have cleared halfway, dear viewer. Thank you for being with us. Into another round of pit stops now, just a little over an hour after our most recent full course yellow here. Just the second of the day, JT? We've only had 2 to this point, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Number 2 is into the pit lane as a part of that cycle. That is the ACP Tangerine Associates BMW from second place in GTO. Stoic Racing in the number 87 Supra has already pitted. There it is. Now, they are a lap behind the 2. And of course, that makes sense because the 87 did tires on its last stop. The 2 has yet to make the equivalent tire change as far as we can tell. So either they're going to come back together here as the 2 makes a tire change, or we're going to see a little bit of separation here between ACP number 2 and Stoic number 87.
There's a 555 going through the shot there. Good to see it back out on track. A little bit further behind these guys here, I believe, is the Rapscallion in Fast Track Racing fighting for 5th in GP1. Here they are coming through shot. Yep, that's the Fast Track Racing is the black and red M2.
Yeah, that one definitely is an M2.
Yes. Rapscallion is the questionable M2 slash Mazda 6.
Correct. Yes, thank you. I'd already forgotten about that. I finally told myself out the window, and you see it enough, and it's like, okay, it's definitely an M2. What is landing over at the track that is doing an insanely low pass, it looks like, down the turn 13 straightaway here? No, it is farther. It just looks really close to the track. I'm watching planes land over at the airport here. This is what's happening, Dustin. Just the way they all kind of came together made it look a lot closer to the track than I think it actually was. Is it big or is it just far away? 38 is in. That's the race leader in GP1, the erstwhile race leader. Anyway, not quite on rotation there. Uh, 44 comes through and inherits the lead. Blaze Racing should come through and pick up that race lead. Or, I'm sorry, the second place spot as well to retain the kind of adjusted race leader.
Good to see that Hair Flight did get that door closed. They can have proper aerodynamics now on the MP01.
You know, I'd love to see somebody make another go at aerodynamics on the NP01, but I kind of realized a couple of races ago here that, well, any modifications that would have been done probably would have been done on the Evo kit already. So we're probably approaching the most efficient available option there, given the platform. Did we get an update of where ACP came out relative to Stoic? They're back together. 1.6 seconds in the battle for second in GTO. Woohoo! Really good stuff. Trackside here. Also watching where Palomar shakes out relative to Blaze. Both of these very much on pit stop rotations at the moment. 2/3 of the way through GP1 leaders pit cycle. And PC is in now as well. The last card to be played here in GP1, at least for this go around. There's the 2. Stoic, have they already gone through? Pick them up on the way into 17 here. Looking for the red Supra. I think we're going to see that car before we see the number 2 BMW M4 of ACP Tangerine Associates. Ah, no, there we go. They're together, side by side on the way into 17. Stoic will show the nose in the Supra. Don't think it's a move on as they head underneath the WeatherTech bridge and arc out of turn number 17. NPO1, number 908 in arrears there, but they're side by side again down the front straightaway. And I think that M4's got a little bit of the legs, a little bit more legs headed down that run to turn 1. 7 ducks back in behind. I think the Supra is a little bit quicker here. That was the Stanton Barrett 130.
All right.
All right, yeah. Slept in a little bit this morning, decided, you know what? 1 o'clock. We're going to make it at 1 o'clock. Good to see that number 130 out on track. Number 2 slow there at turn number 5 at the apex. Held up the number 87 just a little bit, who really couldn't time a run out of the left-hander in the hopes of trying to get a move done on the brakes into turn number 7. 87 later on the brakes shows the nose again. Is this going to be a move? It's really close to contact if it wasn't about to be there at the apex.
There's a yellow from the marshal post there.
No, it's somebody else though, because 2 and 87 are both here. So who is the yellow for?
Maybe that's not a waving yellow. Maybe that's just something. What is that?
It looks like a standing white, maybe, or a standing yellow. Oh, turn 8, car 72 stop. Do we have that on board? May be able to pick up where that car. It's over
It's
at turn
just
9.
past
So
our camera.
exactly where that camera is at the short course pit lane entry is essentially where that car has come to rest. It's not angled as if it had an accident there. That's just angled to be able to be pulled back into the cut. You'll see it here as we jump on board the number 669 Ligier. Look to driver's right. Oh, and the Alan J safety team is already with them. That's good stuff. So, I mean, in some ways here, it's a good thing that 87 didn't try and get the move on at turn number 6. Otherwise, they'd have been fighting into a yellow flag zone. I think they should be down around turn 17 here, Dustin. Go pick them up. Yeah, there they are. 2 leading 87 still. So come up to the back of the second place car in GP2, that being the 83 from Palomar. Out the other side is Sunset Bend. And, I mean, yeah, so I was going to say, if the 87 can set this up, they'll get a run down the front straightaway. And now the 2 on the throttle, balked by that 83 being out on the racing line. They were both on the racing line there, but the 87 had the right idea. Set it up, ducked to the inside, and it left the 2 boxed in just a little bit, and move done for oh, are they lap? No, they're together there. They're a lap off of the class lead, but on the same lap, doing battle. 2/10 apart at the line. Incidentally, that BMW Motorsports number 72 was all the way up into 4th, and is still 4th.
Yeah, it's been in 4th, yeah.
Yeah, Rapscallion will be the next one. So we dropped the Homofa car just a little bit. That car is not up to pace, really, at the moment. Lapping in the 246s. Jeez, what happened there? Are nursing some kind of issue, or just getting up to speed? Oh, back-to-back pit stops. A long stop, 5:43. Came back out and did a slow lap, and then 6:59. So that's what's happened to the Homofa car. That's promoted Rapscallion and PMW back into the top 5. Remember, 2-lap penalty for the off-leash Motorsports Mercedes number 40 has dropped that car out of the top 5 as well. And this is all happening with that number 70 round 3 racing Porsche still with a full 1-lap lead. Get the 72 on the tow rope off the back of the Alan J safety team. BRD, that's back into the pit lane. Weren't they just in?
They were.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they continue to have issues. And speaking of issues,
Ooh, well, there's another one. 40 dropping a couple of wheels at the exit at turn 5.
easy to do. One of the main protagonists in GP1 was unfortunately lost the lap for passing under yellow.
It's PC Racing number 44.
Yep.
Yeah, that's up at turn 10.
Look at that 908 on the back of the 59 going into 10 there. They're going to head towards 13. It looks like the 908 got through. That should move it up into 3rd in GTU.
Yeah, and more points for the 908. Again.
Mike Anderson points out turn 5 very slippery right now.
Yeah, I believe that. I mean,
Oh yeah.
you're trying to hustle the car on the way in there, setting it up for the exit. It's flat. It's really smooth concrete, and now it's really quite warm as well.
Mhm.
A lot going on there. How about you, JT? I'm actually quite enjoying my weekend here at Sebring. Every now and then I have that, not a pitted feeling, but you just wonder how the weekend's going to go. It's going to be hot. You know, the temperature is kicked up this weekend from what we normally get this time of year, even for this part of Florida, and for a race that featured fewer cars than we normally see. I think it's been a really nice kind of opening half a race or so here, getting us into the rhythm of this Eastern Region Championship weekend.
I mean, I've never really had a bad time at Sebring. I've always enjoyed visiting. Even the time you sent me when I had a sinus issue where I just
come here. Did you come with a sinus infection or leave with a sinus infection?
I came.
Got it.
I was having a throat issue where just swallowing was painful. I couldn't eat, couldn't really drink.
So you were sick.
Yeah, pretty much.
You had a sinus infection and you were sick. Yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah, but those I think it was like maybe Saturday or Sunday. I went out and got some Hall's cough drops, and man, game changer.
So I'm going to tell
buy
you
that stuff now.
I'm going to tell you a story here. So, beginning of the 2024 season for us here at DriversEye Live, I had to leave for Homestead Miami Speedway for the SCCA Palm Tree Winter Majors with the Florida region. And I think I left on like January 3rd or something, right? So it was right after New Year's. And on the Wednesday afternoon, Wednesday evening, I started getting sick. I had to leave first thing Thursday morning. Sore throat started in the morning, started getting, body aches, chills, fever. All that kicked off, pretty early on Wednesday afternoon. I had to record our season preview podcast that we did for in advance of the SCCA Super Tour season, and then get on a plane the next morning. So I didn't get any sleep. I was up late recording the podcast. I was feeling just the worst. I felt terrible, right? So I head down to Homestead. I'm like, well, I'm just going to load up on ibuprofen and grab a bag of Halls and send it, right? We're going to get through this weekend one way or another. Fortunately, I wasn't commentating. But anyway, so I grabbed I figured I'm going to grab these throat lozenges at the airport. Go to the airport, and they don't have regular Halls. They only had menthol-flavored, sugar-free. Right? So I figured out, whatever. Like, I guess it's really not a big deal. I don't really like the cherry ones or the honey ones. I'll just grab the sugar-free ones and hope for the best. So I started feeling a little bit better through, like, Friday and into Saturday. Like, marginally better. But digestive issues began to flare up on top of all this. And I just remember spending that whole weekend feeling so sorry for myself. Like, how am I starting to feel better, but now this is happening as well? How is this worse? Like, way worse. Was this 44 slow here? No. Okay. This cannot be happening to me. I cannot be feeling this terribly for no reason. So I back and forth to the bathroom constantly on the 6th floor of the tower at Homestead. Just really angry that this is how I feel. I just cannot figure out why this would be the case. And so I went back, stopped eating the Halls, and looked at the bag where it says on the bag of sugar-free Halls, excessive consumption may have laxative effect. So on top of feeling terrible with a sore throat and a sinus infection and just generally being miserable about life in Homestead, Florida, by the way, now I've also self-created an issue with a giant bag, economy bag of 80 sugar-free Halls. Tremendous weekend for your boy. Sore throat lasted all the way until February, by the way. Oh, man! What was that about turn 5 being slippery for Palomar?
Turn away, Mike. Turn away.
Welcome to the WRL Drift competition. I'll tell you what, did a better job than the team car did about 2 hours ago. Hey, no harm, no foul. I mean, that 83 has stayed right in the fight in GP2.
Yeah.
Lost a little bit of time to Rebel Racing in the 222, but otherwise, still in with a shout for a podium there. Picking up points on Lagunatic, but dropping points to Rebel, which does kind of put Rebel Racing in the proverbial catbird seat. Where the GP2 Eastern Region Points Championship is concerned. 247 with a spinning continue at turn 17. Lagunatic contact with the 65 up at turn 10. What's the tail? That's even weirder.
Do you see what's just a couple spots up from that?
Door open 109. Oh, no.
Yeah.
That's another NPO1 with a door.
So for those of you at home that have your bingo card of NP01s, go ahead and mark off the 109 as having the door open, being the third one today. Something about Sebring and door latches.
I guess. I will say, JT, when the 247 was dealing with its door issue, just literally right in front of me here in the pit lane, perfectly in line with it, it did appear to be the flimsiest door I've ever seen. Which means the latch is probably not a whole lot to write home about either, and for a track that's as Sebring as Sebring is, wouldn't be shocked if that's been the cause of the failure there. Question is it the right-hand door? If 17A reported it, that is a driver's right turn station.
That is.
Actually, are there any driver's left turn stations here? Oh, turn 3. Huh. Oh, and the one halfway down the back straight, which I forgot is a new thing. Been there for time. The 118 listed as dumping from the right rear. Now, that car has not been into the pit lane recently. Yeah. So what's going on there for the GP1 class leading Blaze Racing BMW? That's at turn 17 as well, which, again, you're not loading up the right-hand side there. It's the right-handed corner. Should be dumping from the right rear in a right-handed turn. It's all kicking off in the race control log here, by the way. I don't know what's happened in the last 15 minutes or so, but man. Turn 7 is surface. So details are there. I'm going to assume somebody's dragged on a bunch of dirt and detritus. Great word, detritus. Oops, slow 65. Slowish 65, I guess, down around turns 12 and 13. Oh, also, ACP's gotten back by Stoic. Let's hang on this camera and pick that battle up again. Oh, the 44's penalty has been overturned.
Okay, sweet.
That does them in third. There they are. 2 and 87 still together. Can we take a quick break here, JT?
Ready?
Reset ourselves, take a breath. We're 4 hours, 25 minutes gone, 3:35 remaining here in the Saturday 8-hour enduro at Sebring International Raceway, part of the Fall Sportscar Classic weekend. Something special about mid-autumn sports car racing here, dating back to mid to late 90s. Happy to carry on that tradition in the World Racing League here. Flag-to-flag coverage of today's 8-hour enduro. We'll be back in a couple moments' time here from Sebring International Raceway.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Back at Sebring International Raceway, the Fall Sportscar Classic here in the World Racing League. Also, our Eastern Region Championship finale weekend rolls on. You're listening to the dulcet tones of myself, Brendan Kazmarek, alongside JT Tammy, virtually alongside, in our Global Broadcast Center, which is still up for naming rights. If anybody is interested, Dustin Ollis is our producer on the buttons from points further afield, guiding you. We're all guiding you through this weekend's action. Appreciate y'all being with us.
Is that Rebel Racing just in front of Palomar here coming through shot? Interesting. We knew the 222 from Rebel Racing had pit. Thinking they came out just in front of Palomar. Looks like they're going to have a GP1 and a GTU car in between them as they go through 13. Wait for timing the update there, but I'm fairly certain that's going to come across as about a 1.5 second gap for your GP2 lead. Couple laps back. Oh, there's the 38 at Palomar. Unfortunately, having a spin. That is your second place in GP2. That's going to let the PC Racing BMW by for second. Your GP2 battle coming through shot here. And then here's going to come PC Racing. So they're going to go ahead and inherit second in GP1. 19 seconds out of the lead behind Blaze Racing. The 118 continues to lead. just behind that PC car, I believe, is the 908 and the 59 NP01s, continuing their fight for third in GTU. Sure enough, here they come. So we continue to have a couple close fights here. Our fight in third in GTU, our fight for the GP2 lead, and for second in GTO. That's still the number 2 ACP Tangerine BMW and the 87 Stoke Supra. So still very close fights out on track. Oh no, triple 3 from Bruce Innovations, stuck just after the apex of turn 5 here, driver's left. Should be easy to see coming from turn 4. Hopefully it's not high-sided. Waving local yellow, just trying to give the opportunity for the car to give away, but no, looks like the driver's waving outside of his window, trying to possibly signal for assistance.
Gotta be honest with you. Sorry, I gotta be honest with you, JT. I don't think that's a hot pole situation there at the apex of turn number 5. I'd love for it to be, but it's difficult to picture that being the case. I think the driver's clearly indicated there that car is not under motive power, not likely to continue under its own power there.
And we'll have to see what race control decides to do here.
Yeah, it looks like they've sent EVs now.
Right.
Out of
Yep,
no,
here we go.
We're gonna do this under green, I guess. All right. Fair play. I don't remember if this is something that we've had happen before, JT, or if I'm kind of making this up, but they've closed off the cut at turn 3.
Okay, so driver's right.
Yeah, it used to be that they would leave that open and you could make the hard right-hand turn from turn 3 to turn 13, 14, or just make the hard right and come back down the middle road. It's completely closed off with tire barriers this weekend.
Huh.
Yeah, I thought that was very interesting, especially considering. Oh well,
Reports 13, the 247 stop drivers left. So that's Tower Corner.
Now we go full course yellow.
That's a good call with 2 cars.
A couple of
different
things
locations
going on here.
Yeah.
We've seen this before, and I don't remember if it was here or maybe it was somewhere like Road America. We're okay to do one hot pole, but as soon as we've got multiple things that need addressing.
Yeah.
Towards turn 10 here, Cunningham Corner with BMW number 72. Watch drivers left for an orange and black Sebico NP01. Oh, that's way down there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's almost certainly not an incident. That's a kind of a grind to a halt
Failure,
situation
yeah.
there. So we're going to pick up, could be the overall race leader here, unless the 60's been in. We got to pick up the car that was directly behind the 60.
Interesting to see Stoic back in front of ACP. That must have just happened in the last lap or so.
I guess it must have. But just back and forth between the Stoic Racing Supra and the ACP Tangerine Associates BMW. Palomar here? If Palomar is the next car to be picked up, it would unfortunately kind of wreck what we've got going in GP1.
Okay.
Right, because Blaze and PC would cycle back around. Unless it inherited the lead, but I don't think that's the case because Blaze and PC haven't been into the pit lane yet. Plenty of other pit callers. However, round 3-1, round 370, Stratus 58 is in, the 669 from Rapscallion is in.
Did you happen to see the 38 spin it in 15?
I did, yeah. I was vaguely paying attention for that while I was handling something else.
I think that might now have repercussions.
Oh, what a great pickup, JT. Yeah, absolutely right. So drop from second to third, which at the time we thought was just whatever, but it created enough separation to allow the overall race leader in between the second place car and the third place car in GP1, which is exactly how you get this. And I mean, it wouldn't have been by much, right? If they were the car directly behind the overall race leading number 58. Was it 60 when they came through? Oh my, piece of debris there getting kicked up
Put
and
on the racing line.
Right
Yeah.
onto the racing line. Exactly my thought.
That was unfortunate.
I get the theory here, but surely not what was intended. Front splitter dragging on the 644. Gordon. I heard something banging. I think they're beating the splitter off of the 644 with a sledgehammer at the moment. So they will drop a lap here. 44 team. Rather than try and re-secure it, just take it off and send it, I think. And they're going to pick up a penalty for their troubles here as well. Due to a pit lane penalty. Automatic 908 is in from what had become second place in BTU by virtue, I believe, of pit stops for. Now, why didn't that trip the... It's just not showing. That's very odd. They had jumped Stratus 58 and 59. I've got to find a way to make sense of the way things are shaking out under these full course yellows here. Blaze and PC separated by 2.7 seconds. So they've stayed together in GP1, and the lead fight for GP1, with Palomar in the number 38 having dropped not off the lead lap, but now being pretty much a lap down to those cars by virtue of being the first car behind the safety car. Class leaders will have cycled around to the back of the queue. There is car number 2 heading into turn number 7 now, which means 2 and 87 have finally been split. And I think that is because the 87 came in. Oh, they both came in. The 87 jumped them? I guess they must have. Pick up where the 87 was in the queue, Dustin. Can we try and... I know they're at turn number 10, but as they work their way over towards tower turn, pick them up. I'd like to find where the 87 is. Is that Super there? Third in line?
Nope.
Okay, so the 2 must be ahead. Either the 2's ahead or it's now mostly a lap down to the Stoic car. Which actually is the case.
Maybe 87 pit.
I mean, even if that's... They both pitted. So even if that's true...
Just a longer stop.
Oh. Locking... Are we locking our brakes there going into 13? Oh. Robert. I think that was a Roberts car. Where is he? I didn't see the 87 in the queue or out on track.
Yeah, just a longer stop, I guess.
Yeah, my... There it is. It's headed into turn number 7. I just cut it out the window here. So it's going to split the 87 and the 2. Because the 2 will be the next car across the line, and then the 87 will be across the line directly behind it. Well, not directly behind it, but the length of the queue behind it. And it's going to put... So not only have we split second from third in GP2, in what was a really gripping 3-car battle, but we've also split second from third in GTO, which was a 2-car battle that has stayed together for, I don't know, JT, the last 2 hours plus?
Yeah.
That's tough. I realize everybody has their opinions about safety cars and how, oh, it's a part of racing, you need to call the strategy right, but you don't get this with Code 35. Just don't. It doesn't split up battles like this. Dust off the old sandbox. It's not very dirty, I gotta say. Kept that one pretty clean over the last few races.
And 83 at Palomar's getting a 1-lap penalty, driving through multiple stalls.
Bad to worse for Palomar there.
Rebel Racing's going to take the opportunity to pit now.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't normally recommend it, but I guess if you have the margin, you might as well. That will bring Laguna Tech Racing ever so slightly closer. Now, to be honest with you, I think the 222 had a pretty good handle on this race anyway. But you've now, I mean, by virtue of all the hard work you've done for Palomar in the number 83, you were kind of in with a shout if something got weird with the Rebel Racing BMW, and you've now kind of taken away that possibility by making an error in pit lane. And you've brought 779 back into the fold here. If they can find some pace in the final 3 hours of this one. Be able to pick up some pieces if the rest of your day gets sideways as well. We continue to work under full course yellow here at the Fall Sportscar Classic, the Saturday 8-hour enduro. Carries on. There goes Palomar, 222 having come out of the pits just a moment ago. Palomar comes through start finish. So they are going to end up just over 1 lap down. There's 222 there at turn number 5. Just over a lap down to the GP2 class leader. Would have been right on the tail of them. Battle for position, but so it goes. Battle for 4th, I think, is going to be on here in GTO off-leash motorsports. Number 40 Mercedes ahead of FPRS Motorsports and the Ford Mustang GT4. And then the Rapscallion number 669 Ligier JS2R. I'll be within a couple of seconds here. We go back to green. Pick those cars out in the queue. It'll be, of course, the black and green Mercedes from the white and blue current gen Mustang.
Our GTU fields will be nice and compressed here.
Yep, top 4 still on the same lap there. The 3 Stratus cars in the automatic number 908. Lap further back to the number 1. And further laps back to the Roberts Racing number 10. There is the Ligier. Came through the shot there, headed into turn number 13. So be towards the tail end of the pack that we're watching this GTO battle. And hopefully coming back towards a restart here momentarily. Lights are still on in the safety car, but
Yeah, so it looks like just a GP1 car sits in between the FPRS Motorsports Mustang and the 669 Rapscallion Ligier. All right.
Field is going to round Sunset Bend here, turn number 17, and make for the start-finish line, where the starter has the green flag in hand. It waves now, and the 83 is going to lead us back to green. Middle of a fight for GP1 here, but we're looking a little bit deeper in the field for what should be a decent little scrap here in GT0 further down the just off the podium positions as well. There's the Mercedes. Just came through there. There's the Mustang and the Ligier right together. So there's your battle for 5th. Big lockup for the 38 again. Very dramatic with the audio cut there from the trackside camera as well, headed into turn number 3. Not the first time that car is locked up recently, even. Driver maybe not so comfortable with the way that car is driving at the moment. Tough in traffic on the way into turn number 3 there as well. I know it really sent it in on the 38 there. Went turn number 7. This is it's pretty wild stuff on the way into the hairpin here.
Yeah, it's
got everybody pretty stacked up deeper down the field. Note the 87 there, second place in GTO, that Stoic Racing Toyota Supra. Has the luxury now of being able to take its time picking its way through all of this traffic. Normally it'd be feeling like you got to kind of hustle your way through here, but now with most of a lap in hand over the number 2 ACP Tangerine BMW.
Another lockup. Stan Bear Motorsports BMW's looking pretty racy at the moment.
Love to see it.
Yeah. Looking like a relatively strong restart here. It's going to go around the outside of the FPRS Motorsports Mustang into 14 into 15.
Shouldn't take our eyes too far away from Automatic 908 and Stratus number 59 as well. They were pretty much right together on the restart.
Mm-hmm.
909.
Roberts and 10. There they are.
There's a 908. Yep.
There. 908 still behind. Ooh, now just
And
the
up by much,
way
though.
BMW separating PC Racing and Palomar.
Yeah, that's the on-track battle. No, I'm sorry. That's
It's 83
put them a lap
trying
down.
to, stay on the lap.
Yep. Here comes this. Not that GTU battle. That GTU battle. Last two cars in line there.
Rapscallion
Ford.
has got around the Ford Performance Racing School Mustang.
Yeah, that's a little bit less surprising there that 669 didn't have much to do to get to the back of that number 91. Able to capitalize on the restart, which is good stuff. Now the off-leash Motorsports Mercedes in between the 59 and the 908. Mike Anderson in the chat says, just brutal. I assume referring to the 38 being caught most of a lap down there on the safety car cycle. Again, doesn't have to be this way. There is another way.
Or
Have
the
the
83's
technology.
penalty.
Or the 8, right, exactly.
That was just
That's
an
unfortunate.
unfortunate
Yeah.
last 10 minutes for Palomar.
Nope, lock up
Another
down the way
lockup.
to 13. Sound like everybody made it out the other side.
Now that'll probably give PC the inside.
Wait for him to appear here. There's Palomar.
Still ahead.
AOA, 44. 669 is going to get involved here in a moment.
Also tucked in just behind that battle, I believe, the 64 open throttle M3 just behind HK Motorsports BMW. Yeah, about 100 feet or so, going towards 17.
PC and Palomar battle also is PC and Blaze. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars further in arrears.
Yeah, so
Black and yellow BMW.
yeah, first and second, GP1, you've got less than 3 seconds here. You see Palomar taking it back from PC, so putting themselves back on the lead lap. Blaze Racing is just behind, though.
Yeah, right. So
Getting,
PC kind of can't mess around with the Palomar car here. Either they need to dispatch them and get by them. Otherwise, their option is to let this Blaze car continue to work through traffic and inch up to the back of that BMW. Now, the oh man, this is weird.
Defending hard.
This is weird stuff in the way into 7 there. I think the 38 opened up the inside there for the FPRS Mustang to scoot up to the apex curb there, and it squeezed the 44 around the outside. I'm not really sure what the 44's thought was there, going 3 wide around the outside into turn number 7. Not, I think, the place I would have been, but anyway, it all kind of worked out, and 44 is through to put that 38 a full lap down.
Yeah, it just might not have been aware they were going to be 3 wide.
possibly true. Who is smoking there in the mid-pack? Oh, Palomar locks again. Is not the ideal outcome for Blaze Racing, with that 44 having been able to get through some of that traffic. They're going to go up the inside of the Palomar number 38, little E36 on E36 action. Through Jean de Bien Ben into Lamar, who should be done here at the inside at 16. The 927 is in that mix as well. That's the 4th place car in GP1. So separated by a couple of laps, but all top 4 cars in GP1 are right together in that little battle pack there. Rebel Racing and Palomar still together in GP2 as well. That's 222 and 83, bearing in mind as a result of the Palomar 83's penalty. They are also now separated by a lap. Everything about that full course yellow just kind of really tore this race apart, to be frank. Did a nice job of, everybody who had controllable items there, with the exception of Palomar 83, did what they could to preserve them, right? Blaze and PC in the pit lane did all the right things. Rebel did all the right things. But the unforced error from the 38 Palomar to spin out on track just before the full course yellow and lose all that track position, and then Palomar 83's penalty driving through too many pit stalls there. Unfortunately created, in some ways, much bigger problems than they were dealing with before the full course yellow. And for that matter, the 83 wouldn't have picked up the penalty had it not been for the full course yellow, because there wouldn't have been a pit stop. .644 is back out circulating. That's a Rapscallion BMW M2. Remember, now without the front splitter on that car as well. Paces dropped pretty noticeably here at the front of GP1. I don't know if you've been keeping an eye on the lap times, JT, but what were consistent 231s and 32s are now 235s for the 44 and the 118. 239 out of Palomar last time through. 237 from Fast Track, which is creating another battle of its own. We actually just saw it there tipping into turn 15. The HK Motorsports number 221 in a nice recovery through the middle portion of this race. Just now 4.3 seconds off the back of the 927 from Fast Track.
And just a couple seconds further back is the 64.
Yeah. This is on board the 72, which has been recovered and is on its merry way again, looking much, much happier in its current state as it chases after the number 91 FPRS Mustang. Going to turn number 1 here. Let's watch the steering wheel input seat here and see if it's any better than... Oh, yeah. Rock solid.
We believe the driver's Tom Noble behind the wheel at the moment.
That is what they tell us. And by they, I mean Red Mist Racing. If we can pick up that HK. Do we have the HK on board, Dustin? Yeah, there we go. Ta-da. So we're chasing... Well, the car in front of us, I think, is the Hamofa BMW, number 419. But the car we're after here is, in fact, the number 927 of Fast Track Racing. So a mostly black BMW M2.
The one that should now be in front. Nope. That is the 24 ahead. So still a couple cars up the road. And this three-way fight for fourth, currently HK is the fastest of those three. Still more lockup just up ahead on the Palomar.
It looks like it's the inside rears, JT.
Ooh, lunge onto 16.
Good move, actually. Into
Clears
that.
the 24.
Margin up to the fast track car was 2.3 last time through.
Yeah, still going to be around that, maybe slightly more. So going to need to clear the Palomar car, and then there'll be nothing in between them.
Man.
Take the
Oh,
opportunity
wave a yellow here. Careful, careful. That's an off
40.
leash. Yeah, 40, the Mercedes. He's in the wall there in the mid corner at 17.
I don't know if he was in the wall or if he was just
maybe not.
spun there.
It does just, well, it says contact at 7 with the 419, which is not ideal. And then 5 minutes later, the spin driver's left at turn 17. Updating here. Let's wait and see.
Ooh, the 83 got around the 222, so is just back on the lead lap.
40 has continued now. We hear from Dustin Ellis. There it is. Green Mercedes. All right. So if we can pick up that HK battle again. Still tucked in behind the Palomar number 38. Did a really nice job, the driver of that HK Motorsports BMW, to back out of the move up the inside at turn 17 when he saw the yellow flag. Really good awareness. Listening to the sweet sounds of the straight six. Paris straight sixes, I suppose, actually, with the 221 being tucked up behind number 38. HK car's definitely quicker here.
Keep an eye on the 16. Hold straight this. Yep, go straight.
Yeah, a good move.
Forces
Will
the
compromise the exit here, but now that he's clear, should have a better run down into turn number 17 and actually might well be able to make up the bulk of this margin.
Yeah, even if the 38 gets back alongside, it does seem like this car is a bit quicker here into 17. It should be fine.
Picks up the throttle pretty early there under the bridge. Understeers a touch over the bumps, but able to get the car reset nicely. And onto the front straightaway. Margin is
2 seconds.
2.1. Yep, able to pick up just over a second that last time through. PC and Blaze, incidentally, at the front of GP1, this very class we're watching the battle in now, is 6.0 seconds. PC has dipped back below the 230 barrier after being up in the 235s earlier. Probably just due to traffic for the most part. Why did that trip the pit banner? Away now. Weird.
It tends to do that if you open it up.
Yeah, interesting.
It just shows that it's suddenly pit, but it's not.
Huh. 5 hours gone now. Our Saturday 8-hour enduro, which cleared 2 o'clock Eastern time, racing towards sunset. Fairly and figuratively, 927 wide, way wide down at turn number 10. That's cut the gap in half as the HK Motorsports E46 continues to close the margin. Gets on the throttle nice and early there at turn 13, right down to the apex curb where the 927 was a couple of feet off. 27 pulls just a bit. Breathe the throttle there through the left-handers at 14.
He's gonna go for it.
This is the move. Yeah, sends it on the brakes there. Able to get the car slowed down. Not parking it at the apex, but you do have to take a fair amount of the mid-corner speed out of it. And once the move was on there, 927 just kind of bailed out. I think everybody kind of realized what the situation was there. This HK car is lapping both consistently and quickly.
Look at the rearview mirror. He gets up close, though.
Yeah, I mean, the M2's got power, right? It's a heavier car, so it'll have a little bit more to play with down these long straights, but it gives it all up in these long corners, which, through 17, 17 and 1 in particular, is where this HK Motorsports number 221 is going to thrive.
Have you happened to see what Fast Track Racing has on the entry list for COTA?
No, do tell me though.
So we are, as of right now, we are respecting the return of the 927 in GP1.
You're a bit quiet, JT. Sorry.
In addition to the 927 in GP1, I'm also seeing 2 entries in GP2.
Oh, with what cars?
Toyota GR86s.
Interesting.
Yeah, the 986 and the 989 are currently on the entry list.
I mean, this is kind of where that COTA event in particular is where we kind of tend to see some interesting stuff being rolled out. Even if it's not all, competitive or built to be competitive in each car's respective class, it does kind of fit the window. And more than anything, it's just a really fun event. It's a lot of cars. It's a lot of traffic. It's a couple of really fun days in Austin, Texas. And I love the variety we tend to get as we close out the season there. That'll be in about 4 weeks' time. I actually haven't looked very closely at the COTA entry list. See what the fun stuff is.
Yeah, it's some cool entries I'm seeing. We'll have Fifth Gear Motorsports back with their Porsche Cayman in GP1.
All right.
Also looking at another Cayman from S Collective Racing, possibly. We're looking at a Mustang, a Boss 302S from Riser Harness Ford. Velocity Motorsports back with the Civic Si.
Fast Track. Oh, the Lupe Tortilla car. That's who it is. The 188 is back there for Fast Track as well.
Screaming Goat back with their diesel-powered 325i.
Look at all those BMWs.
Yep,
GP1.
lots of them.
Yeah. No Corvette, I noticed, though.
Nope. They've entered with a M235IR.
There is a Ford Mustang Boss 302S entered, however, I noticed.
Yep.
From Riser Harness Ford.
No, he wasn't listening. Doug.
I was not listening. I was very much not listening. I was pulling up the... I do see the S Collective car, however. Nice looking car.
I'm expecting 2 of the GTU entries to be moved to GTO, though.
No, those are NPO ones. That was told to us back at either Utah or Watkins Glen.
Huh.
that Random Vandals was going to be involved in the finale with a pair of NPO1s in GTU.
Cool. Well, they're listed as M4s, so.
Yeah, no, that will be updated eventually. I think they just enter. If you
Something.
have one car profile, you can use that car profile for anything. You just select their class and then you go back in and edit it later.
Yeah, the idea is just to get on the entry list and not the wait list.
Yeah. It's 11 entries we've got in GTU. I mean, we're already at 10 this weekend. Good stuff. 90 cars. It was briefly down to 89, but 3 Kingpin cars are on the list as well.
I mean, yeah, 18 in GP2 is fantastic.
Yeah.
And potentially 1 GP3. We'll see. Coming through shot here, you see the Porsche Boxer Rockwell Autosport Development. Just a couple car lengths behind them, I believe, is the 779 from Lagunatix. Oh, no. That's actually BSI Racing. Lagunatix's pit.
Oh.
They were just behind that Porsche Boxer, fighting for third in GP2.
Well, they were ahead, but the slow run down the pit lane.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just happened to cross the line half a
That's
second
what
apart.
it is.
Yeah, but in either case, I don't know. Was that Lagunatix car due? Oh, they were in at 82. They didn't pit under the full course yellow. Interesting decision. I mean, they could probably make it from here on one more stop anyway. There's 48 left. You've got to go a minute or an hour 25 in order to do it. So
Need to refresh my timing. I'm seeing some weird numbers here. Do we think the 58 just pit?
no, I got a little bit of behind the scenes information as to why or how the pit flags get raised. And I don't know that it was this way in Race Hero previously because we didn't really have this kind of glitchiness with how pit passings were reported. So obviously timing loops work on just transponder signals and a literal physical wire loop in the track. Multiple loops can pick up a passing of a car, right? If you happen to be driver's right, let's say here at Sebring, you cross the start-finish on-track loop.
That might trigger it.
Theoretically should be the stronger of the two, the stronger signals of the two. But it doesn't mean that the loop in the pit lane isn't also going to register a passing or register a signal there, even though it didn't pass directly overhead. Both of those loops can pick up the transponder as it passes over the loop. If there's some interference in the on-track loop for some reason, and you happen to be close on the driver's right wall to the pit lane loop, Orbitz is going to take the passing of whichever signal was strongest.
Mm-hmm.
So if you don't have equally performing loops on either side of the track, it is possible that you just get a weird glitch where it reports the car as being in the pit lane, not because it actually crossed that loop. It was just the stronger signal of the two.
Yeah, I was more alluding to the fact that the lap time was a 3:53.
Oh, that is a different issue. Which car was this for?
The 58.
I mean, it did drop there. Wait, which lap?
124.
Oh, yeah.
I would.
Yeah, I don't see the pit loop, but it is. I guess it must have. I can't imagine any other situation where it would have dropped that much time unless it stopped out on circuit. But
I
didn't see anything in the race control log.
No, so I assumed its in lap was 123.
Yeah, must have been.
And for whatever reason, it just said didn't trigger it.
A lock up out of the 909. Palomar 83 has pitted out of second in GP2. It's allowed the Rockwell Autosport Development Boxster onto same lap here. Palomar in, they must have been in. Yeah, they were in under the yellow because it's when they picked up the penalty. So is there an issue now on board Palomar number 83? 83?
Maybe they just possibly swapped out tires. I would
mean-
think they'd have a noticeable flat spot that would be making the driver a bit crazy.
The lockup was the 38 anyway.
Oh, that's true. That's a good point. Oh, yep. My bad.
But the 83, yeah, I can't see a reason it would have been in so soon after the full course, the most recent full course yellow. I mean, unless there's a bit of driver shuffling to be done here, I can't really make this one make sense.
Mike says sounds like engine on 83.
That's disastrous. Championship, Eastern Region Championship wise. That car was already having to come a bit from behind to go chase the would have been the 779 leading the championship. And if this is curtains for the 83, at least temporarily, there's going to be in real trouble here, I think. .59 and 908 battle has gone out to 8.6 seconds. Stratus car did have a slower lap last time through, but ultimately it's still generally gone in the favor of the 59, at least over the last 5 or 6 laps. PC Racing and Blaze Racing have kept the gap under 10 seconds, or I guess Blaze has kept the gap under 10 seconds. They were matching each other quite literally lap for lap, 10th for 10th. There for a little while. At the front end of GP1. Fast Track Racing 927 is reported as being in the pit lane, and that appears to be true based on the lap time. That allows Open Throttle Racing in the number 64 to break into the top 5 in GP1.
I think they might be close enough to do one more stop from here.
That's kind of my thoughts, JT. I mean, most of the production cars should be good to go. The GT cars definitely don't have the range, but
no,
everybody else ought to.
The exception of PC Racing.
Well, but they were better. The most recent full green flag run we had. Nope, car off at 13. We're hearing. Sure, it's not just another Palomar lockup. Contact reported between the 927 38 at turn 17A. Was it number 40 with the on and off? Is that what we're saying? Oh, 999. Okay. Ah, okay. Yeah. That's the Cajun Canuck BMW.
Yeah, they've been running relatively quiet. They're 8th in GP1.
Yeah, lost a fair amount of time, 16 laps off the class leader, so they will have had an extended stay in the garage somewhere down the lap time list. Lap 97, 33 minutes. Do it. You've just joined us, or perhaps rejoining us. Welcome back. It's the Fall Sportscar Classic weekend here at Sebring International Raceway, wrapping up our Eastern Region Championship in the World Racing League. Brendan Kazmarek and JT Tandy guiding you through this weekend's action. Our man Ryan West would normally be with us, but he's out at Chuckwalla this weekend. DriversEye Live's first coverage of literally anything at Chuckwalla. We cover some Porsche sprint racing out there. Thrilled to have your company with us here on the World Racing League side. Penultimate round of the series, penultimate round of the 2025 season, and it has been something of a busy old run to this point since late September. 3 races in 7 weeks. We get a quick 4-week break here, and then first weekend in December, we're right back at COTA. Wrap up this 2025 campaign. Dustin Ollis, our producer this weekend. Our friend Jordan's out assisting Ryan with duties out in Southern California. You ever make it to Chuckwalla, JT?
I've not, no.
Yeah, I hear that might be for the best. It's an interesting track, and it does allegedly put on some pretty interesting racing. Unfortunately, the area, other than Joshua Tree National Park, is just not much to write home about. I'm being told somebody has constructed a web over there on this particular camera over there, the outside of turn number 13. Maybe the spider can reset the 13 exit camera for me while it's over there. Blaze Racing is in from second in GP1. Again, this is early. This is 14 laps. Busty, can we pick up the turn 1 camera here? I'm going to see if we can catch the 118 and see what it decides to do, because I wouldn't have anticipated it being in. Yeah, so it's already taken service and it's underway, as is the off-leash Mercedes. I wonder if they're just inside their window here. I have questions. Again, probably in a space where they can make it through to the end of the race on one more stop. Probably. The 40s picked up another pit lane penalty, this time for no drip pan. During fueling. Have not seen the re-emergence of the Palomar Racing number 83. So to reset GP2, which we haven't done in a minute, Rebel Racing in the 222 continues to lead now 3 laps nearly in hand over the Rockwell Autosport Development number 715. 2 minutes and 5 seconds further back to the Laguna Tech Racing number 779, which now sits in 3rd. The car did have to make a green flag pit stop recently. It's dropped it back to P3. But if the Palomar 83 isn't able to continue, depending on the drop situation here, This could set the 222 and the 779 out on a pathway to make this 3-car battle for the championship a 2-car battle headed into tomorrow's finale, which is a little bit disappointing given how competitive things have been through the first this first enduro of the weekend. Blaze Racing 4 minutes 13 seconds. Now, is that in line with their other green flag stops, or does that indicate they did something else? 406, 422. Yeah, I mean,
Doesn't sound horrible.
no. Maybe a driver change. Just get the finishing driver into the end. We know Scott Mann did about 2.5 hours earlier. 2.5 to the end would give you a 3-hour window in the middle. I wonder if they had a driver come up on driver time. If they're a 3-driver squad this weekend, it would make some sense. You just push that as long as you can in the hopes that, well, get some answers here. When was the last full course yellow? 133, which would have been 3.5. You know what? I'm gonna throw this out there, JT. I think my guess at the situation here is that the Blaze 118 had to come in because they had a driver going up against 3 hours. They couldn't do it at the last full course yellow because it would have left the finisher in
Too long,
and they didn't get another safety car in the right window. So that is kind of the problem. If you're only going to try and do these 8-hour races on 2 driver changes, it leaves you some really narrow windows. Now, Scott getting out of the car earlier at the beginning of the race was convenient, right? Because that full course yellow came out 2.5, 2:15, something like that into the race. But it really left them without options when it came to their middle stint. And now it's going to have their finishing driver behind the wheel for, another 2.5 hours. But it cost them a green flag stop they would not otherwise have had to make. Now, again, I don't think they're going to have to make an extra stop as such, bearing in mind that they were in with about 2 hours 45 to go. So it may still work out okay. But they do leave them themselves exposed to a bad safety car situation here. We get a spinning continue for 64. Yeah. Is that low at the left front? Or just slow? PC is in as well now. So the equivalent stop for the number 44. They were not in at the full course yellow. They were last in on 92. So 29 laps done under this stint for PC Racing. So that's much more in line with what we would expect for a production car around here after their short first stint of the day. But open throttle BMW continues to limp through Big Bend there out in the distance. Left rear flat is what we're hearing from producer Dustin, which, it does make sense. It looked like it was low at the left side. It flailing around and actually beginning to come apart. This isn't something we see very often. I actually can't think of the last time we saw a puncture or failure on any of these Continental tires in the production classes. Very, very unusual. I wonder if they're going to have that car just... Well, this would be the place to park it, right? Driver's left here at turn number 7. Have it loaded up onto a flatbed and brought home. The other option is just to limp it the other, probably 2+ miles from where it's at now.
I mean, you're not going to lose the lap for taking the shortcut. You're also not going to have to wait for the gate to be unlocked.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. But you do risk doing more damage to the car than you would otherwise need to.
You do.
Other question here is, what happened first? Did the spin over at turn 3 create the flat left rear tire, or did the flat left rear tire create the spin over at turn 3? Where PC and Blaze shake out here after PC Racing's pit stop. We'll need the rest of this lap to get our answer. We await the arrival here at start finish of the blue and white BMW E46. Arrives now. 4:18.5. It's going to be advantage Blaze. It was only about 8 seconds before these 2 green flag stops. And the other thing with that PC pit stop, here comes Blaze now. 2:32.9. It's 18 seconds. So they lost about 10 seconds in this whole exchange. But the other thing that this kind of bails PC out, or Blaze out of, excuse me, is a safety car breaking up that battle, right? It was really only a couple of laps between those 2 stops. So what at the time felt like, a huge, it wasn't a blunder because they set the race up this way for themselves, but a really risky situation was actually kind of bailed out by PC choosing not to stop under the most recent safety car, which would very much have opened or exposed Blaze to a poorly timed yellow. Other battles at the moment. Stoic Racing 87 with a long last lap. 2:39. Reading that right? 2:39.162. Oh, because they
Is that an in-lap?
pitted. Who pitted? Yeah, it must be an in-lap for Stoic. The 87. They're pitted right in front of me, though. I don't remember seeing them here. I guess they must have. That should put the number 2 back out in front in that case. On to the second step of the podium in GTO. No, there goes Stoic. All right. But at 2:28 that time.
Slow
ACP
BSI.
catering comes through 2:20.7. This could change hands within about a lap and a half here. Dustin, if we can pick up the red Supra headed into 3 right there. Let's watch the progress that the number 2 makes over these next 2 laps or so, because the pace is very much in that M4 GT4 at the moment. Stoic onto the brakes at turn number 7. Looks pretty good there. At the braking zone into what is now the safety pin. Well, if people still call it that, but I do. I'm not convinced the Stoic number 87 actually pitted. I think it was just a really long lap with an odd pit flag. 15 seconds. He got caught up behind the open throttle car and just didn't want to make the pass. I don't know. Very, very strange. Flash the lights from, is that Roberts Racing in the 109?
Yeah.
Scoot up the inside of the 40-48 competition. The 01. Camera has tilted itself right side down over the course of the day. I feel like if you're going to go artsy on that shot, you just go artsy, put the tilt in from the beginning rather than the halfway stuff. Set it up that way, and then we have it, Safety light, the safety truck lights on in pit lane there. Oh, Yes, maybe. 64 has made it in anyway.
Yeah.
That issue resolves itself. 167 stopped in the middle of pit lane. That's exactly what this is about.
Yeah, we did see that car being slow coming into 17.
Yeah, it's the BSI Racing Toyota GR Cup, to be clear. The GR86 Cup, excuse me. All right, so here's our Stoic number 87. Been watching this. It was a 226 last time, so better, obviously. ACP does a 222 in what I assume is a little bit of traffic. That margin is down now to 7.4 seconds. And car in the pit lane in front of me here is Stratus.
Is that the 60?
You know, JT, it's really hard to tell. I don't see any obvious colors there. But if Red Mist says 60, then yeah, I'll buy it. But it also says 59, which is a problem.
I think the 59 should have left by now.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, we'll go with 60 then, is now into the lane. 65 slow and clears course at turn 2, so things go from bad to worse for open throttle in the last 15 minutes or so. 65 is the
Captain America.
Captain America car. Yeah, thank you.
Yep. Yeah, going through a shot there, you can see the BMW just 2 seconds behind the Supra. Coming down to turn 3. Gap continues to close. .58 goes around the outside of the 38. BMW's right there on the back of the Supra. Looks a little bit, tucks back in for 15. He's gonna stay behind through 16, try to carry as much speed as possible into the back straight here. Try to get a good run towards sunset. He's gonna dive off to the right here, far on the inside. And yep, blocks the inside and takes the position. Coming through 17. Made things a little awkward for the Supra, so they're going to have a difficult time trying to get a run out of the corner. Yeah, it looks like more than enough room for BMW to hold the position. So that is now second in GTO for a CP Tangerine.
It's not obviously quicker anywhere, that car, JT. It just is much quicker overall.
Yeah.
It's doing everything just a little bit better than the 87 has been. 38 is back into the pit lane. Or it's into the pit lane, I guess.
Hopefully for a
Salvaging
tire
third.
change.
What's that?
Hopefully for a tire change.
Yeah, I mean, if it was truly locking the rears on the way into the corners, then it may not be so bad. But if it wasn't and it was locking inside fronts, then yeah, may have a bit of an issue there. By the way, we've crested 90 degrees here in Sebring. Not even meant to be quite this hot.
Nice.
Initially headed for 80. Well, for a while it was 85, then it was 86, then 87. 88 was what we woke up to this morning for a projected high, and now right up to 90. Nice and cool in here, and so far, cameras have done surprisingly well given the heat.
Well, yeah, because you're at a nice constant 70 degrees, right?
That's right.
Yeah, see, drivers getting out of the car at this point, you know, hydrate, you have the option. Head up to the booth for an interview at 70 degrees.
That's right.
Or bask in the sunshine and take a nap.
Well, fortunately also, the garage areas, or the pit lane, the pit stalls all back up to garages, right? And you don't really keep cars in there anymore. Some of the HPD guys further down did, but they're all just shaded areas now for whatever they need to use them for. And a nice opportunity to duck into a little bit of shade. Also, the shadows are getting a bit longer here at Sebring International Raceway. I look to my right, and the building, the tower I'm in, the 4-story tower, is now casting a shadow over most of the width of pit lane just past start finish here. So that time of year, I cannot imagine, JT. You remember when we ran the 24-hour here back in 2021? I mean, it was pretty chilly at night.
Yeah.
Not cold, but chilly. I cannot imagine doing 24 hours in this heat and also, having to deal with 11 plus hours of darkness in the middle of it all. That just sounds deeply unpleasant.
And here we are trying to get a 24 to go to Utah.
Listen, if we're going to revive the 24 discussion, I've adjusted my answer. It sounded like maybe there was an opportunity for Utah if Utah wanted to do it, or if WRL wanted to do it. I think the answer for a 24 is Watkins Glen. I really do.
I don't.
Forces everybody to use cooler heads and just chill out. Dustin suggests the autocross course outside of Bristol Motor Speedway, which I do know is a very popular autocross event. Yeah.
My controversial opinion. I not a huge fan of Watkins Glen.
Really?
Yeah. It's not a comfortable place for me. Gorgeous track, has some great racing at it. It's just, for whatever reason, it just doesn't gel with me.
See, that place for me is usually Monza, actually, but also Road America. Here in the U.S., I just don't. Sim racing wise, I've never gotten on with Road America. I also really don't like sim racing at Laguna Seca. Not that I find Watkins Glen particularly interesting in a sim either, just because it's a lot of flat out in a top class car. But you got to hustle your way into some of those corners, and it is pretty dramatic in real life. I just think it's the best theoretical location anyway. I think you'd get a good sized field.
Yeah, my issue is there's not a lot of runoff there.
Right. So that's the flip side of that coin is, well, the more cars you pile into 3.5, 3.6 miles, 3.4, I guess it is, 3.45, the more likely it is you're going to get those full course yellows without having really any meaningful runoff there. I think it would take cooler heads than we had on the Saturday this year in particular. Theoretically, you'd think a 24 would facilitate some of that, but I guess not necessarily.
You would hope, yes.
Stoics had a quick on and off over at turn 5 from what we hear from Dustin. Anyway, JT, you were saying.
Yeah, no, if you look at not only this year and last year, Saturday easily into the double digits for full course yellows. Sundays were a bit better, but still, I mean, it's the 65 now producing a smoke show for us.
Looks like they're going to appear at the other side here. Yeah.
I'm going a bit slow, but yeah.
On the other hand, JT, they are code 35s.
This is true.
I also think spectators would flock to a 24 at Watkins Glen, even though it's, not a top flight sports car series, let's say. You're not running IMSA prototypes or anything like that. I do think you'd get a half decent spectator turnout just because it's Watkins Glen and it's a 24. That's where I've kind of settled on the whole discussion. Unfortunately, as much as I'd love to see a 24 at a place like Road Atlanta, the Sunday quiet hour kind of disrupts that. You'd have to start at 10 in the morning on Saturday.
Yeah.
Have a short burst of daylight run, running to the end. I don't know that we're any closer to actually having the opportunity to do a 24 again. I know it was a big lift to get it done at the level of racing that WRL provides and the consistency that the WRL provides across multiple teams of officials and pit marshals and all of those necessary parts of what we do here in the World Racing League. And I think in order to do that again with everything that's been learned by the whole WRL team over the last couple of seasons, it would require an equally big, if not bigger, lift to what we've had in the past to do right. And I don't know that there's a huge appetite for that just at the moment. Bearing in mind, by the way, that even our friends over at Champ Car have dropped the VIR 24-hour, despite it being a really very popular event. That 24 does not feature on the 2026 calendar for that organization.
I have an imaginary text from RJ saying he'll do a 24 if you pay for the lights.
Oh, DriversEye Live does not have that. Oh, that's a slow Captain America on the front straightaway in a really awkward spot there, headed on the racing line into turn number 1. Now, I assume the motive here is to just try and get to one of the shortcuts back to the pit lane, but everybody's got to be pretty heads up here. You actually make the hard right there into an access lane, but that car under power even?
I think so.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Yeah, it doesn't make it out the other side there. So there is a gap at the turn 1 Marshall station there for potentially some of the safety vehicles to be able to get at that car. There is a waving yellow flag at start finish here, obviously, as well, with that car having come to rest on pavement. Rapscallion up the inside of Blaze. Margin back to from Blaze, excuse me, up to the PC Racing number 44 is up to 36 seconds. So this final stint is really quite significantly going out in the favor of the number 44. Oh, 65 continued now. Car reset. Oh, no, not anymore. Stopped again, turn 1. Yep. Rapscallion pointing somebody by here. Yeah, I mean, you got to make the right-hand turn here, right? Maybe. No, not there. There's already a white flag up here at turn 3. What's that for? Any other slow cars? Right. Peek out under the Corvette bridge. We're going to go through wide here on the exit of 1. A couple of NPO1s. And what I think it's the fast track number 927.
All right, Cap's getting a little bit quicker now. You can do this all day.
With the 38 car from Palomar now being into the pit lane on 3 out of 4 or 2 out of 4 laps.
Yeah, that's not looking good.
Yeah, not ideal, but it puts the HK number 221, which is was down in P6, P7 earlier on today, right up onto the podium. Really good stuff.
Did you see Mike Anderson's comment about spectators and a 24 vent?
Well, no, he said if you want spectators, Road America is it. So Road America fans and locals will come out to watch literally anything that they have access to.
The sundial.
The sundial? What do you mean by the sundial?
Literally just a sundial.
Oh, sure, put a sundial. Yeah.
Anything.
I mean, from memory, I think they were the inventors of kind of the season pass concept. Where, okay, we're not going to give you any amenities, but if you want to come watch, pay your couple $100 for the season and come watch, right? June Sprints. First time at the June Sprints for SCCA. Awesome event. Later that year, I was up there for it was the WeatherTech Invitational Challenge, the Brian Redmond event in July, and there were upwards of 10, 15, maybe 20,000 spectators there. I mean, it was packed. I know they do another vintage event in September with VSCDA that looks really popular, and we'd love to live stream. I have no doubts that if they were ever to put on a 24, people would all about it. I don't know that it will ever happen. I don't know that it's a curfew issue, a local issue. I don't know. But the vibe I've gotten is that those discussions have never, ever, ever come up across any number of series where they go anywhere longer than, till 5:30, 6 o'clock in the evening. I'd love for a one-off waiver to that, and if they were going to do it, I'd love for it to be WRL. But I've never gotten the sense that that's something that would ever happen. 38 lost the tire. What we're hearing from Mike. So into the pit lane, not for just routine service there on lap 125. And then 3 laps later, back in to replace the tire.
Yeah, just crossed the line. So still in the same lap as the 664 Rapscallion. So also
644.
that means yes, sorry.
Yeah.
So they're also still in the same lap as HK Motorsports. So they're not out of it yet. They can still get a podium finish.
Oh, sure. I mean, there's a minute to choose between those 3 cars for that third step on the podium. So, yeah, none of this is done by any means. Bearing in mind, Palomar is now, I mean, if you just take the necessary pit stops into account, they're actually 1 up on the 644.
Mm-hmm.
So on the road, they ought to be P4. Ahead of that number 644. They just haven't quite gotten there. Or they will get there once that Rapscallion BMW makes the equivalent pit stop. And it should be just 1 pit stop for both Palomar 38 and number 221 HK Motorsports from here through till the end.
Love the sound of that Mustang.
It's really good. Do you play Automobilista too, JT?
I do not know.
So, it is maybe my favorite sim at the moment, just for the immersive experience, right? It's not overly difficult to get the hang of. It does some things weirdly, I think, relative to other sims. Some of that is just the physics platform that they chose, which was a little bit odd to begin with Project Cars 2. But they've given it a treatment that creates a highly, highly immersive experience, which is very, very cool. But out in advance of the release of Project Motor Racing, they released a historical endurance pack. One of what will probably be a couple. This one was geared at the 2005 era of race cars.
That's the one that has the Champion R8, yeah?
Well, it's got the R8. It has the Audi R8 LMP1. I'm sure there's a Champion car in there somewhere, but yeah, it's got the R8. It's got the Dallara LMP1. It's got the Courage C60, Lola BO5. 40, I think
540, heck yeah.
Yeah. In a couple of different trims, both the V8 and the V8 ER Turbo and the Judd. They're not named that, but one is a Judd V8 clearly, and the other is a 4-cylinder turbo, which would be the ER engine. But it's got an extensive list of GT1 cars done in by GP1 there. So there were 4 cars, I think, in the endurance pack for GT1, which was it's the Chrysler Viper, the Corvette C5R, the DBR9, and the
S7R, maybe?
Might have been the S7R. I actually don't remember. No, it's not the S7.
So let's see. In that era, in GT1, GTS, you would have had the Celine. You would have had the possible Murcielago. Slightly too late for the Zonda. Maybe one of the Ferraris, either a 550 or a 575.
No, it wasn't a Ferrari because I thought that was an unfortunate omission.
Oh.
It's the MC12, Maserati MC12.
Okay.
And then on top of that, they released this Lamborghini pack a couple of weeks ago that includes the Murcielago V12, right?
Okay.
So you get 5 GT1 cars. And, I mean, part of that experience in GT1 back then and even in the Sims now is auditory, right? The V12s, the giant V8 the giant V10 in the Viper, big V8 in the front of the Corvette. I mean, it was just really iconic and immediately identifiable stuff, right? And I do feel like in a lot of ways in modern motor racing that has been lost, right? The V12 in the Aston Martin Valkyrie notwithstanding, you don't really have that iconic engine note or iconic gearbox whine or whatever the case might be across most of top flight sports car racing, either in prototypes or in GT cars. And this is relevant to what you just said about the Mustang, is because I think the Mustang might be one of the only cars, maybe the only car, that actually genuinely stands out these days as having a sound that is uniquely its own, that is iconic in its own right. Yes, okay, it's a thundering V8, but it has this kind of high-pitched, almost like a gurgle to it, that I really don't know how to describe any other way, that it's... You hear it go by, and you know that's a Ford Mustang. That's just the current Mustang, and I feel like we've lost that. Like, I feel like the M4 GT4s have just gotten lamer as they've gone on, and the GT3 cars are all trending towards either turbo V6s or turbo V8s, and they're not very interesting. And that trickles down into the GT4s as well, and that Ford is not only, I mean, Porsche's obviously got the flat six, which is its own thing, but Ford has taken the opportunity in the development of their current customer-based racing program to create that identity around what the car looks like, what the car sounds like, and how it identifies with people, or how people identify with it. And I think that's becoming increasingly special in these days, and I'm thrilled that they've taken the opportunity to do that.
Yeah.
From somebody who would, I think, as a young person, never have I ever identified as a Ford guy. I don't think I ever would have said, oh yeah, I'm a big fan of everything Ford does, really enjoy it. Silver Dog says, sound of the ALMS M3 GTR has probably the most iconic race car sound. All right, look. So the topic of iconic, the word iconic, I think, has a number of different definitions for a number of people. And what you identify as being, maybe your favorite is different from maybe what is truly... Oh, car off the exit of 17 here because the starters just picked up the green flag. I saw him point. Now it waves. So Dustin stepped away for just a moment. So let's see. Driver's left here.
Yep, there's a flashing yellow. There's a yellow inside. Driver's right.
Oh, that's an NP01.
That's a Stratus.
A Stratus car?
It is.
Whoa. Not something you see every day. Stratus 59. That was your third place car. It says no action needed, but that car has not continued. Anyway, back to the discussion of iconic. I do love the M3 GTR sound, right? The car that ran the Nürburgring 2004, 2005, ran the Spa 24 hours in 2004 as well. I mean, that car just sounds amazing. The straight cut gears, the transmission whine, the engine note out of the V8, just awesome. But is it the most iconic? Is it more iconic than the DBR9? Is it more iconic than the four-rotor in the back of the 787B?
Pano's GTR1.
Exactly, right? And that list goes on. The Viper, the V10 and the Viper. Right, that noise will never be duplicated in a race car again. I don't think.
Aston Martin Lola.
Yes, but that was also the same engine that was in the DBR9, so I'm with you.
But it sounded much better.
I don't know if I agree with that sentence.
Of course, yellow. I'm sorry,
cool.
but you can still find that video taken from the Fox Factory Bridge during a test of the Muscle Milk Aston Martin Lola, just the sound of that car approaching as it comes down into turn 10 and then through turn 11, I've never heard that in a DBR9.
But this is my point, is right, we have these debates and discussions, or can have this debate and discussion about what is the most iconic, because multiple different cars are going to produce all kinds of different sounds.
Yeah.
Is something the best V12 ever designed, right? Well, what about the 1995 Ferrari F1? I don't know all the numbers to it, but that V12 that ran in that car, is that better than the Lola Aston Martin, the DBR1 too? Like, I don't know. I don't know that there is a right answer there. I will say, I absolutely adore the transmission whine out of the BMW 320i STW, the super touring car. It's the same note that kind of made its way into the M3 GTR as well. I mean, it's just brutal. And that M3 GTR in its unleashed form was a brutal, brutal race car. And so to me, that's iconic. But I don't know that a lot of people are just annoyed by it because it just doesn't ever shut up. It's making noise all the time, yelling at you. So yeah, I don't know. That debate can go any number of different ways. Ferrari 333 SP. There you go. Well, it was the same engine as the F1 car that ran in 1995. So yeah, that makes sense. Patty Hales, one of our photographers here in the World Racing League. Isn't that sim from the same guys that were behind Project Cars 2? No, Automobilista 2 is on the same platform as P-Cars 2. So they upgraded the graphics engine and used the same basic physics engine as P-Cars 2. But Reiza, R-E-I-Z-A, were the development team behind Automobilista and AMS2. They kind of gave P-Cars 2 the treatment that Automobilista 1 gave to R-Factor. Bit deep in the elbow deep there in the sim racing talk, but I have really been enjoying it over the last week or so. JT, you guys going to run the Le Mans Ultimate 24-hour?
Not sure. I know a couple teams that are. I don't know if I will be.
Okay.
We'll see.
All right. You let me know. I think we're going to do it. We're actively deciding on a car over the last 12 hours or so, but I think we're going to give it a shot. Desperate to get away from iRacing.
Understandable. Yeah, no, we recently had a GT3 driver that runs in the one of the South Africa series.
Oh, cool.
Discover our league, and he's been really enjoying our Factor 2 because the tire model he finds so much more realistic than I've seen. So,
well, I mean, that's the basis for LMU as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's actually going to help us, sounds like, by providing quite a good testing feedback to help our GTs be a bit more realistic. He's not a fan of how our ABS is at the moment for the custom series that we'd run. All right, so let's see how this affects our field. The 87 and the 2 were separated by 30 seconds, I think. So both 87 and the 2 have pit within the last 10 laps, so they can come in and top off, which might be the good call. We're, 9 minutes under 2 hours
Who's doing it,
remaining.
JT? Yeah, 2's in now.
Okay, that's a good call. I assume 70 is. Yeah, 70 should be in. FPRS stays out. I didn't see if Rapscallion stayed out or not. Their gap was 12 seconds.
Crucially, in other classes, JT.
GP1.
Yeah, PC pitted and presumably is in to top off. Blaze did not. Blaze is going to tough this one out.
So, yeah, because they did pit at lap 120. They were at a point where, under green flag conditions, theoretically they could make it on one more stop. So perhaps Blaze is gambling. I don't know if PC could.
Yeah, fair. I think they would have been just about there, but much more uncomfortable about it than the Blaze car would have been.
Yeah, because I think if Blaze comes in now, there's still going to be one more stop regardless.
Absolutely.
So I think their goal right now is to try to get closer to that 1 hour 30, 1 hour 20 mark. So at this point, I guess stay out, try to get the track position.
Well, yeah, I mean, track position it's fine. They're actually not that far up the queue anyway. So they're not going to have a huge advantage over PC when the 44 comes back up to catch the back of the field. Again, it does leave them slightly exposed here to a potential full course yellow inside these final 2 hours, where if they have to pit with an hour and 25 minutes remaining or an hour 20 minutes remaining, because that's how far they can make it. If we get a full course yellow between then and when the PC number 44 is required to come in, just based on its fuel mileage, it could really mess up this kind of Blaze strategy here. You'd want to be able to go as deep into the race as you possibly can to protect against that happening. The old danger zone on the NBC IndyCar commentary would be kind of the equivalent discussion there. And they kind of got bailed out of it earlier on by PC coming in.
Yes, basically like 2 laps later or whatever.
Exactly. This is not going to be the case this time. Blaze is going to be in with about an hour 15, hour 20 to go. PC is going to be able to make it down to about probably 35 to 40 minutes, and it'll be a shorter stop. So let's see if Blaze has got any kind of pace here. There's PC. Third from last there in the queue. Just up ahead of the number 2 from ACP, Tangerine. Pretty impressed with the day Rapscallion has had in the number 669 up in DO. Mm-hmm. They're quiet, very consistent. But up into the top 4. It was a really good position there. 12 seconds ahead of FPRS. So let's keep an eye on that battle as well as the lights go out on the safety car and we get ready to go back to green flag racing here at Sebring International Raceway. Hour and 47 minutes remaining on the clock. After a full course yellow from the stricken Stratus number 59, which had a left rear suspension failure perhaps at the exit of turn 17. From the looks of things as it was brought back down the pit lane. Get confirmation of that a bit later on, but field sends itself down into turn number 1. Graphic in the upper left will reset itself here shortly. Everybody looking for a little bit of clear road here. Let's settle back into something of a rhythm. There's the Blaze number 118. Only, I don't know, maybe 10 cars ahead, 12 cars ahead of the PC Racing number 44 that chases it for the GP1 class lead. 9.5 seconds was the margin at the line. PC has been generally quicker over this last hour or so. Also, that fourth place battle in GTO at speed, that margin was 3.4 seconds. There's the Mustang headed through the left-hander at turn 9 just a moment ago. as they approach turn number 7. Should get the Rapscallion 669. There it is. Mustang has to work through the 40-48 competition NPO1, and then as they head south towards turn 15, we'll begin to chase that Ligier JS2R number 669.
Stoic's in a good spot here. Just clear track ahead of him.
Yeah, that's battling or defending, excuse me, from the number 2 ACP Tangerine BMW, which is at the back of the queue when they came back to the green flag. Battle for second in GTO. Let's put a little breathing room between itself and the Ford here over this first lap, I think. This is right around 3.3 seconds, so pretty evenly matched first time through. Handful of GTU cars there. Going to turn number 1. Racing picked up over 3 seconds on the last lap through there on the Blaze Racing number 118. Now Blaze will have been in a little bit of traffic as compared to that number 44, which yes was off the back of the field, but things were considerably more strung out back there. But also that PC car has shown itself to be consistently quick. GTU, by the way, having lost that Stratus number 59, now looks like Stratus 60 from Automatic Racing number 908, a lap in hand there at the front of the field. That it's 7.8 seconds from 908 back to 58. So that 908 car is the properly liveried, let's say, automatic car. The 909 is the all-yellow one. So you're looking for white, blue, and yellow on that 908. It's actually not quite a lap. So 60 will be behind 908 on track. They can come through, and
That was them going through 1.
yeah, it's difficult to pick them with the lower lighting here. Pick them out with the lower lighting. But there's 908 just behind the Rapscallion car headed into turn 3. Then 60, then 58, I think.
Yes, I would agree.
Yep. There we go. We'll be able to see these accent colors a little bit better. Yeah, white and then gold. Or white and then blue, excuse me, on the 58. So that is the battle for position there. The first and third cars in line, 908 from 58. 908, again, as we mentioned, although not very recently, is putting itself in a position here to pick up a couple of points in this battle for third in the GTU Points Championship. 72 drops and wheels there. The access road outside of turn 9. If they can hang on to the second place finish, it'll be really good pickup for them in terms of points. Quite a long way to go, though, in that regard. Round 3 Racing number 1 also having a good point stay there in P4 with some margin in hand over a charging Roberts Racing number 109, who's just done a 219.5 compared to the 226 out of the number 1 round 3 car. Goes your Rapscallion car. FPRS Mustang maybe just being held up by some of those NPO ones on the way into turn number 17. Those NPO ones are not as quick down these straightaways, of course, being lighter, but also lower on power. But the Mustang kind of powerless to do anything with them on the brakes and at turn-in there. Sunset Bend.
Yeah, keep in mind the sister Rapscallion car is also in a good fight here.
Oh, yeah.
Waiting for it to come across the line here with Palomar, but last time through was the quicker of the two by a couple seconds.
Down to GP1, obviously.
Slow exit for the 58.
Oh, is this trouble for another Stratus NPO1?
Yeah, it looks slow.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it's trouble regardless, but is this mechanical trouble or... where is it out the window here? Back at the speed? I don't... Question marks. There's a 60. There's a 908. That'll be Roberts.
Yep.
Is there a waving yellow over at turn 5, Dustin? Might clue, or a standing yellow maybe that might clue us in.
It's still missing here.
Yeah,
So-
slow stop drivers left. And those cars are so low, I'm not going to be able to see it out the window here. So that is your third place car in GTU. Was in the middle of a fight for second in GTU. 2 out of 3 Stratus cars have now come to a stop on the racetrack in the last 30 minutes or so. Leaves that number 60 alone out in front. Where did it come to a halt? Is it somewhere where we can go pick it up? I know that turn 4 camera
Maybe
has
like
gone
where
down
the,
in the heat.
AOA came to a stop earlier.
Yeah. Again, so I've got a trailer and some trees in front of me, but those NPO ones are so low to the ground, and the terrain on the backside of the wall actually rises up to meet the top of the wall. And I just kind of wonder if it's somewhere I'm not going to be able to pick out here. Anyway, we'll jump on board the number 72 from PMW Motorsports. Precision Motorworks here. It bounces over the bumps on the exit of turn number 1 and see if maybe as it comes around to Big Bend here, we can pick it up on the left-hand side.
Safety vehicle on track ahead.
Yeah, they stayed at driver's left, so it's actually made it quite a far ways down based on the progress of the safety vehicles.
Yeah, it looks
There
like
it is.
before the bridge.
Oh, there it is. That was a good cut, Dustin, there to pick up the better balanced image. The last moment, yeah. Oh, you know what? I can just barely tell that there's a car there, but I would have never seen it if not for the safety vehicles pulling up next to it. You can just kind of see the fin. We hop on board the 221 from HK Motorsports. There goes PC Racing.
I wonder if Blaze Racing's like, no, that's a full course yellow. Pretty sure we need one.
PC's jumped to 118, by the way. I don't know if we actually mentioned that, but it did happen last time through. 2.5 seconds quicker on the lap, and the margin is 1.9. So it was enough, and in some ways seemed kind of inevitable there. So in the age-old Brendan Kazmarek consideration of who holds the cards at the moment, it does feel a bit like Blaze has not got very much to work with here in terms of the available cards. It's not got a better fuel situation. It's going to have to pit, more likely to have to pit under green, just by virtue of needing to pit sooner. It's not quicker on track. Yeah, it's going to take something special for that 118 crew to make this one work. But it is there for them. They can find a bit of pace out of that E36. Next battle up, I suppose, will be Rapscallion in the 644 chasing down the Palomar number 38.
Yeah, they keep swapping positions in terms of lap times, I should say,
Yeah.
not positions. One moment, Rapscallion's quicker than Palomar, then Rapscallion. So relatively even at the moment. Also that BMW Motorsports BMW going through shot here, just about 6 seconds behind the Hamofa BMW. They're 5 for 7th in GTO.
Yeah, quiet second half of this one for the Hamofa. Number 419, M4. But all three of those cars, P6, 7, and 8, lapping in the 226s at the moment. PRS caught Rapscallion. We see it on camera here into turn number 16. As they make their way for Sunset Bend with, we said, then it's dropping in the sky just a touch.
Ooh, whoa.
Oh, there's an incident there at 17. 91 on the way into the corner. Stanton Barrett in the 130 had to go wide to avoid, and you could see a little bit of debris being kicked up on the way in. Dustin kind of commentated that in our ears in real time. I actually was looking at timing elsewhere. Now they dropped the flag. So what's happened here on quick YouTube replay with that number 91? Oh, I don't know about that. They did get turned, but
Why?
the 130 needed to make the move that it did. There was definite contact on the way in there for a move that was not really ever on.
So I think the other issue is that the Mustang's trying to pass the Ligier at the same time. A lapped car behind is also trying to do an overtake.
Well, that's what I mean is, okay, yes, you're moving towards the apex there, or towards the turn-in point, which, okay, generally fine. But I don't know why the 130 saw that and decided, you know what, I'm gonna take this opportunity to try a move as well.
Well, the 91 could have also stayed wide as well.
No, I mean, there's a couple of different things that could have happened there, but the end result was that at the turn-in point, JT, the 130 wasn't even remotely alongside the 91. Like, not even close. And so, yeah, the 91 closed the door on the way in, but they were in a battle with the 669, and I don't know that move from the 130 was ever going to work. What's the Martin Brundle line? Never in a month of Sundays? That's kind of where I'm at with that one. And unfortunately, now the 91 has it all to do again with something like 10, maybe 12 seconds to pick up on that number 669 Rapscallion, and a car that we don't know now is actually fundamentally healthy or not. If contact was made to that right rear suspension on the number 91 FPRS car, that could spell a bit of trouble.
That is a bit aggressive. All right. Between the 2 and the 909 out of turn 1 and to the kink at 2.
It was all pretty fair by the time they got into turn 3.
Yeah. The 644 Rapscallion BMW. Last time across, half second behind the 38 of Palomar.
We can pick up that Rapscallion number 644. Probably easier to pick up the Palomar 38 in fairness. Somewhere around the second half of the lap, I would wager. Okay. Here's Palomar. And, yep. The white nose of the Mazda 6.
Probably driven by Randy Popes.
Randy Popes.
Altenberg right now.
Jeff Altenberg. Well, yeah, I mean, that's WRL racer Jeff Altenberg, do you?
Hell yeah.
Yeah. TLM Team Baltimore Racing BMW is back on the entry list for COTA, which will include our man Jeff.
Nice.
Anyway, this is your battle for fourth in GP1 at the moment. 38 defending from 644.
So if Jeff joins us at COTA, are we going to text him Kenny Powers gifts?
I don't know that I get that joke.
Ah, that was a dinner with racers bit from the interview with him, because Jeff runs Safecraft, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah. So Jeff on the website has his own personal phone number
Oh,
that goes directly to his cell phone, and so they made a bit about, you know, texting the gifts of Kenny Powers to him.
amazing.
And he's like, yeah, I'm all for it. and they're like, you don't know how long this is going to go. So when Jeff joined us at Road Atlanta, I texted him.
Oh, from his number on the website.
Yes.
Perfect.
He enjoyed it, and I did too. Oh yes, Chris is right. That's right. Charles Ashmob.
Right.
I get him
yeah.
got him mixed up.
That's fair. Also a WRL driver.
Yep, because he was with Automatic at Road Atlanta.
Yes, he was. I mean, he's been around
Yes.
here for a while.
Oh, that's true.
That is Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University alumnus, Charles Espinlove.
That is true. Yeah, because they covered him transitioning from flying, I believe.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly what his like career specifics were. Nail biter going on up in State College, Pennsylvania at the moment. Oh, look who told us it's Charles Espenlaub.
Yeah, I told you, Chris.
I didn't put together it was Chris McCullough. Man. What's up, Chris? How you doing, man?
Another advocate for 24 Road America, to be sure.
Yeah, I was gonna say his ears were ringing because we heard us mention the 24 Road America, theoretical 24 Road America, to be clear. Oh, and Alzheimer's Motorsports, who I assume is Bill. So I'm gonna guess it is. Hi, Bill. Charles is down here calling strategy for automatic racing this weekend. Man of many talents, that Charles Espenlaub.
Nice. That's totally not embarrassing at all for me. Alright, so I think we're getting in the window here for Blaze Racing. Unfortunately, they are losing a couple seconds a lap.
Who's this?
The 118 coming through shot here.
Okay, yeah. It's been that way. I mean, they've been right in the 232s pretty consistently. The problem is that the 64 is running anywhere from... I'm sorry, the 44 is running anywhere from 228s to 230s. So either they're losing 2 seconds a lap or they're losing 4 seconds a lap. They're not really getting any of that time back. And again, their last pit stop is going to come sooner, be longer because it's going to require more fuel, and they're not catching the 44. So it's not necessarily done and dusted, but it does feel a little difficult, let's say, to picture where that time is going to come from for Blaze. I mean, their hope would be to catch a yellow in the right window where they could make it to the end, but PC can't. But that would really be about it. And even if that were true, with an hour and 21 minutes remaining, there's nothing saying PC couldn't go just chase them back down.
No, absolutely. Stoic Supra put in their best time, 2:19.259. Still about a 38-second gap over that BMW from ACP Tangerine. Coming through a shot here.
A little shower pop up to the south and east of Sebring here. Thunderstorms possible after 6 p.m., which is just tremendous. Just enough time for me to go get cameras, which will probably be in the dry, but then head down to the podium ceremony to take some pictures, which will almost certainly not be in the dry, should that come to pass. To be clear, this isn't like a line of storms or anything. This is just a great afternoon, Florida, sort of whack-a-mole thunderstorm. See where it pops up, and maybe it'll hit, maybe it won't.
Alright, the Mustang's back within 10 seconds of the Ligier, so that's not over yet. So quick rundown here. Currently leading GTU and overall, the 60 of Stratus Racing. Continues to soldier on. Unfortunately, the 58 and 59 had some issues. They've currently got about a lap advantage over the 908 from Automatic Racing.
Yeah. So I'm curious as to the issues on the Stratus cars, JT. I know the 59 had that spin over at the exit of turn number 17, and it kind of looked, as it was under tow, like the left rear was moving around a bit as it went down the pit lane. Certainly the diffuser and the aero were moving around a fair bit over the bumps. The 58, on the other hand, the 59 was the one that was being towed down the pit lane. The 58 was the one that came to a stop over at turn 6, and it just kind of didn't go out of turn number 5. And I am wondering a bit if maybe we're doing in suspensions and or half shafts. Because there was no other obvious sign of failure from the 58. Right, 59 makes sense. You load up the left side, the suspension gives way, collapses, whatever. Car goes around and can't restart because it can't go. Can't deliver power to the outside rear wheel. I do wonder a bit if the same or a similar sort of thing happened to the 58, where it just lost drive to one of the rear wheels and it wasn't able to go any further. Cars are light, but can be fragile.
Yeah.
And for how hard those cars get pushed, those Stratus cars in particular, they do run very close to their ultimate pace for long periods of time.
That has bumped the number 1 round 3 racing to 3rd in class. Roberts in the 109 4th and the 10 of round 3 in 5th. So I believe that's still advantage to Automatic for 3rd in the championship, correct?
Sorry, which car?
Automatic. 908? Was that the one that's running?
Yeah, it's 908, 909, and 1 came into the day, all tied for 3rd in GTU.
Okay.
So 908 and 1 are going to come away with
pretty good points.
Good points. 909 is going to have fewer to play with. Now, there are drops to play with here as well, and I'll need to do those permutations overnight headed into tomorrow. But at least as we can see it now, it looks like things are generally going to favor the 908 moving towards tomorrow's finale, 7-hour finale. Let me take a look at the point standings, actually, because the trouble for the Stratus 58 and 59 may also have a role to play here in the battle for second. Now, I don't think they were particularly close, but I don't know that they weren't. Pull up the GTU Eastern Region points here for just a moment. It was 9 points differential between 59 and 909. Well, all three of them, really. So 60 actually stands to gain the most here. They were the ones furthest down. 58 has already sealed up the championship, so that really matters very little. 59, 9 points in hand, and my guess is if they're going to drop anything, it's going to be either a 0 or a 2 here. Or whatever they end up with today, I suppose. Probably keep them on 63. Automatic, though, adding potentially a 12-point, 12-point finish. Get 1 for it being a championship round and 1 for it being a more than 7-car field. It does put the second place, the battle for second place within reach here, actually. So that 59 issue at the exit of turn 17 was maybe more significant than we gave it credit for at the time, JT. 9 points of differential, and oh, we got slow Captain America down the front straightaway again.
No,
And it
Cap.
doesn't sound like it's making noise, but
Oh,
it is
there's
making
smoke.
You'd prefer the alternative.
I think this might be a bit disastrous for Blaze because I believe they had just pitted.
Yeah, this was exactly my point, JT. Exactly my point. Was if things went exactly the wrong way for them, it exposed them for a longer period than normal by not pitting under that full course yellow.
Yeah, PC Racing is the next car ahead of them on track right now.
And this is 0% chance that there's no full course yellow if he can't make it to an open air.
I think it's coming to a stop right now. He's trying to get as close as possible.
It's a waving yellow at start now. Everybody's got to do each other favors here and stay to driver's left. Do not goad the car behind you into following you towards that stopped car. My guess is this is going to be a quicker than normal full course yellow call here, just because of that car being on the racing line into the quickest corner on the track. And do not pull over to drivers. Yep, everybody be heads up.
Oh.
Well, it's moving, but still smoking. Safety car's already stood up, and we are full course yellow now.
Is it the rear right?
No, I think it's coming from underneath the car, JT. It doesn't appear to be dropping anything. Certainly there's no fluid here on the front straightaway. Yeah, I mean, I don't love the fact that it didn't just take the cut there at the end of the turn one. There to driver's right. I think I would have. Problem is, we have already gone full course yellow.
Yeah.
This has kind of cleared out any chance, I think, for that Blaze Racing number 118 to make this happen. The only potential saving grace is that I think this is going to leave PC Racing on the outside or on the outskirts of being able to make it on one more stop. 29 laps was the farthest they've gone. Well, they might be there.
They'll be close.
Did they dispatch the safety car, Dustin? We've seen that Mercedes move from pit lane. Okay, all right, so it is out there. Occasionally in racing, you'll see, grassroots racing especially, they'll call for the full course yellow, but not actually dispatch the safety car if the situation resolves itself. My guess here is they were going to see that one through, but... Yeah, and Dustin says in my ear exactly what I was just thinking, which is there's no guarantee this car isn't going to stop again somewhere else out on track. No reason to send the field back to green if you think that that's possible. I don't love that this is continuing here. A 44 is in, by the way. So this should close our loop on GP1. And where's the 118? Is it going to get...
So the 118 was directly behind the 44 on track, like physically.
So they had gone a lap down.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Yeah.
So this puts them...
then.
Now they're back on the lead lap, and assuming we bunch up the field again...
There it is, yeah. They're going to be about third in line here, headed down to turn number 7.
Yeah, and I'd argue PC's losing time right now because these cars are doing the same speed as the 65 is.
Yeah, correct. Well, it's not... I mean, it's not going to matter for PC, right? They're not on their own lap anymore, but they're still, most of a lap ahead of the number 118.
Yeah.
So what we feared happening with the Blaze car is exactly how it's panned out. I'm not reading that username out in the chat, but does ask if they see raindrops, which is entirely possible here. I mean, some of these clouds are beginning to spit just little bits of rain around the Sebring International Raceway.
Also possible he could have seen just slight shiny reflection from a spider web.
That is also true.
Yeah, it was this corner. If you see the right-hand side, it kind of like occasionally gets shiny.
Is this where the spider web was?
But yeah, if you watch this, occasionally, we'll flicker middle to right-hand side.
So, now we're in 8 minutes on the clock here. We work our way into the last hour of racing on this fine Saturday afternoon from Sebring International Raceway for the Fall Sportscar Classic weekend. 7 more hours to come tomorrow, remember. Be myself and JT Tammy once again. Dustin Hollis will be with us as well. We'll start an hour earlier tomorrow, 8 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Sorry, JT. But we do finish early. So JT gets a nap, and I get to drive back to Palm Beach. Finish up at 3 p.m. in what should be a slightly cooler day here as well, which, thank heavens.
I mean, I'm quite surprised a lot of drivers didn't take the opportunity to come get in the air-conditioned room.
Just on social media, by the way, if he's still around here, hello to Camden Hibbett, who he just posted a reel on social media, or a video on social media. He was able to jump behind the wheel of the #1 Round 3 Racing Sepico and PO1 this weekend. Cam, one of the many Cams of this year's Super Tour, SCCA Super Tour Spec MX5 category. And I wonder, I don't know if he's local here to these parts, but I don't think we've seen Cam as part of the WRL paddock prohibit. So thanks for joining us. We'll see you here. It's been a big week for Mazdas and MX5s, with the shootout just taking place earlier this week up at Circuit, Florida. Appreciate you being here all the same. Pretty special place, this. Not just Sebring, but the WRL paddock as a whole. NP11s are pretty sick little cars. So, yeah, great to have you joining us. As the lights continue to flash on the Mercedes safety car, I think, fortunately, in most cases here, everything's going to be reset to basically 0 on pit strategy approaching the end of the race. The only question mark is Stoic Racing, the number 87. Oh, no. Okay, now they update, and they have come in at 162. So as long as we get another, well, I don't know. GTO may have to save here. And it may be car specific. Remember, we saw some fairly early stops this morning that were right around the hour mark. Why is timing not updating the flag condition? Yes, thank you, Dustin. You should have said something. Sometimes it just hangs up there. Oh, I got it. We'll get it reset here. Okay, thanks. Yeah. Bad news, still broken. This does give me an opportunity to fix what was broken earlier, however, which is a different thing. No, that's not even adding the event back in. So why is that?
Lights are out.
Good. Oh, there we go. I think we got it here. Well, the pylon itself was not going to update either. So, yeah.
So the 130 is Stan Bear Motorsports will lead us to green here.
Yeah, having been involved in a bit of recent contact there. Actually, it's the 87 that leads us back to green. Is that because Stanton Barrett is pitted here on the green? Yeah.
Huh.
Stanton Barrett ducks in, so 87 Stoic Racing is going to continue round and try and defend the second place in GTO from the number 2 ACP Tangerine BMW with clear road out in front of them.
Oh, that safety car had come out just a couple cars in front of Blaze Racing. So that gap in GP1 is now essentially 2 minutes and 25 seconds. PC
right, well,
Racing is 3 wide on exit.
Right, well, but they were a lap down. So the only reason they're even on the lead lap is because PC pitted from a one-lap advantage standpoint right after the yellow came out. That allowed Blaze Racing back onto the lead lap. If PC hadn't pitted onto the yellow, they'd still be a lap down.
Yes. Then PC would have had to have pit under green.
No, I'm not saying it was the wrong decision or anything. They did exactly what they should have done. What I'm saying is that the reason they're showing is 99% of a lap down or whatever is because PC pitted under yellow.
No, my point is PC pitted under yellow and came out like 6 or 7 cars behind.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah. Yep.
So, I mean, yeah, they were always going to come out behind. So there's always going to be like a minute and a half or whatever the gap is going to be for Blaze Racing. The issue is that there's not a lot of traffic in between the cars. So instead of having, a minute 45 or a 2 minute gap, it's a 2:25. Rapscallion falls to 5th in GP1. Palomar gets through. 38 goes to 4th.
Heraflight in the 247 is back in and doing some work in the left-hand door this time because presumably it's the only one they're allowed to open anymore.
Right-hand side has been welded shut.
Pretty much. 2 giant pieces of tape. Bear bond, I think, would be what it's called elsewhere. These showers out to our west, amongst other directions, are becoming more numerous. So let's not assume that this one is... Ooh, this is 72 drops a couple of wheels off there at turn 5. Not assume that this one is obviously going to stay clean and dry till the end, although we'd prefer it to do that. Well, I would prefer it to do that. Stoic Racing puts in a personal best on lap 164, 2:19.148. So I was going to raise the question a little bit earlier. What do you do if you're in either one of those GTO cars on the fringes of being able to make it without another stop? Do you push and just say, all right, well, we're going to try and build a margin and however it falls, it falls? Or do you pedal the car and say, all right, well, we need to make sure we make it through to the end. We're right on the fringes and our best chance is going to be to not have to make another stop. The 87 has the advantage of having absolutely nobody around them and can just kind of go like hell from here as long as they haven't got any of the any other general production traffic in and around them. And using that to good effect here, I think we have our answer. I think 87 is just going to go for it and believe that they can make it through to the end. The number 2, unclear at this time. The longest, or the most recent stint for Stoic at the number 87, they were in on lap 87. I'm sorry. In on lap number 111 and back in under green at 139. So let's call that 28 laps, including one under yellow. $65 minutes is what I get for an average lap time of 2 minutes 20. I mean, that is right there. Like, the most right there. It's the kind of margin, JT, that could go either way depending on when the leader takes the white flag. Mm-hmm. You know, if it takes a white flag with 2 minutes left on the clock, then you're only going 20 seconds over the 8-hour number. If it takes a white flag with 5 seconds left on the clock, you're going, basically a lap further than you otherwise would have or might have. Let's wait and see here. So there is a bit of drama here to play out yet in GTO. Some of it related to fuel, some of it just related to raw pace. But the margin anyway between 87 to 2 is now up to 26.3 seconds. So there's a non-zero chance that they could build enough margin that they'd be safe if they had to take a splash anyway, which would be really impressive. One of the other things we hadn't really touched on, JT, in GTO, the Rapscallion number 669 and FPRS Motorsports battle that almost got right next to each other on track a little earlier on before the 91 got turned by the Stanton Barrett Motorsports number 130 down at turn number 17. That margin is now 31.4 seconds with the FPRS car closing on Rapscallion.
Yeah, keep in mind that actually got back down to 10 seconds before the full course yellow. So unfortunately, they've lost a bit more time under the yellow, but they do have the advantage in pace at the moment. That fight for fourth in GP1 definitely not over. Gap is back down to a second, less than a second actually, between the 38 Palomar, the 644 Rapscallion.
Getting quiet on me again there, JT.
Hope that's a you issue.
It might be. Dustin's not.
Oh, that's done. That has changed hands again. Coming into 17, we can see the the E36 unfortunately falling down to 5th in GP1.
.34 last time through compared to Rapscallion's 2:31.9. All that's happening a lap behind the HK Motorsports number 221, by the way, which has had just a really nice run into and through the afternoon portion of this weekend. Of today, I suppose. Put themselves up onto the GP1 podium, at least as things stand. I think we've got any other real battles at the moment here. That battle for fourth that you were just talking about, JT, still kind of hangs in the balance. Battle for second in GTO, kind of hanging on to that one, and that battle for fourth. Elsewhere, GTU, I don't see the round 3 car number 1 being in the fight with the Yeah, they're a lap behind the 908 now.
Yeah, I think everything in GTU now has been separated by a lap or so.
Yeah. Mike Anderson clarifies, Palomar seems to be minus the ABS. That face.
Yeah, that checks out based on what we saw.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good point. I had actually kind of forgotten about that whole Palomar quarter entry lockup saga. Appreciate you all being with us in this final hour of racing on our Saturday action here from Sebring International Raceway, the Fall Sportscar Classic. I know some of you have been in and out through the course of the day. Pretty wild day all over the place, not just down at Interlagos, but we've had the WEC finale at Bahrain. I actually don't know the results of that one yet. Keep quiet there, please. Some other endurance racing going on elsewhere today. But we're matching the WEC finale, and we get to do it all again tomorrow for 7 more hours. Very, very cool.
Can I give you one spoiler from that race?
The only thing I know, well, I know a couple of things, but I don't know what the results were. But go ahead, JT.
Top 9 in GT3.
Yep.
All different makes.
Nobody's going to like this, but I'm going to share it anyway. I am desperately uninterested with GT3 and WEC. Like, desperately. And
Oh, no, the 333!
Oh! That is the Bruce Innovations BMW E46, stopped on the inside of the entry to turn 15. Now, is that fluid or are those tire marks?
I think tire marks.
Okay, so I locked up tires on the way in. Trying to get that car stopped on the apron there, the driver's right.
Unfortunately, a rough day for the 333. This is not the first time they've come to a stop. They
By the
get
way,
going again.
Yeah,
nice.
they weren't their tire marks, if they were tire marks at all.
Okay. Oh, maybe that was from the WEC pit entry. Is that
It could be, yeah. Yeah, they painted over them just kind of plain black there on the darker tarmac. Stratus. Race leader comes around. Noting here, by the way, I haven't looked at the overall running order in a while. Stratus 60 leads from 908 by a lap. Same as the GTU running order, obviously. But the 908 is now ahead of the number 70 Porsche from round 3 racing by 36 seconds and going out. Round 3 racing number 1 is there as well in P4 overall. So round 3 overall is 3rd and 4th. Roberts Racing in the number 109 in the top 5 overall, which is quite cool. Stoic is in. Is this the splash they needed? If so, why do it now?
Oh, that could be why.
Oh, 247 is hit.
Oh, look at
Gotten
that.
in the wall. Oh my, yeah. Done significant damage to the right rear and I guess across the rear of that Debico NPO1. And Dustin, you said that was that reported at 15 or at 10? Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah, so most likely oversteer through 15.
Well,
With the
yeah, maybe
driver's
got on
right
the
to the
throttle
wall.
too early. Yeah, and it just carried him around to driver's
Or
right
curb,
there.
yeah.
Or curb, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, because that is, I think, one of the curbs you definitely use. Yeah, so maybe the 87 was trying to jump the gun on a possible full course yellow here, but don't think we'll be getting one.
Yeah, it's an interesting thought, JT. I think they may have been in before this all happened with the 247. And I do get the desire to, we'll just get it done, get it out of the way. But they actually put a pretty significant amount of fuel in that car. It was probably 7 or 8 gallons. So I think they're further away from making it home than maybe we had originally given them credit for. Also possible maybe they short fueled, knowing they weren't going to make it anyway. Try and get themselves some track position.
Yeah, they could have earlier, yeah.
Yeah. Well, the 247's made it back to the pit lane here in front of me. Actually, it looks like everything is mostly straight on that car. It's just kind of crunched in from the right rear across the rear of the car. And it doesn't seem to have really... doesn't look like it's done any suspension damage on that 247. So if they've got the bodywork, or maybe Stratus has the bodywork, no reason that couldn't be replaced. Where did Stoic come out relative to ACP? I think ACP's just come across the line here. Let's start finish. Bearing in mind, before the stop, the margin was close to 30 seconds. That's Rapscallion and then round 3. That may be a Supra, however. It is a Supra. Confirmed. 30.2 seconds. So they lost about a minute in that whole exchange, just under a minute, with a 3:15.0. Well, so that's the difference then. If ACP is going to pedal this and try and stretch it through to the end, Stoic's got to go get 30 seconds in the next 46 minutes, which is going to amount to probably about 18 to 20 laps. So 19.7 laps. So let's call it 20 laps for that Stoic car. Now the question, I guess, is can ACP Tangerine make it? They were in at 162. What was their longest green flag run here? 110 to 135. Oh, they can't. They go even less, fewer laps. They only made it 25. Dustin says in our ear that HK has done a decent job of cleaning the windshield here. I actually didn't notice it was particularly dirty, but now that you say it, it does look very
yeah,
crisp.
earlier it had streaks going down.
Oh, okay. All right. All right, car in the pit lane here. Oh, they're bringing the flatbed over for the Hera flight number 247. There's Tangerine again, 220.2. So, there is a window here where that Tangerine car is able to make a pit stop under yellow should that materialize. with the Stoic car now having already been in, it's going to kind of be their only chance here. Bearing in mind, we're shooting for 25 laps. They were last in at 162. 162 and 25 will get us to 187, which is obviously 16 laps from now, which is not 19 I had predicted earlier. So likely to come up a couple of laps short unless they can really get some good fuel economy out of that car. But if Stoic couldn't do it, I'm not convinced that ACP is going to have the means to be able to pull that all off. But, you know, just make for these talking points that always seem to prove Brendan wrong at the end of races.
WRL does WRL.
Yeah. 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 All right. So we're just south and east of the word Sebring. Yeah, roughly in the middle. Probably a little west of the middle here, but anyway.
All the pixels.
So some storms building up to the north and west there. Some storms directly over Florida, Florida. And we kind of seem to be caught in the middle here of where it's all building around us. So far, guys remain blue in Sebring. Or at SIR. I suppose in town it may not be. You've never been to Florida, Florida, by the way. There's absolutely nothing there, but it is fun to say. Pass it on the way in if you're driving in from Palm Beach. JT, what's your preferred airport for Sebring International Raceway? One of the 6 that are roughly equidistant from this place, yet all also 2 hours away from this place.
I think I usually prefer Tampa.
Yeah. That seems to be the most common option.
I mean, purely for selfish reasons, so I can hit up the Fantasy Flight Museum.
Oh, in Lakeland there?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Circuit Florida, where they just had the MX-5 shootout, the Mazda MX-5 shootout, is like right next to Fantasy of Flight.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah. There's a fantastic German doner restaurant in not quite St. Pete, but it's south of Tampa. You leave the airport, you go south down to, oh boy, I don't know, whatever the highway is, 275, I guess. It's a little bit out of the way, but it's like you're there, man. It's delicious. So that is motivation enough for me to fly into Tampa. Unfortunately, it was prohibitively expensive this time around. So I did Palm Beach, which is usually my hub for having to make the triangle between here and Homestead. Because it's about 2 hours from, 2 hours from here, an hour and a half from Homestead. Problem is, I really don't like going in and out of Palm Beach.
Yeah.
I'm always delayed leaving Charlotte going to Palm Beach. Doesn't do it for me. Unsung hero, I'll say. Although the hotels around there are a little bit expensive. Fort Myers. RSW. Shaves about 10 minutes off the drive. Nice, easy drive on the way into Sebring. Do enjoy that. Sure, Sarasota is a good option as well. Punta Gorda. You have Allegiant service. Melbourne, turns out, also a 2-hour drive from Sebring. Whatever the answer is, we just know it's not Orlando.
I mean, it's going to depend on the flight for me. Like if I choose to go to Orlando or Tampa.
Oh, times and arrivals. Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. I mean,
I have no problem driving 27, 98, whatever it is.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a huge fan of 27. Not my favorite U.S. highway, I'll be honest. Obviously living in Daytona for a while, the drive down here did fine, but it did get a bit repetitive. Anyway, enough of that. I actually just saw Orlando announce massive development, like these renders of massive airport developments. You seen them?
I have not.
Oh, I'm going to send you a picture. Apparently this was last month. I didn't know anything about it. And it's possible that this is just part of their strategic plan, which everybody's required to have. But, I mean, this is...
GTO gaps for second now, 28 seconds. So ever so slightly changing. So going by this picture, it just looks like MCO is trying to double in size without adding any runways.
Correct. I mean, they do have the capacity to do that. They've got 4 parallels, so, you know, I think they've got the means.
True,
or the,
but
the runway capacity to make it happen. There's other improvements there. I mean, they're adding a bunch of taxiways to be able to do all that. Turnoffs for the high-speed turnoffs, additional ones.
Yeah, because my usual issues at MCO are taxing or, you know, delays.
Oh, well, that's delays going likely wherever to you're going rather than getting out of MCO. I have not had that issue specifically at MCO unless I'm going to Newark, where there is a ground delay program. Anyway, this jives very interestingly with. Do you remember United making Scott Kirby making an announcement like a year and a half ago about how United had no Southeast hub, but they were close to being able to go in that direction?
You think this is it?
I think this is it. I thought at the time, like, oh, Orlando has the runway capacity. They've got more land than God in the middle of Florida. Like, they can make this work. They just don't have the terminal space because of how far spread out the existing airsides are. And I think this type of terminal development would be, I think it's the thing that would allow United to be able to do that. Anyway, enough with the AvGeek hour, I guess, here on DriversEye Live.
Coming through shot, the Rockwell Autosport Development Porsche Boxster, running second in GP2. A couple laps off of Rebel Racing, the 222. Interesting to note from Rockwell, the last time WRL was at Sebring, Rockwell also finished second place in class. That was the Sunday, 7 hours. Kelly Teacher asked about the 247 from Hera Flight. They unfortunately hit the wall in turn 15 20 minutes ago, I think. 10, 15 minutes ago. So that is why you will not see them out on track right now. They didn't look horrendously bad. So I'm assuming they're going to work on it and try to get it out tomorrow.
Oh, which car?
247.
Yeah, I think it literally just looks like just body work.
Yeah, just mostly the rear end.
Also, worth noting, I did just a quick social media catch up. Warhead Speedworks, the 291 Ginetta, it was a fuel pump on that Ginetta. They've got all kinds of things replaced. Went out, set a qualifying time for tomorrow because, of course, our qualifying or our grid for tomorrow morning is set on fastest laps today. And yeah, they are going to be back at it tomorrow.
Okay, because
G56.
Yeah, as of right now, they're looking at starting on the front row. 216.8. So that has them second behind the 41 off-leash Porsche.
Yeah, we have a fun run to the green tomorrow morning. Significantly grayer in the last few minutes here. Dead. A little bit of orange there as well. Funny, my weather update, my weather app of choice here keeps updating to say when thunderstorms or rain are likely to form, and it's all exactly at the time Brendan would be leaving the booth to go get cameras after the checkered flag. It's just crazy how that keeps happening.
It's funny how that works.
Yeah, it's weird. Rapscallion puts in a personal best on lap 171 for the 669 at 220.6, so that will probably be their grid time for tomorrow.
851 from AOA Racing's back out on track. The MX5.
I saw that, yeah.
So yeah, they're, I assume, just shaking down the car, making sure it's ready to go for tomorrow. Maybe putting in a quick time. One of the questions we did have earlier was about if there was a time limit in terms of how long you're allowed to work on the car before return to the track.
No, this isn't NASCAR.
Nope.
We
This,
don't do those here.
WRL is your best bang of the buck in terms of track time. They encourage people, okay, go work on the car, just make it safe, come back out, and use the rest of the day, get your money's worth.
Optivo Racing in the chat. What does it mean when the team is highlighted in blue? Generally, blue is personal best on the last lap. I think. I'm second guessing myself here. No, I'm pretty sure that's the case. But it doesn't carry over across all of the displays here. Jump on board the HK Motorsports number 221. Sail it off down into 17 once again with 30 minutes now left on the clock.
And with a fun track map.
Yeah. Funhouse, Sebring.
The two goes roaring by into turn one.
Yeah, still don't have our answers on what their strategy is here, whether they're going to try and stretch it to the end or they're going to need the splash. I still believe that they're going to need the splash. However, this may all end up being kind of a moot point because Stoic Racing just put in another 219. This is 219.7 and has the margin down from second to third to 19.1 seconds.
Yeah. I mean, if you take a look at their laps since that pit stop with, 47 minutes ago, they've been more or less in the 219s. I mean, it looks like they're out lap and then one lap at a 220.7. Everything else has been under 220.
I mean, it was really since the since the green flag, after the last full course yellow, JT. Once they had that clear air, it was pretty obvious they were just going to, like I said earlier, go like hell and try and build something of a margin here. And I said there was a non-zero chance they could go stretch out a pit stop margin if that's what they wanted to do and just push the car, forget about fuel, and, well, we'll pit if we have to. Basically a don't overthink it kind of scenario. Just get the most pace out of the car. They've done exactly that on what it has to be said is a pretty compliant set of tires, obviously. Be lapping in the range of a second off of your personal best after what I know is about 3.5 hours of racing, 3 hours 45, since they came in and did tires in front of me here.
Yeah, I think the number 2 needs to be doing mid 220s to really try to stem the advantage here. And that's hoping on a, I assume, a full course yellow.
I think it would have to be, right? Either, well, it's going to compress the field back up, but it would save them the fuel that they need in order to kind of push that car through to the end. Of course, we're purely speculating here because, as has happened before, there is a non-zero chance they're actually capable of making it through to the end anyway. But we don't know that, so that's kind of where our intrigue lies for now.
Yeah, they could be saving right now.
Wonder if we get new braking markers over there at turn 13 for tomorrow.
If not, we can draw them. Saw an update from our timing tower. The 130 from Stan Bear Motorsports has moved into the top 10 in GTO.
All right.
Moving past the stricken 144 from Forza Motorsports.
Yeah, after not taking the green flag, by the way, until about
4 hours.
15. Yeah. Gonna go 3 wide here out of the last corner on the front straightaway. Maybe not quite. The Homofa BMW pulls out to, nope, Stoic Supra. Of course it is. Worth noting that Homofa Motorsport BMW on debut lost a little bit of time earlier on. You're going to end up about 15 laps off of the ETO class lead, but for a team that's never competed in WRL before, is about 3,500 to 4,000 miles from home. At a track none of them have almost certainly ever seen. It's not a bad way to acquit yourselves first time out.
Not at
Did
all.
pick up a two-lap penalty for some contact a little bit earlier on, but I mean we've seen over the years, JT, it can really takes some time and some effort to kind of put yourselves in the mindset of what is acceptable risk and what is not in WRL, given how heavily contact is penalized. In some cases, the people that didn't adapt were weeded out, and in some cases, they learned and figured it out. And if you're coming from a series where contact is not ever embraced, but where contact is excused, let's say, as part of racing, sometimes it takes some adapting to kind of figure out how to manage not just racing, but constant passing in traffic in a multi-class environment. And I have no doubts that tomorrow will be maybe a little bit cleaner for that number 419, and maybe a better result to come out of that BMW M4 tomorrow. Great to have them along in any case, and to be up in P8 at the moment. A really, really strong opening day for them.
All right, there is something I think we might need to address here.
Okay.
The one of round 3 racing had been issued a penalty earlier for incident responsibility, side-to-side contact with the 38 from Balamar. That has been applied and 1 lap removed from them. That has promoted the 109 from Roberts Racing to third.
Championship implications, my friend. Huh. When was that? 149, huh?
Yes.
For turn 13. Yeah, contact incidental side to side. But the one was deemed to be the only one the one who could have avoided that, being the passing car. Yeah, that's tough. It is probably only the difference of a point, but when you come into the day tied, a point is going to make a difference.
Yeah.
They are. They are closing on Roberts Racing, who at the moment is not. They backed out of it a little bit, I think, here. They were down in the 221s there for a good while. Last couple of laps, 225, 223, 222, 225. They are a little bit slower than they otherwise might be. Obviously, that number 1 from round 3 racing has dipped into the 220s, almost certainly in response to that penalty. And with a minute 4 to choose between them, 21 minutes on the clock, it's not going to give it to them very easily. But on the off chance that somebody needs a pit stop here before the end,
yep,
which round 3 does not, Roberts might actually.
I think they do.
Yeah, last in at 162. We're up to 181 now. That's 19 laps, and there's probably still a good 8 laps to go. Longest run of the day, 110, or most recent run of the day, 110 to 133. That's only 23. So yeah, that math does not math. And unless Roberts is in the 225s because they're saving buckets worth of fuel, which is possible.
No, they come across the line at a 22.5. So it was probably traffic.
Yeah. And we may yet see a pit stop and a change back the other direction for that final step on the podium in GTU. And we thought it was all over, JT.
We'll keep an eye on it.
On a pretty decent authority here based on my most recent weather app update that it is going to rain in Sebring this evening. The question is it going to rain in the next 19 minutes? And I am operating under the assumption here that the answer is no.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be passing north to you.
Well, it's the one to the south, building towards the north, that has me a little bit more concerned there.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely going to be in your path.
That's what I'm worried about.
Yeah, you're done in. It's okay. Just do what you can.
Yeah.
Take the stuff back to the hotel, get everything charging, and then treat yourself to Dimitri's.
No, I'm not doing that. I already got pizza this weekend. Went to Zach's Famous Pizza and Barbecue, which is not a combination of things I had anticipated, which is exactly why I went. I got a brisket pizza, which was actually really good.
Nice.
Yeah. I won't be doing that again this weekend. Great Cuban food last night, although something didn't agree with me, so I won't be doing that again either. So now to the third best restaurant in Sebring, which might just be the Popeyes on 27.
Yeah, I remember that drive-through line. No, thank you.
Slim pickings here a little bit, that's all. Although I hear the restaurant inside the 7 Hotel is quite good these days, so maybe give that a go.
I remember because we brought the Popeyes back to the hotel, or to the Airbnb, and that's also when we busted out the cheap drinks.
No, that was no we here. That was Ryan. I guess you may have had.
No,
it,
you also had something as
did
well.
I?
Yeah.
I remember that I did.
Yeah, and then we watched Ryan basically chug everything.
No, I can't relive that experience. Too much trauma. Car in the pit lane. It's Roberts, 109.
There you go.
So there's our answer. Has the number 1 already come through? No, they haven't. So it was 1:04 there, and I guess with just a splash of fuel for.
Is this them
that
coming
number
across the line
109?
here?
They would have already come by me here, and I didn't notice. Did they update on timing? No, they still only come through. That may be them in the background. It is.
Okay.
Just came across in front of me here. So that's your margin there. It's about half the length of the front straightaway with that round 3, number 1, chasing a final podium spot. And the crucial point that's going to come with that in this battle for third in the GTU championship. Well, battle for second in the GTU championship. I better check myself there because remember the Stratus number 59 that held second in the GTU Eastern Region Championship is and has been sidelined since lap 146 and is going to come home P9, by the way. In some ways, JT, they're lucky the Hera flight number 247 had an issue. Otherwise, they'd be finishing 10th.
Yeah.
Now, in either case, it probably doesn't matter much because I think the result is going to get dropped in the final tally because we only take the top. Careful here. I believe it's the top 7 results from the 10 available finishes here in the Eastern region. Let me just pull up those point rolls and absolutely confirm that before I say it with. Yeah, best 7 finishes, 10 total points paying opportunities.
Right,
Silver Dog says, looks like HK might unlap themselves.
Nice. So it's about a 6-second gap for that fight for third in GTU.
That's just counting from seeing them come by on screen.
Yes.
Yeah, here comes that number 1. And remember, the number 1 was quicker. It's basically the distance from Jean de Bien-Ben down to Le Mans. 15 and 16 there, and out onto the back straightaway. That one's got some pace here. Flash of the headlights there as it works past the open throttle number 64. Down into Sunset Bend. Robert's outlap was a 2:41. Round 3's lap this time 2:21.6. And as you say, JT, 6.7 seconds is your margin there.
Yeah, about 6 to 7 laps remaining, I believe.
Yep. FPRS Motorsports continues to chase the Rapscallion number 669, by the way. It's 26.3 seconds. They did pick up about a second and a half. Although now that I think back to it, JT, I think that when we came back from full course yellow, that margin was something like 31.
Yeah, it's been... Sometimes Rapscallion will be a little bit quicker. It's going to be interesting to see. I think Rapscallion will be good, but I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, likewise for the number 2 in this battle for second here, JT.
Yeah.
In GTO, it's down to 9.6 seconds, a 2:21.3 from ACP Tangerine versus the 19.5 from Stoic that time around. I think Stoic's going to get there.
Yeah, again, their last 5 laps were all within the 2:19s. Most of this stint has been consistently in the 2:19s. Unfortunately, ACP just they've been able to get into the 19s twice, and more importantly, very recently. So they're trying to stem that gain from the Supra.
Yeah, bear in mind here too, it's 25 laps was the fuel the fuel window we thought for ACP Tangerine. They were last in at 162. It's currently 184. So 2 more laps is all they would theoretically have if they haven't been actively saving fuel through this final hour or so of racing.
Mm-hmm. And it's getting closer to an 8-second gap now.
That's the Hamofa 419 in between those 2 cars. Oh, Stoic car is so aggressive on the brakes and in that transition into turn number 15. Using just the right amount of pavement there to the left of the painted white line there on the run into 16.
Yeah, and it looks super smooth through 16 as well.
It doesn't upset the car on the backside of that transition, JT. It doesn't get off camber, really. Just like you said, nice and smooth through the right, left, and right. Wait for the lap times to update here. Number 2 stays out this time, 2:20.4. So they've stepped the pace up a little bit. Hamofa, 8.4. So it down to a 19.2. And like we said, this may still all not matter if that number 2's got to make a stop. But at least for now, they're pressing on with that BMW M4. In hopes that either they get bailed out by a late caution. BRD has sent out a backup car.
All right.
Putting in a qualifying time for the number 146. Got that car teched, I assume, for GP2. Yeah, it says for GP2. Done 0 laps, but just trip timing here. And they'll go try and get that car on the grid ready for tomorrow. Bearing in mind, we lost the number 164 a little bit earlier on today. Same team, with BRD.
Gap under 5 seconds at the GTU battle.
Oh, FPRS is in. The number 91 could not stretch it as part of that fight for P4 and GTO. Rapscallion, I mean, JT, we weren't sure about Rapscallion either. Car is lighter, makes a little bit less power, so obviously,
both cannot afford. Neither one can afford to make a mistake on pit lane.
No, indeed. I don't think I see anybody. We have a car number on that?
10.
Yeah. I Round 3 car stop there at turn 6.
Yep. Mike
Oh, I
says-
see it. It's on track. That car is on track.
No.
On the racing surface. I mean, if it had made it to a cutout, you maybe say we let this ride for the next 9 minutes or so, but being on the racing surface, absolutely not.
So keep in mind, Rapscallion had pitted 1 lap later than FPRS did previously.
Yeah, my more immediate concern here is can we do this under green? And B, if we can't, does this bail out the number 2? And if you're the number 2, how do you manage this? Right? You absolutely now, if you're in that ACP Tangerine camp, do not pit.
No.
I think they're going to try and do this as a hot goal here.
Yeah. Those are some dark clouds up there, though. Man, best of luck,
Here's your number
Brendan.
10. Appreciate it. That damage on the front of the 669? That or it's part of the wrap peeling back, maybe? I don't see any contact reported.
Yeah, it's moving.
Yeah, I think it may just be a piece of the wrap there. Leader crosses the line again here with about 7 minutes 50 remaining. 220 will take us down to about
6:45 is 3 laps, so 4 laps.
Yeah, 5:30, 3:10, and then 50 seconds. Yeah, so what, about 5 laps remaining here? 4 laps remaining. This one and 4 more, yeah.
Yeah, 3 laps would be.
Yeah. Sorry, this one is
45, 650-ish.
Yep.
2 seconds between the 109 and the 1.
Seven sails it off into Sunset Bend. Once again, I look to my left. 2 is in. They could not stretch it. Yeah, I didn't think they were going to be able to do it. To be honest with you, they got a little bit further than I thought they might. But that is going to put the Stoic Racing Toyota Supra back up onto the second step on the podium in GTO.
And then coming on the front straight here, is that our... No, that is not our GTO fight.
The GTU fight that JT references there is Roberts B, round 3, 109 versus 1. Rapscallion goes through another lap here, by the way. 669. That's it. Maroon versus white and blue. I think the one's going to get here.
Yeah, it has the pace advantage.
Both these cars good on fuel. Roberts took that splash here recently. Round 3 was in at 171. Do about 25 laps, so no concerns there. Headlights look fantastic around here, man. In the gray and orange light out in the distance to our west. Closest we'll get to Sunset Racing. Actually, it's Saturday at Coda. Tends to get pretty dark there towards the end. But the clouds building here in the distance just create really almost like AI-generated scenes. And of course, the column of rain out there to the northeast.
Honestly, Florida clouds are something else.
They are. Cumulus at 3,000 every day, forever. Until all of a sudden they're not. The 10, by the way, has been recovered. Are they still under tow? Anyway, they're not where they were. There is 109 from 1 through the Fangio chicane. Question is, where are these cars relative to the 60? I think they're around about half a lap behind. Means it's going to be this lap and 3 more for them still. Sorry, this lap and 3 more. Yeah. Perhaps a little bit of breathing room here for the number 109.
Yeah, that was a crucial overtake out of the tower.
Can the number 1 sneak up the inside here into turn 16, or do they have to back out of it? No, BRD lets them through in that number 146. So reset your vision for tomorrow and picking that car out. 3 minutes 22 on the clock. What we're watching here, if you're following along from home, is the battle for third place in GTU between the number 1 from round 3 racing and the number 109 from Roberts Racing. Points to be gained in the Eastern Region Championship for the number 1 here as well, if they're able to pick up that spot on the maroon NPO1 just ahead of them. One's closing.
Okay.
Not that lap, actually. No, half a second slower. Sorry, JT, go ahead.
I was just pointing out, round 3, the 70 is ahead on track.
I saw that, and I wasn't going to say anything.
Okay,
But you're absolutely right. Yeah.
Is running slower than the MP01s behind it.
I think that round 3 car, the 70, has been slower through most of this stint as well. Just kind of cruising around in the mid 20s there. So it's not out of position for them.
Yeah, since the last stint, they've been nowhere near their 218s or what they were doing earlier. So that's bringing it home.
Last lap for Scallion, by the way, 232. I think they're trying to make it here without the splash. The irony
I think so too.
The irony is they can just do it. Right? They've got the margin. It's not like the FERS car was really any quicker than they were either. Like they can just get this done and not have to worry about it, which is I think where I'd land. 109. So next time we see the number 60 here at start finish, it will take the white flag and begin the 195th tour of the Sebring International Raceway and the final tour on this Saturday here at the Fall Sportscar Classic. It's been a pretty solid day of racing, all things considered. Been able to pick our way through most of the battles, the strategy developments, the strategy shuffles. It's kind of a right-sized field, a right-sized endurance race, and a pleasure to be here with you all through all of it. White flag is in the air at start finish with just about 60 seconds on the clock. Stratus Racing number 60 begins their final lap. Now, crucially here, JT, it's only going to be one more for this battle for third in GTU. And what was 2.6 seconds, it actually looks like the number 1 is kind of backed out of it on the way into turn number 17 there. We'll see what the margin is here across the line, but I wouldn't be shocked if Roberts actually opens this up a bit. 220.7, 221.2 for round 3. It's out to 3.1. And, I mean, barring catastrophe here, I think Roberts may have done enough to just hang on to this podium in GTU.
You say that, but it's going to miraculously have traffic.
No, I know. Yeah, that Porsche is there. Again, team car to the number 1, but you absolutely assume nothing nefarious here. Yeah. Just the natural pace of that number 70 in this final stint hasn't really quite been there. Head off towards turn number 7. The Sebring 7 Hotel there for the final time. Let's go ahead and pick up the race leader here, Dustin. Yeah, it really is. Pick up the number 60 and call that car home. They'll go by the Rapscallion number 669, Ligier JS2R on the run towards turn 13. Keep our second eye on the number 1 and number 109 battle. I don't think it's going to amount to much here in the end, but there is your race leader now into turn 15. Hustled it into the right-hander there at Jean de Bienne, but gets it back to the inside or the right side of the curb. Blaze Racing number 118 is into the pit lane from second place in GP1. Perhaps a splash. Not able to quite stretch it. Be something of a surprise. In any case, they'll come through, get what they need. You turn our attention to Stratus Racing number 60, who as the lone remaining challenger in the Stratus Racing stables is going to work through Sunset Bend for the final time, come to the checkered flag and win the Saturday 8-hour enduro in the Fall Sportscar Classic here at Sebring International Raceway. Congratulations to the drivers of that number 60. Let's await the arrival of the number 109 here, which is going to be our next question to be answered. Third place in GTU. I look to my left, and we watch on screen for NNP01. There's the 70. There's the 109 without headlights, and it's going to come down to about a second and a half here, JT. But I think the number 109 has done enough. Yes, they have. Take a third place in GTU, holding off the number 1 from round 3 racing. The number 908 Automatic Racing NP01 here is going to split the difference on the GTU podium. And as we said earlier, pick up points I don't know that it was expecting to get at the beginning of the day, heading into tomorrow's finale in this pretty epic battle for third in GTU in the point standings. Round 3 Racing not able to get that extra point by jumping themselves up into P3. Does that rent come due tomorrow? Let's wait and find out. In any case, down in GTO, round 3 Racing Porsche number 70 takes another one. I think this is 3 races in a row for that number 70 Porsche. We'll finish with 193 laps complete, 3 laps clear. That'll end up being 2 laps clear, actually, of the Stoic Racing number 87, who slowly crosses the line there to driver's left. That is them, just under the flag stand. And they're able to hold off that number 2 ACP Tangerine BMW. Bummer the ACP car couldn't make it to the flag without a splash there at the end. I think it could have been something pretty exciting had it gone a different way. But in any case, a great result for Stoic Racing to get their Supra onto the podium. Great result for ACP to hang on to P3 there as well. Rapscallion, I think, is going to do this, JT. I think they have done it, actually. They came through directly behind the race leader, able to save themselves a lap, and in the end, save themselves a pit stop. With that FPRS Motorsports number 91 not having to make a splash just before the end, Rapscallion hangs on and takes a well-deserved P4.
Fantastic result for that car.
Yeah, really good stuff. FPRS Motorsports rounds out the top 5. Off-leash Motorsports with 5 laps and penalties, unfortunately. Might have been up in P4 if not for that. But does come home P6. PMW Motorsports 7 in GTO. Amofa Motorsport, as we said earlier on debut, P8 with the BMW M4 GT4. And then the DNFers from there on back. Stanton Barrett Motorsports notwithstanding a late starter. GP1, what your race winner is going to end up being the PC Racing number 44. Ahead of the Blaze Racing number 118. That margin will be a lap after the late pit stop from the Blaze E36. HK Motorsports hangs on to P3. The battle for P4 ended up with Rapscallion number 644 pulling away from Palomar Racing in the number 38. That margin 28.6 seconds in the end between P4 and P5. Fast Track Racing able to hang on in that M2 to a P6 finish. Open Throttle 64 in 7th. And then the number 24 Bruce Innovations in 8th. The rest of the cars did not see the flag. GP2, Rebel Racing, and the number 222, that light blue BMW with a pretty controlling run. I don't know that I'd go as far as saying dominant, but 3 laps in hand over the Rockwell Autosport Development number 715 for a car that had 2 laps in penalties. Sunday could be a very different day down in GP2, and with the championship situation being what it is, Rebel Racing clawing back some points on Laguna Tech number 779. The other car in that mix, Palomar number 83, with a tough day, losing an engine, or nearly losing an engine. The P7 We'll wait for the points to be updated tonight and have some graphics ready for you tomorrow so that we can really dive into that through the course of our 7 hours. Lugunatic does salvage a podium from today there in that number 779 BRZ. BSI Racing in the 167 brings home the GR86 Cup to a 4th place finish. 3 laps clear of the AOA Racing number 55. Again, all other than the 851 AOA Racing MX-5 below them did not see the checkered flag. JT. This day could have been any number of things. In the end, it ended up being quite warm, quite humid. But for a field of, let's say, 15 or 20 cars less than we might normally see on this particular weekend here at Sebring, it ended up being a pretty compelling day of racing, huh?
Yeah, I would definitely say so. We had lots of battles in every class. We had a lot of green flag racing. It was, a classic good WRL race that we come to expect.
Yeah, it had just enough cars, I think, to give us something to talk about all day, right? It wasn't like you had to go fishing for things. Just every time you'd look up, 2, 3, 4 battles or points of interest would kind of present themselves to us, and we'd be able to do a little deeper dive on it. We weren't bouncing around like crazy. It was just a really, like I said, kind of a right-sized field and a right-sized endurance race here at Sebring International Raceway, and one of the better ones, I'd say. It was clean, and as we said, gave us plenty to talk about. Thank you for joining us here on both the World Racing League YouTube channel and from trackside from this first 8-hour enduro as part of the Fall Sportscar Classic weekend here at Sebring International Raceway. Coverage will continue tomorrow for the 7-hour finale at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. That'll be the green flag. We'll be live a couple of minutes prior to that to set the stage in terms of championship, although we've got plenty of time to talk about that. We run 8 to 3 tomorrow, so a bit of breakfast racing for you here if you're at the track. Do please join us early on tomorrow for what should be a pretty exciting conclusion to our Eastern Region Championship here in the 2025 World Racing League season. For JT Tammy, who joined me on the microphones, for Dustin Ollis, who joined us on the buttons here remotely, guiding us through the action from this Saturday 8-hour enduro. My name is Brendan Kazmarek. Thank you all for being a part of a wonderful day of racing here from the Sebring International Raceway. Join us again tomorrow just before 8 o'clock. Get things rolling for our Eastern Region Championship. Till then, take care.